The sun is high overhead. It's the height of summer on the island of Crete, and the heat is just radiating off the white limestone rocks. The air is thick with the sound of cicadas. You know, that relentless electric buzz that seems to vibrate right through you.
Yeah, it's a very specific atmosphere.
Right. We are not in a lecture hall. We aren't sitting in a library looking at this book. We are on a dusty, winding path leading from the ancient city of Knossos up toward the sacred cave and temple of Zeus.
It's a pilgrimage route, really. And walking this path are three elderly men. They're moving slowly, partly because of the heat, sure, but mostly because they are deep in conversation. They stop frequently, seeking whatever shade the cypress trees can offer, resting their legs so their minds can work harder. And this setting is crucial for the book we are exploring today. It isn't an abstract debate in the void. It's a conversation that unfolds over the course of a long walk on a very specific day.
And these aren't just three random locals chatting about the weather. They represent a very specific cross-section of the Greek world. It almost feels like the setup to a joke. You know, an Athenian, a Spartan, and a Cretan walk onto a road. But the stakes are incredibly high.
They really are. You have the protagonist, who is actually never named in the text. We just call him the Athenian Stranger.
The Athenian Stranger.
Right? And he represents the philosophical spirit of Athens. He's inquisitive, critical, deeply obsessed with wisdom and the nature of the soul. Then you have Megellus, a Spartan. He embodies the rigid military discipline of Sparta. He's a man of few words, someone trained to endure pain and obey orders without question.
And the third?
Finally, there's Cleinias, a Cretan politician from Knossos. He represents the local tradition, the actual laws of the very ground they are walking on.
So we have the philosopher, the soldier, and the politician. And the question that launches this entire marathon discussion is deceptively simple. The Athenian looks at the other two and asks, essentially, who is given the credit for laying down your laws?
Exactly. It's a question of authority. In our modern context, if you ask that, we'd say the Parliament or maybe the Founding Fathers.
Sure.
But for Cleinias and Megellus, the answer is divine. In Crete, the credit goes to Zeus. In Sparta, it goes to Apollo.
There's a whole legend about this, right? About Minos.
Yes.
Yeah.
Minos was the legendary king of Crete. The story goes that every 9 years, he would travel to this very cave of Zeus, the exact one our characters are walking toward, to receive instruction directly from the god.
Wow.
It was like a divine consultation. He would get the fundamental principles of law from Zeus and bring them back down the mountain to the people.
So by walking this specific path, our three characters are kind of reenacting that myth. They are making the same journey Minos made, discussing the exact same topic, which is how to order a society. But unlike Minos, they aren't just passively accepting divine commands.
No, they are analyzing them. They're pulling them apart.
And the Athenian starts by poking holes in the most fundamental assumption of Spartan and Cretan society. He looks at their setup and asks, what is the goal of all these laws you have?
Right. He looks at their specific institutions, the common meals where all the men eat together, the gymnasiums for physical training, the heavy focus on weaponry and hunting, and he asks, what is this all actually for?
And the answer he gets is completely unanimous. The Spartan and the Cretan agree without hesitation. It is for war.
Cleinias is actually remarkably blunt about it. He says that the word peace is just a word. It's an illusion. He argues that the natural state of humanity, and indeed of all distinct states, is a permanent, undeclared war of all against all.
It's a worldview of perpetual conflict.
Yes. Cleinias looks at the rugged terrain of Crete, you know, the mountains, the ravines, and he says, look, our land is built for ambush and skirmish. We use archers and light infantry because that's what the land demands. To him, the state is a fortress, and every single citizen is a soldier. Survival is the only metric that matters.
That sounds incredibly grim when you say it out loud.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, from a pure survivalist perspective, it's entirely logical. If you assume everyone around you wants to kill you, you better be ready to kill them first.
It's a very pragmatic paranoia.
But the Athenian doesn't accept this. He challenges the idea that external warfighting foreigners is the highest priority for a lawgiver. And he uses this brilliant analogy to dismantle their argument.
He does. He asks you to imagine a family, a single household with several brothers and a father. Now, imagine there is intense conflict in this family. The brothers are squabbling, maybe even getting violent toward one another.
So he asks, who is the best judge or the best father figure in this scenario?
Exactly.
Well, it's certainly not the one who hands a sword to the favorite son and helps him kill the others.
No, that would be a victory of sorts, but it would leave the family totally broken. The Athenian suggests there are three types of judges you could have here. The third best judge is the one who destroys the bad brothers to save the good ones. The second best is the one who just forces the bad brothers to obey the good ones, keeping them in permanent subjection.
But the best judge.
The best judge is the one who can actually reconcile them all. The one who can legislate peace and friendship within the house, so that no one has to die and no one has to be a slave. The Athenian is drawing a really sharp distinction here between civil war, internal conflict, and external war.
And he's saying civil war is far, far worse.
Much worse. If a state is fighting itself, it is diseased, it's failing. Therefore, the highest virtue isn't the brute courage to fight enemies abroad. It is the wisdom and justice required to maintain peace at home. A true statesman legislates for peace, not for war. War might be a necessary evil sometimes, but it should never be the ultimate goal.
He even brings up the poets to prove his point, which I found fascinating. The Spartans loved a poet named Tyrtaeus who wrote these really intense, blood-pumping verses about how the only good man is the one who stands firm in battle and bites the dust.
Right, Tyrtaeus praises the glory of death in combat.
But the Athenian counters that with Theognis. Theognis was a poet who praised faithfulness in civil broils. He argued that when your own city is tearing itself apart, you need a completely different kind of virtue. You need justice, you need temperance, you need wisdom. Brute strength just isn't enough when the enemy is your own neighbor.
And this naturally leads the Athenian to create a hierarchy of what is actually good for a person and a society. It's a beautifully structured way of looking at it. He divides goods into two distinct categories, human goods and divine goods.
Let's break those down because this list really is the foundation for everything that follows in their walk.
Okay, so first, you have the human goods. These are the things we all naturally instinctively desire. Health is the first, beauty is the second, strength is the third, and wealth is the fourth.
It's really interesting to me that wealth is last on that list. I think most modern societies would probably put it right at the top.
Plato puts it last very intentionally. These are the lesser goods, they are mortal. Then he lists the divine goods. These are virtues of the soul. First and foremost is wisdom, or mind. Second is temperance, which is a sort of moderate, balanced attitude of the soul. Third is justice. And fourth, at the bottom of the divine list, is courage.
And here is the crucial part that really shifts the paradigm. The human goods entirely depend on the divine goods.
Yes. This is the mechanism that people so often miss when they think about what makes a good life. If you possess the human goods, if you are healthy, beautiful, strong, and incredibly rich, but you lack the divine goods, meaning you have no wisdom or justice, then those human goods actually become a curse.
Let's explore that a bit. How exactly does wealth become a curse without wisdom?
Well, imagine a man with zero self-control and zero wisdom, but he has unlimited wealth. What happens to him?
He just buys whatever he wants.
Right, but he has the resources to feed every single one of his worst vices. He can destroy his health with gluttony. He can destroy his relationships with arrogance. His wealth just amplifies his foolishness. It allows him to ruin himself so much faster and more thoroughly than a poor man ever could. A poor fool is limited by his poverty. A rich fool has no brakes.
So the divine goods are the foundation. They are the lens through which we can safely enjoy the human goods. And the Athenians' main critique of Sparta and Crete is that they got the list upside down.
Exactly. They looked at the divine goods, wisdom, temperance, justice, courage, and they put courage at the very top. They elevated the lowest divine good to the highest position. They built their entire educational system, their entire legal code around military bravery.
And they neglected the other three.
They did. And because of that, their state is fundamentally unstable. They are like a bodybuilder who has massive bulging muscles but a failing heart. They look strong on the outside, but internally they are fragile.
This focus on courage leads to a really specific, almost insulting critique. The Athenian calls the Spartan courage lame. And he doesn't mean lame as in uncool. He means physically lopsided, like a person limping heavily on one leg.
It's a very provocative accusation to hurl at a Spartan especially. But his logic is actually quite sound. He says to Megillus, "You Spartans are absolute experts at resisting pain. You train in the scorching heat, you take physical beatings, you sleep on the hard ground. You can face fear and physical suffering without even blinking."
Which is impressive.
It is. But that is only one half of courage.
And the other half?
The other half is resisting pleasure.
That is such a subtle but massive shift in how we usually define courage. We always think of courage as facing something terrifying.
Yeah.
But he's saying you need courage to face something tempting.
Yes. The Athenian argues that pleasure is just as dangerous an enemy as pain, maybe even more so, because it's so insidious. Pain attacks you with violence, so your guard naturally goes up, but pleasure attacks you with persuasion. It sneaks in. If a soldier can stand firm in a shield wall, but he collapses the moment he is offered a bribe or a beautiful lover or a massive feast, he is still defeated. He is still a slave to his impulses. He just surrendered to a different kind of weapon.
So if you can't say no to a temptation, to a donut or a bribe, you are easily conquered.
In a political and moral sense, yes. If your citizens cannot resist luxury and pleasure, your state will rot from the inside out. And the Athenian points out that while Sparta has endless, rigorous drills for enduring pain, they have absolutely zero training for resisting pleasure. In fact, because they ban so many pleasures outright, the Spartans are totally inexperienced. When they are finally exposed to luxury, they often lose their heads completely. They don't know how to handle it.
To explain this internal struggle, this constant battle between what we rationally know we should do, what our appetites want to do, the Athenian gives us one of the most enduring and beautiful images in philosophy, the puppet metaphor.
It's a mental model we should really all carry with us. He asks us to imagine that every living being is a puppet of the gods. We are suspended, and we are being pulled by various cords or strings.
I'm visualizing a traditional marionette.
Correct. Now, most of these cords are made of iron. They are hard, rigid, and totally unyielding. These iron cords represent our appetites, pain, fear, desire, anger. They yank us violently in different directions, they pull us toward immediate gratification, or they drag us away from scary things.
But there is one cord that is different.
Yes, there is one cord made of gold. It is the golden cord of reason, which corresponds to the holy law of the state. Now, here's a real nuance of the metaphor. Because it is gold, it is soft, it is malleable.
Gold is a soft metal. That makes sense.
So while the iron cords pull with this violent, automatic, almost animal force, the golden cord is gentle. It doesn't force you, it just guides you. And because it is soft, it needs help. The individual has to actively choose to reach out, grab onto that golden cord, and pull back against the iron ones.
And where does the law come in?
The state's job, the law's true purpose, is to be the helper, to assist us in holding on to reason when the iron strings of panic or lust are trying to rip us away.
That is such a powerful image. It completely changes the idea of what a law is. It shifts it from being a cage to being a lifeline. The law isn't there to oppress you. It's there to help you win the tug of war against your own worst impulses.
Precisely. It is a cooperative effort between the citizen and the city to maintain the sovereignty of the golden cord.
Now, this leads us to probably the most surprising turn in their conversation. The Athenians suggest that the absolute best way to train citizens to hold on to this golden cord is through drinking parties.
It completely shocks Megillus and Cleinias. Remember, Sparta strictly prohibits alcohol. They see it as a vice that just makes men weak and foolish. And here's the supposedly wise Athenian saying, actually, organized drunkenness is a vital educational institution.
He has to build a pretty strong case to justify that to a Spartan. And he starts with a thought experiment about a fear potion.
He asks them to imagine there was a drug that the very moment you drank it made you absolutely terrified. It induced a sense of impending doom, blind panic, and overwhelming fear.
That sounds like a nightmare. Why would anyone want that?
The Athenian asks, wouldn't a general want a steady supply of this drug? Not to use on the enemy, but to use on his own troops during training.
I see. It's like a flight simulator for bravery.
Exactly. If you could give a soldier a controlled dose of fear in the complete safety of the training grounds, you could teach him to function despite the panic. You could train him to hold on to the golden cord even when the iron cord of fear is yanking him as hard as it can. He learns to master his fear without the actual risk of getting stabbed by a spear on a real battlefield.
But as they all agree, no such fear potion exists.
No. But the Athenian says, we do have the exact opposite. We have a fearlessness potion. We have a substance that removes fear, makes us bold, makes us overly confident, and eventually makes us completely shameless. Wine. When a man drinks, he becomes filled with hope. He becomes highly opinionated. He loses his inhibitions. The iron strings of desire pull so much harder, and the golden cord of reason gets very slippery.
So the argument he's making is that wine is a safe, accessible way to simulate the temptation of pleasure.
Yes. It is the cheapest, safest, and fastest way to test a citizen's character. Instead of waiting for a real political crisis to see if a man can resist corruption or lust, you put him in a controlled environment, a symposium, and you give him the fearlessness potion.
It's a stress test for the soul.
That's exactly what it is. The goal isn't to just get drunk and act like a fool. The goal is to drink and intentionally not act like a fool. If a man can consume wine, feel that chemical surge of confidence and shamelessness, and yet still remain quiet, polite, and master of himself, then you know his temperance is real. He has trained his soul to resist the iron strings even when they are greased with alcohol.
So it's not just a casual, let's have a drink at the pub kind of thing. It's a formal institution. It has a sober leader, strict rules, and a deep pedagogical purpose.
He views it as serious moral gymnastics. If you can handle your wine under pressure, you can handle your wealth and your power when the time comes.
This discussion of training the soul naturally bridges into the broader topic of education. And the Athenian gives a definition of education here that I think is really profound. He doesn't talk about learning math or reading syntax.
No, for Plato in this text, education begins in the gut. He defines education as the correct association of pleasure and pain.
What does that mean, practically speaking?
Think about a young child. A child doesn't have reason yet. They can't understand the abstract philosophical concept of justice, but they absolutely can feel pleasure and pain. So the goal of early education is to train the child to feel pleasure when they do something good, and to feel pain or disgust when they do something bad.
So you are essentially programming their emotional response.
You are aligning their raw instincts with reason. The Athenian says that a well-educated person is one who instinctively hates what is vile and loves what is noble, even before they have the vocabulary to understand why. Later, when they grow up and develop their intellect, when they finally find the golden chord for themselves, they will embrace it gladly because their emotions have been quietly preparing them for it their entire lives.
And the primary tool for this emotional programming, he says, is music and dance.
Yes. The Athenian observes that all young creatures just naturally want to move and make noise. Puppies, kittens, human children, they are constantly jumping and shouting. But humans are unique because we have a sense of rhythm and harmony. We perceive order in the noise. This is a gift from the Muses and Apollo.
This brings up the concept of mimesis, or imitation.
This is critical to his whole philosophy of art. We tend to think of music today as just expression or harmless entertainment. Plato sees it as imitation. A piece of music imitates a certain state of the soul. A structured military march imitates a brave, orderly soul. A chaotic, wailing melody imitates a neurotic or cowardly soul.
And the real danger is that we become what we imitate.
Exactly. If a child spends hours every day singing songs that imitate hysterical, sad, or vicious people, even if it's just meant to be fun, that child's soul begins to mold itself into that shape. The habit of imitation slowly becomes the reality of their character. You can't mimic chaos constantly without a little bit of that chaos settling into your bones.
This leads the Athenian to point to Egypt as a model of how to handle this. He claims that in Egypt, the forms of art were fixed 10,000 years ago.
He deeply admires their stability. He says the Egyptians identified with their postures and which melodies were genuinely virtuous, and they locked them in. By law, it was strictly forbidden to innovate. You couldn't just invent a new style of music because you felt like it.
To a modern ear, that sounds incredibly stifling. No new music for 10,000 years.
It sounds completely totalitarian to us. But the Athenian argues that once you have actually found the good, any change is inevitably a move toward the bad. He warns against what he calls theatrocracy.
Theatrocracy, meaning rule by the theater audience.
Yes. He traces a historical decline in Athens that he believes started right in the music halls. It used to be that educated, silent judges decided which poetry was good, but then poets started catering to the mob. They mixed styles together, they made the music flashy and highly emotional just to get applause. The audience began to judge for themselves. They hissed, they cheered, they stomped their feet.
And why is that a political problem? It just sounds like a lively concert.
Because the mindset of the theater audience eventually transferred to the political assembly. If the common man is told he is the ultimate judge of what constitutes good music, based solely on his own immediate pleasure, then he starts thinking he's the ultimate judge of good laws, based solely on his own convenience. The authority of the wise is replaced by the whim of the crowd. Theatrocracy inevitably leads to mob rule.
To counter this, the Athenian proposes a system of 3 choruses to keep the city constantly singing the right songs.
The city must continuously enchant itself with its own values. The first chorus is the chorus of muses. That's children singing about what is noble. The second is the chorus of Apollo, which is young men under 30 singing with energy and vitality. But the third chorus is the most important and also the most difficult to manage.
The chorus of Dionysus, the elders.
Men between 30 and 60. Now, here is the practical problem. As men get older, they get stiff. They get self-conscious. They don't want to stand up in a public square and sing. They feel ridiculous. Plato calls this the desiccated nature of old age. They literally dry up.
And this brings us right back to the wine.
It does. The wine is the cure for this stiffness. The Athenian says, we give the elders wine to mellow the sourness of age. It moistens the soul. It makes them pliable, softer, more willing to sing.
So the wine isn't for partying. It's to lubricate the most important educational mechanism in the state.
Correct. Because the elders have the most life experience and wisdom, their songs are the most important. We desperately need them to sing to set the standard for the youth. If they are too embarrassed to sing, the whole chain of cultural transmission breaks down. So we give them the holy drug of Dionysus to lower their inhibitions just enough to perform their civic duty.
Having established how to mold the individual soul, the Athenian then zooms out, way out. In Book 3, he takes us back to the very origin of human civilization.
He performs a hard reset on the conversation. He asks them to imagine a great deluge, a massive apocalyptic flood that wipes out almost all of humanity. The cities on the coast, the wealthy ports, the rich plains, everything is just gone under the water.
So who survives this?
Only the hill shepherds. The very few people living on the absolute highest, most rugged mountain peaks, they are the only ones above the waterline.
This is stage 1 of his history of civilization. What are these survivors like?
They are incredibly simple. They have no memory of the arts or metalworking or advanced war or complex politics. They are solitary. They live in small, isolated family units. The Athenian compares them to the Cyclops in Homer's Odyssey. It is a strict patriarchy. The eldest father lays down the law for his wife and children, and they don't really interact with the family living on the next mountain peak over.
He calls this the age of custom, not the age of law.
Right. They don't need written laws because they just follow the unquestioned customs of their ancestors. And interestingly, the Athenian says they are likely much more virtuous than we are. They have no gold, so they have no greed. They have no extreme poverty, so they have no desperation. They are naive, and they are good.
But then, over time, the waters recede. Stage 2, the plains.
This is the dangerous transition period. People start moving down from the peaks to the foothills, they start agriculture, they cultivate vines and olives, and inevitably different families meet and merge to form larger walled settlements.
And this creates a massive friction.
A huge problem. Family A has always followed the customs of their specific grandfather. Family B follows the customs of their grandfather, and those customs might completely contradict each other. Maybe Family A believes in animal sacrifice, and Family B thinks it's a sin. When they move into the same walled town, who rules? Whose custom wins?
This is the birth of legislation.
Yes. They realize they have to choose representatives, legislators. These people have to look at the various customs of all the merging families, pick the best ones, and write down a common code. This marks the structural shift from patriarchy to aristocracy or monarchy.
Then comes stage 3, the city, the era of Troy. Powerful, massive walled cities down on the plains. And finally, stage 4, the return of the Heraclidae. And this leads us directly to the founding of the Dorian states, Sparta, Argos, and Messene.
The Athenian essentially treats this part of history as a crime scene investigation. He looks at the Dorian League and wants to know what went wrong.
Because originally these 3 states, Sparta, Argos, and Messene, were a united triple alliance.
They were brothers, the Heraclidae. They swore solemn, binding oaths to one another. The kings swore to rule according to the established laws, and the people swore to keep the kings in power as long as they didn't break those laws. And the 3 cities swore to defend each other. If anyone attacked Sparta, Argos and Messene would immediately come to their aid.
On paper, they should have been absolutely invincible. They controlled the entire Peloponnese, but they failed. Argos and Messene collapsed into corruption and actually ended up going to war against Sparta.
The Athenian asks the Spartan, was it because they were bad at war? Did they lack courage? No, it was because of ignorance. But we have to be very careful with how he uses this word. He doesn't mean they didn't know facts or geography.
What is ignorance in this specific philosophical context?
He defines the greatest ignorance as a fundamental dissonance in the soul. It is when a man or an entire state knows perfectly well what is good, knows what is right, but hates it anyway, and loves what is bad. It's that puppet pulling violently against the golden cord, knowing full well it's the wrong direction.
So the kings of Argos and Messene knew the laws, they knew the oaths, but they just wanted more power.
Their appetite ate their reason. They had absolute power, and absolute power corrupts. The kings wanted to act like tyrants above the law. The people rebelled against the overreach. The sacred oaths were broken. The entire alliance shattered.
But Sparta survived this collapse. Why?
Because Sparta had a mixed constitution. This is a massive political insight in the text. In Sparta, the power wasn't totally concentrated in one man. First, they had two kings, not one. That immediately divides the monarchical power. Then they established the Council of Elders, 28 wise old men who held their positions for life. This added a layer of depth, stability, and wisdom to counter the potential rashness of the kings.
And then they added the ephors.
Yes, the ephors were elected officials chosen by lot. They represented the democratic element of the society. They actually had the power to check the kings. So Sparta took the brute strength of monarchy, mixed it with the reflective wisdom of aristocracy, and the freedom of democracy. This delicate balance, this golden cord woven right into the constitution itself, is what saved them from imploding.
The Athenian uses this to set up a broad comparison between two other great contemporary powers, Persia and Athens.
He presents them as the two disastrous extremes of the political spectrum. Persia represents extreme monarchy, absolute, unquestioned authority leading to total subjection. Athens represents extreme democracy, absolute, unbridled freedom leading to total license.
And he argues that both systems failed because they abandoned the middle path. Let's look at Persia first. The Athenian has a very specific bone to pick with Cyrus the Great.
He does. He readily acknowledges that Cyrus was a total genius on the battlefield. He conquered nations, he built the empire, but the Athenian says he was a complete failure as a father.
How so? What did he do wrong?
Cyrus spent his entire life out campaigning. He was never home. He left the education of his sons entirely to the women and eunuchs in the royal palace. And they raised the boys as if they were literal divine beings. They were never disciplined. No one was ever allowed to say no to them. They were completely shielded from all physical hardship.
It's the classic rich kid syndrome.
Multiplied by absolute imperial power. So when Cyrus finally died, his son Cambyses took over. And Cambyses was a spoiled brat. He was a psychopath. He couldn't handle the immense power because he had absolutely no internal self-control. He killed his own brother, he mocked the sacred gods, and he very nearly lost the entire empire.
Then Darius comes along and restores order, but amazingly, he makes the exact same parenting mistake with his own son, Xerxes.
The lesson there is clear. You cannot inherit virtue through bloodlines. Absolute power, without rigorous education and harsh discipline, always leads to ruin. The Persian model failed because it stripped the common people of all freedom and stripped the rulers of all reason.
Then we swing all the way to the other side. Athens. Extreme democracy.
The Athenian argues that Athens didn't actually start that way. Back during the Persian Wars, Athens had a limited democracy. It was based on property classes. People had a deep reverence for the laws. They respected the elders. They were united by a shared existential fear of the Persian army.
But then came the decline. And he links it right back to what we discussed earlier, the music.
The theatrocracy. The decline began when the poets and the audience collectively decided they were the true masters of the law. They started chanting liberty, liberty. But they didn't mean political freedom. They meant license. They meant doing whatever they felt like in the moment.
He describes a really tragic slippery slope. First, you stop listening to the silence of the theater. Then you stop listening to your parents. Then you stop listening to the magistrates. Then you discard the laws. And finally, at the very bottom, you stop respecting oaths and the gods themselves.
It creates what he calls a titanic nature, a rebellious, deeply arrogant spirit that hates all limits. The Athenian argues that extreme liberty is practically just as bad as extreme slavery. If you have no master at all, not even the law, you simply become a slave to your own chaotic passions.
So the ideal state must be a carefully calibrated blend. It needs enough monarchy to maintain strict order and wisdom, and enough democracy to ensure genuine friendship and freedom among the citizens.
That is the essential formula for survival.
And this brings us right to the present moment in the dialogue. We are finally given the why. Cleinias, the Cretan, reveals why he has been listening so intensely to this wandering Athenian stranger all morning.
He drops the big news. Crete is planning to found a brand new colony, a new city called Magnesia. And Cleinias is actually one of the 10 commissioners appointed to set it all up. He literally has the power to write the laws from scratch.
So this conversation isn't just theoretical philosophy anymore. They are actively drafting a constitution. And the very first thing the Athenian asks about the new city is regarding the geography. Where is the city located?
Because geography is destiny for Plato, Cleinias tells him the site is about 11 miles inland from the sea.
And the Athenian is noticeably relieved. He says, thank goodness it's not a port city.
Which is really counterintuitive to a Mahdi mind. Usually you desperately want a port. You want international trade, you want wealth, you want a strong navy. But the Athenian calls the sea a briny, bitter neighbor.
Why is he so passionately against the sea?
It's not the water itself, it's the economics. If you have a port, you inevitably have retail trade. You have merchants constantly coming and going. You have foreign sailors walking your streets.
And that brings foreign customs.
It brings a constant influx of innovation and vice. But more importantly, it brings the huckstering spirit. If a city relies on trade, the citizens naturally start focusing on buying low and selling high. They become obsessed with profit margins. They learn to lie, to haggle, and to cheat just to make a deal. The Athenian argues that this commercial spirit seeps deep into the soul. People start treating their sacred laws and their friendships like commodities, things to be traded for a quick advantage.
He wants the city to be agrarian, entirely self-sufficient. He wants rugged soil that produces just enough to live on, but definitely not enough surplus to export and get filthy rich.
He wants a closed, protected system. He believes that to incubate true virtue, you need to isolate the citizens from the corruption of the outside world and the corrupting influence of excessive wealth.
So the geography itself is a very first line of defense for the soul of the city.
Precisely. You keep that briny, bitter neighbor at bay so you can quietly cultivate that internal golden cord.
As they stand there on the path, looking out over the landscape where this new city will eventually be built, the real work is just coming into focus, because acknowledging that you need a mixed constitution and actually writing the specific daily laws to enforce it are two very different things.
They are about to get into the actual practical architecture of this society. The theoretical foundation is finally laid, and now the bricks have to be placed one by one.
Which means we need to look closely at how they structure the very first physical and social institutions of Magnesia as we step into the next phase of their walk. So stepping right back into our discussion, this is the second part of our 10-part exploration of this book.
Right, and just to quickly ground you if you're jumping in, we are looking at a classic philosophical text that essentially serves as a massive, detailed blueprint for constructing an ideal city-state from scratch, a colony called Magnesia.
Yeah, and we've already covered the necessity of the colony and the philosophical groundwork, but now the book actually lays out the geography.
It does.
And it starts with a very specific, almost oddly precise coordinate for where this new city is supposed to sit.
Yeah, and this is not a suggestion based on aesthetics or trade routes, which is what you would expect if you were building a city today or really even back in the ancient world. The text specifies that the city must be located approximately 80 stadia from the sea.
80 stadia. Just to visualize that for you, we are talking roughly 9 or 10 miles.
Right.
So it is definitely not a coastal town. It is distinctly inland.
Distinctly inland. And that distance is absolutely not accidental. It is the first line of defense. The text treats the sea with a deep, almost structural suspicion. It refers to this geographic setup using the concept of the divine shepherd.
The divine shepherd.
Yeah, the idea is that if the city is too close to the sea, the citizens are just too close to corruption. The sea is a threat.
Which is such a counterintuitive idea for us today. We tend to think of the sea as a gateway. It is connection, it's commerce, it's cosmopolitanism. You think of New York or London, and they are great precisely because they are ports.
Right. But this text looks at a port and sees a massive vulnerability. It sees a salty neighbor, as the text puts it, a neighbor that is bitter and fosters the wrong kind of growth.
Wow.
The argument here is that the sea is a highway, yes, but it is a highway of strange morals. When you have a port, you inevitably have commerce. And when you have commerce, you have merchants coming and going.
Bringing things with them.
Exactly, bringing with them trickery, varying faiths, and shifting values.
It effectively dilutes the culture.
It breaks down the unity of the state entirely. If your citizens are constantly interacting with people who worship different gods or who have entirely different ideas about what is right and wrong or who are obsessed with profit, it makes it incredibly difficult to maintain the strict, virtuous laws that the legislator wants to implement.
Right.
The text explicitly links retail, trade, and commerce with shifty behavior. It doesn't trust the merchant class.
There is also this fascinating point about the land itself. Usually, if you are founding a colony, you want the absolute best land possible. You want lush fields, bumper crops, you want to be an agricultural powerhouse.
Naturally, yeah.
But the text says, actually, it is better if the land is a bit rough.
It views resource scarcity as a hidden benefit. This is the whole hardship into virtue argument. If the territory is rough and not overly fertile, you just can't produce a massive surplus.
And if you don't have a massive surplus,
You don't have a huge export trade. And this is the critical chain of logic here. If you don't have exports, you don't have an influx of gold and silver.
and gold and silver are the real enemies in this text.
They are viewed as the absolute ruin of states. The accumulation of private wealth is seen as directly opposed to virtue. The text makes a very bold claim here. It says a man cannot be both extremely rich and extremely good.
Because to be extremely rich, you generally have to use unjust means.
Or at the very least, you have to hoard your money rather than spending it on noble causes. So a rougher terrain keeps the population working hard, and it naturally prevents them from becoming luxuriously wealthy.
It keeps them in that golden mean. Not starving, but definitely not spoiled.
Precisely.
Now, this geographical setup leads right into a discussion on warfare. And this is where the text essentially rewrites Greek history. Or at least it heavily challenges the popular narrative of the time.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I grew up hearing about the Battle of Salamis, the wooden walls of Athens, the glorious navy that saved Greece from the Persians.
That is the standard heroic narrative, but this book, it despises the Navy.
It's almost aggressive about it.
It really is. The reasoning is deeply psychological. The text argues that naval tactics ruin a soldier's courage. If you think about the mechanics of a sea battle in the ancient world, it is highly fluid.
Right. You row out, you ram the other ship.
You backwater, you retreat to a safer position, you maneuver around. It is essentially hit-and-run tactics.
So the book argues that teaching men to leap on shore and hurry back to their ships creates a habit of running away.
Exactly. It creates a maritime mindset where retreating is seen as a perfectly valid tactical option rather than a shameful act. It contrasts this directly with the hoplites, the heavy infantry on land.
Who are locked in formation.
Right. A hoplite has to stand his ground, shoulder to shoulder with his neighbor, and never retreat. That requires a steadfast, unmoving kind of courage.
So it is really a critique of the tool shaping the user. If your tool is a ship, you learn to be flighty. If your tool is a heavy shield and a spear, you learn to be solid.
Correct. The text uses the example of Minos and the Athenians, arguing it would have actually been better for the Athenians to lose men on land than to turn their soldiers into sailors who are disposed to fly.
That is a harsh take.
It explicitly says that while everyone claims the sea battles of Salamis and Artemisium saved Greece, the speakers in the book believe it was the land battles, Marathon and Plataea, that actually improved the citizen's character.
It prioritized the quality of the citizen over the mere survival of the state.
That is the core theme of the entire book. The goal is not to be a superpower. The goal is to be a virtuous power.
So we have the location sorted. Inland, rough terrain, absolutely no navy. Now we move to the legal foundation. The text shifts into a discussion about where laws actually come from, and it lists a triad, which is chance, God, and art.
Right. It starts with a bit of humility, which is interesting. The text admits that accidents, wars, plagues, bad weather, sheer chance are often the true legislators of human history.
Because they force change upon us whether we like it or not.
Exactly. But the goal of this colony project is to have art, meaning skillful legislation, cooperate with God to guide the state, so we aren't just blown around by the winds of chance.
And to get that skillful legislation enacted quickly, the book proposes a tool that sounds pretty shocking to modern ears. It suggests that the fastest way to set up this virtuous state is not through a committee or a democracy, but through a tyrant.
The virtuous tyrant, yes. It is fundamentally an efficiency argument. The assertion is that if you want to change the moral fabric of a society rapidly, democracy is just too slow.
It's too fractured, too many voices.
Exactly. But if you have a young, temperate, powerful tyrant who teams up with a genuinely great legislator, you can change everything almost overnight.
It is the idea of the leader as the ultimate trendsetter.
Yes, because the tyrant can affix the stamp of praise or blame on any action instantly. Humans are highly mimetic creatures. We copy our leaders.
Right. If the guy at the top says this behavior is good, everyone rushes to do it.
And if he says it is shameful, everyone immediately stops. The text argues that this top-down moral influence is really the only way to instill a completely new code from scratch in a short amount of time.
But the text does eventually pivot away from that. The tyrant is really just the catalyst. Once the laws are actually in place, we need a way to apply them to the citizens. And this leads to the doctor analogy.
Oh, this is one of the most profound metaphors in the entire book.
It really defines the spirit of the laws in Magnesia. It distinguishes between force and persuasion by comparing the legislator to two different types of doctors. You have the slave doctor and the free doctor.
Let us break those down because the text is quite vivid here. The slave doctor is described as someone who physically runs between patients. He usually treats other slaves. He gives a few quick orders, prescribes a harsh cure, says take this, and just rushes off to the next person.
He doesn't explain why.
Never. He just commands.
This represents law without a preamble. Just do this or else you go to jail.
Exactly. It is naked, unquestioned authority. Now, contrast that with the free doctor who treats free men. He doesn't just treat the disease, he treats the whole person.
He sits down.
He sits down, he talks to the patient, he learns from them, he asks about their lifestyle and their family history, he explains the exact nature of the illness. He essentially educates the patient until the patient truly understands the cure and is actually persuaded to take it willingly.
He makes the patient a partner in their own healing process.
Precisely. And the radical proposal here is that a legislator should always be the free doctor. Every major law should have what the book calls a preamble.
A preamble essentially being an essay attached to the front of the law.
Yes. An introductory text designed to make the citizens sympathetic and ready to obey before the threat of punishment is even mentioned. The law shouldn't just be a blind command, it should be a form of public education.
Because if you are only using force, you are failing as a legislator.
You must use persuasion first and keep force only as a backup for when persuasion fails.
That transitions us perfectly into Book 5 because we start to actually see the specific content of these laws, and it begins with a very strict hierarchy of values.
The hierarchy is non-negotiable in this state. The soul is the most divine possession, and it must be honored first. The body comes second, which includes health, strength, and beauty, and wealth comes dead last in third place.
And the text is incredibly clear that you cannot flip this order under any circumstances. You cannot sacrifice your soul to make your body look better, and you certainly cannot sacrifice your soul to make more money.
If you prioritize wealth over your soul, the text argues you are literally inverting the natural divine order of the universe.
So to keep wealth firmly in that third position, the book proposes the golden mean again. It is the idea that extreme wealth and extreme poverty are equally destructive to the social fabric.
They are the twin plagues of any city. Poverty naturally leads to desperation and a kind of groveling servility. Extreme wealth leads directly to luxury, arrogance, and a laziness of the soul. The central argument is that a virtuous man simply cannot be extremely rich.
That is a very hard pill for a modern capitalist society to swallow.
It is, but the internal logic is very consistent. To be extremely rich, you almost always have to use unjust means, like exploitation or fraud. Or even if you do somehow earn it honestly, to stay extremely rich, you have to actively hoard your money.
And a good person wouldn't do that.
Right, a virtuous man would naturally spend his money on noble things. He would fund the state, help his friends, offer rich sacrifices to the gods. So a virtuous man would constantly be distributing his wealth, which prevents him from ever accumulating a massive fortune.
So to maintain this delicate balance, the legislator has to purify the population before the city even opens its doors. And the metaphors get a little agricultural here.
They do. It speaks of the citizen body as a herd. The legislator has to act as a careful herdsman and remove the bad stock.
Meaning people.
Meaning people, yes. In extreme cases, this means execution or permanent exile for those who are incurably criminal. But in milder cases, specifically for the poor, who might be politically rebellious or cause social trouble, it suggests sending them away gracefully to found new colonies.
It is a deliberate form of social pruning.
It is. It is ensuring that the starting population is as homogeneous and morally aligned as possible.
Once you have this purified population, you need to organize them. And we hit this specific number that keeps coming up again and again in the text, which is 5,040.
Ah, the sacred number.
Why 5,040? Is it a mystical thing?
It is a mix of mathematical utility bordering on mysticism. The text explains that 5,040 is a highly composite number. It is incredibly practical for civic administration because it is evenly divisible by every single number from 1 to 10.
Oh, wow. So if you are a city administrator and you need to divide the population for a war draft or for tax collection or for a seating chart at a festival,
You never, ever have a remainder. You can divide 5,040 by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and even 12. It makes the logistics of running the state mathematically seamless.
So every single citizen, meaning one of these 5,040 households, gets a plot of land. But the ownership structure is very unique. It is not really their land in the modern sense of private property.
No, not at all. Technically, all the land belongs to the whole state and the gods. You are just the temporary holder, the steward of that plot. And here is the really strict part. The lot must pass intact to a single heir.
Just one heir. So what happens if a family has 3 sons?
Then you have a serious administrative problem. The text suggests giving the extra sons to other citizens who have no children of their own, effectively putting them up for forced adoption to ensure every single lot always has an active heir.
And if there are just too many kids overall?
It briefly discusses birth control, or if the population genuinely gets too high across the board, sending the excess people away to found yet another colony. The core rule is that the number 5,040 must remain absolutely fixed. It is the unmoving anchor of the state.
And the economic restrictions on these households are just as tight. We mentioned earlier, no gold and silver.
Right. Private citizens are strictly forbidden from owning gold or silver. There is a local fiat currency for daily use, for buying bread or paying a shoemaker, but it is intentionally worthless outside the borders of the state.
So if you travel abroad and somehow come back with foreign money,
You have to surrender it and exchange it with the government immediately upon your return.
there are also no dowries allowed.
Yeah.
And absolutely no lending money at interest.
None. Usury is completely banned. The goal is to prevent anyone from making money simply by the act of having money. Money should only be a medium of exchange for goods and services, not a tool for generating phantom wealth.
But there are still some classes,
Yeah.
right? It is not a pure egalitarian commune.
It is not a commune. There are 4 distinct classes based solely on movable property, things like furniture, tools, and livestock. However, there is a hard cap on that wealth. You can only be 4 times as rich as the poorest person.
A strict wealth cap.
Yes. If the total value of the poorest citizen's lot is considered 1 unit, the richest man in the city can only ever have 4 units.
So what if you earn something beyond that 4 times limit? Say you have a spectacularly great harvest, or you make a really lucky business deal.
You must voluntarily give the excess to the state treasury or dedicate it to the gods. If you try to quietly keep it and you are found out, you are heavily fined. This ensures that while some people are certainly richer than others, no one is super rich. No one ever has enough money to buy political influence.
Which brings us right into Book 6 and the actual administration of the city. The text wisely acknowledges that these new colonists are kind of like wax figures. They aren't fully set in their virtuous ways yet, so the city needs guardians.
The guardians of the law. This is an elite group of 37 men.
And the age requirement for them is quite significant.
Yes, they must be aged 50 to 70. It is a literal gerontocracy. The text places a massive premium on life experience and temperance, completely favoring that over youthful energy.
And how are they chosen?
The election process is incredibly complex and tedious, involving voting tablets and multiple exhaustive rounds of voting to slowly filter out everyone but the absolute best candidates. These 37 men become the supreme authority, the ultimate custodians of the Constitution.
And below them, there's the council, or the bull, 316 members, 90 from each of the 4 property classes we just talked about.
Now, this voting system for the council is wonderfully tricky. It sounds perfectly democratic on paper, right? Equal representation, 90 from each class. But the text reveals a very subtle manipulation.
Right.
The voting laws are explicitly designed to compel the rich to vote, while quietly letting the poor off the hook.
How does the mechanism for that actually work?
The upper classes face a severe financial fine if they don't show up to the assembly to vote. They're legally forced to participate. The lower classes, however, are allowed to skip the vote without any penalty whatsoever.
So the poor citizens, who are probably exhausted from working in the fields all day, might just decide to stay home.
Exactly. And the rich citizens who want to avoid the fine and naturally want to protect their property interests will definitely show up.
So the result is skewed.
Highly skewed. The better educated and wealthier classes end up having a disproportionately massive say in the final outcome, while the system still looks perfectly inclusive and democratic on the surface. It subtly balances the rule of the few with the rule of the many, but it definitely tilts the scale toward wealth.
We also have these different types of functional wardens. There are wardens of the city, wardens of the agora for the marketplace. But the ones that really stood out to me were the wardens of the country, the agronomoi.
Yes, the Secret Service of the Woods. These are all young men aged 25 to 30, and they don't live in the comfortable city. They live out in the wild, constantly patrolling the borderlands.
Digging trenches and sleeping on the bare ground.
Exactly. They are out there fortifying borders, building defensive roads, and acting as on-the-spot judges in minor rural disputes between farmers.
It sounds grueling.
It is an intentionally Spartan lifestyle. They aren't allowed to use any slaves for personal service while on duty. They have to completely rough it. It is designed to make them incredibly tough and to ensure they know every single inch of the territory.
Because if an enemy actually invades,
These men will know every hidden ravine, every cave, every tactical shortcut. They are the early warning system and the guerrilla resistance.
now we really have to talk about the domestic
Yeah.
laws. Because if you thought the land laws and the voting laws were strict, the marriage laws are even more intense.
They are definitely not romantic, that is for sure. Marriage in Magnesia is not about love. It is a strict duty to the state.
It is legally mandatory.
Between the ages of 30 and 35 for men. If you aren't married by the time you turn 35, you get hit with heavy, recurring financial penalties. And perhaps more painfully in the society, a complete loss of civic honor.
You are essentially socially ostracized.
You cannot be respected by your peers or hold office if you haven't done your duty and started a household to produce the next generation of citizens.
And you can't just casually marry whoever you want either. There is a deep eugenics component here.
What the text calls the eugenics of character, the legislator strongly advises against marrying someone who is exactly like yourself.
So it's an enforced opposites attract situation.
Enforced by intense social pressure, yes. The rich should intentionally marry the poor. The naturally hot-tempered person should marry someone who is notoriously calm.
Because the goal is to blend wine with water, as the metaphor goes.
Exactly. If you have two highly aggressive, hot-tempered parents, the text assumes the child will be an absolute maniac. If you have two totally passive, calm parents, the child will be sluggish and useless in a war. You need chemical balance.
The state wants children who are temperate, but brave, perfectly in the middle.
Right, not extreme in one direction or the other.
And the wedding regulations themselves are fascinating. There is a strict rule against getting drunk at your own wedding feast.
This directly ties back to the flawed biological theories of the time. The text argues that during the exact moment of conception, the physical and mental state of the parents' bodies and souls is permanently transferred to the child.
So if you are stumbling drunk on your wedding night,
You are physically and mentally unstable. Therefore, the logic dictates you will conceive a child who is physically clumsy and mentally erratic. Absolute sobriety is legally required to ensure a high-quality, healthy citizen is stamped out, so to speak.
then we get to the topic of slavery. And the text seems really conflicted and pragmatic about this. It explicitly mentions the Spartan helots and how dangerous and difficult they are to manage.
It openly admits slavery is a deeply troublesome institution. The advice here is purely about risk management. The main rule is, do not ever have slaves of the same nationality working together.
Because if they all speak the same language and share a cultural history, they will naturally organize and revolt.
Divide and conquer. Keep them separated by language and background so they can't communicate easily to plot against you.
And regarding their daily treatment, it says something really interesting. It says, you should treat slaves justly, but not for their sake.
Right, for your own sake. Being cruel or sadistic to a slave actually damages your own soul. It cultivates tyrannical habits within you. But at the same exact time, it strictly warns, do not ever joke with your slaves.
Keep strict, cold boundaries.
Yes, if you become friendly or casual with your slaves, they will lose their fear and respect for you, making them much harder to manage. It is a very clinical, distant form of management.
Moving smoothly into Book 7, we get to the sprawling topic of education. And this formal education starts, well, actually before birth.
The gymnastics of the embryo.
Yes, the idea that pregnant women should be constantly walking and moving around.
The text compares it to the rocking techniques used by the Corybantes. These were ecstatic religious dancers who would physically rock troubled people into a trance to cure them of sudden panic or mental illness.
The theory being that constant rhythmic movement somehow calms the inner soul.
It cures fear. Fear is viewed as a literal physical shaking or anxiety within the soul. By physically rocking the baby, even while it is still in the womb, you essentially shake out the internal fear.
Because a fearful, anxious childhood inevitably leads to a cowardly adulthood.
Exactly. You have to begin physically conditioning the child to be calm and brave long before they even take their first breath of air.
Then from age 3 to 6, it is the designated age of play. They gather at the local village temples. But even this play is highly regulated.
It is strictly supervised by appointed matrons. The rule for discipline is that punishment shouldn't be enacted in anger, but it also shouldn't be overly lax.
And then, at age 6, the sex is finally separate for formal, martial, and physical training. But there is this one highly specific detail about hands, the obsession with ambidexterity.
The text is borderline obsessed with this. It aggressively critiques the common idea that the left hand is just naturally weaker. It says that is purely the result of lazy, bad training by nurses and mothers.
Like compares to our feet, right?
Yeah, it says we don't just hop around on one leg, we use both feet equally. Why on earth would we treat our hands any differently?
And the reason for wanting ambidextrous citizens is purely military.
Totally. In close quarters combat, you might need to suddenly shift your heavy shield or your spear to the other side to exploit an opening. A warrior who can fight flawlessly with both his left and right sides is literally twice as effective on the battlefield. The one-handed man is seen as a tragic failure of state education.
But I think the biggest point on education, and probably the most controversial one for us today, is the severe danger of innovation in play.
This is a profoundly conservative philosophical argument. The text points out that we usually think of children's games as totally harmless. If kids invent a new version of tag in the courtyard or a new way to throw a ball, we smile and think it is wonderfully creative.
But the internal logic of the legislator sees that creativity as a direct threat to the state.
He absolutely does. He argues that if children are allowed to constantly change their games, invent new rules, demand new types of toys, and adopt new styles, they inevitably grow up to be men who crave changes in the civic laws.
They develop an inherent taste for novelty.
Yes. So, if you let kids invent new games today, you get a full-blown political revolution 20 years down the line. Innovation in the nursery completely breaks down the psychological reverence for ancient tradition.
So it points to Egypt as the ultimate model for this.
Because in Egypt, ostensibly, the art styles and the children's games hadn't changed a single bit for 10,000 years. The text wants all play to be consecrated by religion and rendered entirely immutable.
Because stability is the ultimate overriding goal. If you want the city's laws to last forever, the games the toddlers play must never, ever change.
Exactly.
And that rigid demand for stability extends directly into music. Music isn't for fun or self-expression.
No, music is purely a tool for correctness. It is for strict character formation.
So the poets and songwriters can't just write whatever they feel like.
There is absolute, unyielding censorship. The text argues that poets generally don't even know what they are doing. They are just blindly imitating raw emotions to get a reaction from the crowd.
So if a poet writes a beautiful hymn, but it contradicts the state's core values,
it is instantly banned. You simply cannot have citizens walking around singing catchy songs that subtly glorify greed or cowardice or bad behavior. The legislator has to forcefully control the cultural playlist.
And what about the academic curriculum itself? We see arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy.
These are the standard Greek subjects, but the motivation for teaching them is very utilitarian. Arithmetic is purely for organizing troops in war and managing household accounts. Geometry is for understanding military encampments and managing land distribution.
But astronomy? Astronomy takes a turn into the theological.
It does. It mentions the planetary error, which is a fascinating moment for the history of science.
The text actively corrects the common Greek idea that planets actually wander through the sky.
Right. The Greek word planet literally translates to wanderer. The text argues that calling them wanderers is actual blasphemy.
Why is it blasphemy to describe what you see?
Because the planets are considered divine beings. Gods do not wander aimlessly around the sky like confused, drunken travelers. They have perfectly fixed, circular, beautifully mathematical orbits.
So to say a god wanders is an insult to the god's divine intelligence.
Exactly. So astronomy must be taught specifically to show the perfect, unchangeable order of the heavens, not the perceived chaos.
We have to shift to talk about the gender aspect of this military training, because in some ways this text is incredibly restrictive, but in one specific way, it is surprisingly progressive. It brings up the half-state argument.
Yes, the legislator argues that all the existing Greek states around them are essentially foolish because they only train the men for war. He calls them half-states operating at 50% capacity.
He references the Amazons, or the Sauromatides.
The legendary women warriors of the Black Sea region. He looks at them and asks, well, if they can ride horses and shoot bows, why can't our women do it?
So he genuinely wants women to be fully trained in war.
Running, horse riding, heavy weapons training. He uses the evocative image of a mother bird violently defending its young in the nest. He says it is a total disgrace that women in current cities just run to the temple altars and weep in panic when the city is attacked. They should be standing on the walls, able to fight and die for their homes.
But let us be very clear here. This isn't for women's empowerment in the modern feminist sense. It is not about personal self-actualization.
No, not at all. It is purely for the cold efficiency and survival of the state. It instantly doubles the defensive military power of the city. If the men fall on the front lines, the women step up to hold the walls. It is a desperately pragmatic choice.
Now, moving into Book 8, we hit sexual morality, and this is where the text tightens the behavioral screws even further than before.
It really does. The text categorizes human desire into three specific loves. There is friendship, which is pure and virtuous. There is physical desire, which is base lust. And then there is a mixed version of the two.
And the legislative goal is to completely kill the lust.
The legislator openly admits this is going to be his absolute hardest task. He wants to firmly restrain the burning, irrational lust that constantly disrupts social harmony.
And he starts by banning homosexuality entirely.
Explicitly, he calls it contrary to nature, using the animal kingdom as his proof. He claims animals don't mate with their own sex, which is factually incorrect, but that is his argument.
But he goes much further than that, right? He wants to ban all non-procreative sex,
No.
even between married men and women.
Yes. Sex is strictly for generating new citizens for the state. Anything else is a dangerous indulgence.
And he actually thinks he can successfully enforce this. How do you police bedrooms?
He thinks he can do it entirely through the weaponization of public opinion. He uses the incest taboo as his primary example of how this works.
The Oedipus example.
Right. He points out that nobody in normal society sleeps with their siblings. And it is not because there is an armed police officer standing in the room stopping them. It is because the social taboo is cultivated to be so overwhelmingly strong from birth, you don't even consciously think about it. The very idea is unholy.
So he wants to artificially create that exact same level of visceral disgust and taboo around all illicit sex.
Exactly. He wants to make adultery or casual sex feel exactly as horrifying and unthinkable as incest. If you can completely control the cultural narrative and the application of social shame, you can successfully suppress the physical desire.
To drive it home, he uses the athlete analogy.
He says, look at these famous Olympic athletes. They routinely abstain from all sexual activity for months during their training just to win a brief wrestling match. They endure all that frustration just for a fading crown of leaves.
So surely a rational citizen can abstain from illicit sex to win a victory over pleasure.
Which is framed as a much higher, much more permanent prize than any Olympic medal.
Finally, we wrap up the everyday structure of the city with the economy of the everyday, the festivals and farming regulations.
The calendar in the city is incredibly packed. There are 365 formal sacrifices. That is one for every single day of the year.
Plus the 12 massive monthly festivals dedicated to the 12 main gods. The life of the citizen is just a constant, unbroken rhythm of state ritual, and mixed in with that is the monthly military drill.
Yes, at least one day every single month, the entire population, the men, the women, and the older children, goes out into the fields for complex military maneuvers.
And this isn't just a fancy parade in the square.
No, it is a grueling drill. Digging defensive lines, maneuvering in armor, simulating brutal combat. It is a society that is constantly, almost neurotically, rehearsing for a war they hope never comes.
And out in those same fields, we have the incredibly strict agricultural laws, starting with the law of Zeus.
Do not ever move the boundary stones. It sounds like a minor property dispute to us today, but in an ancient world without digital maps or land registries, that heavy stone in the dirt is the only thing defining your property line.
Moving it in the dead of night is literally a crime against the gods.
Because it disrupts the sacred mathematical harmony of those 5,040 equal lots we talked about earlier.
And there are also very strict rules on sharing water. You have to share with your neighbor, but there is a catch.
You only have to share if your neighbor has manually dug all the way down to the deep clay layer on their own land and genuinely found no water. You can't just be lazy and pipe in your neighbor's water. You have to legally prove you put in the grueling labor first.
And you cannot pick the grapes before the rising of the star Arcturus in the sky.
There is a heavy fine for early picking. You have to wait for the proper, divinely ordained season. Everything is micro-regulated. Every single action has a specific time and a place. The ultimate goal is to perfectly align the daily rhythm of human life with the slow rhythm of nature and the gods.
So, stepping back, we have essentially built the physical and moral city. We have the inland location, the 37 officers, the ambidextrous education, the strict marriage laws, the defensive army, and the highly controlled economy. The citizens are trained, they are purified, and they are tightly organized into this massive, functioning machine of virtue.
But a society, no matter how carefully and beautifully structured on paper, is still ultimately made of human beings. And humans, as the text readily admits, are the most insubordinate and unpredictable of all creatures.
Which brings us to the inevitable, messy reality. The wax we talked about eventually hardens, but sometimes it hardens into the wrong shape. What exactly happens when a citizen in this perfect utopia actually breaks these laws?
We have established the rigid structure of the good life. Now we must turn to the dark, necessary side of state administration. The messy interactions that result in violent disputes, personal injuries, and severe crimes against the state itself.
Because even in a carefully curated city of 5,040 hand-picked souls, someone is eventually going to steal, someone is going to assault their neighbor in a rage, and someone is inevitably going to question the gods.
And the legislator must be ready for that exact moment. Which leads us directly into the massive penal code and the mechanisms for punishment, where we will see exactly how this supposedly ideal state handles the ugly reality of human imperfection.
So we have the skeleton of the state. If we look back at where we just left off, we have done the heavy lifting of the Constitution.
Right, the land is distributed.
Exactly, those 5,040 lots. We have assigned the families to them, and we have set up the basic political machinery. But a constitution is really just a piece of paper, or in this case, a scroll. It doesn't tell you what happens on a Tuesday morning when you're hungry and you are walking past your neighbor's farm.
Precisely. And that is exactly where the text of Plato's laws shifts now. We are moving from the high-altitude, almost mathematical design of the state down to the muddy reality of daily life.
Yeah, it gets very practical very fast.
It has to. Plato realizes that you can have the most perfect political theory in the universe, but if neighbors are fighting over property lines, or if someone is stealing figs, or if the water supply gets polluted, the whole high-minded project just collapses. So as we enter Book 8, we are really getting into the weeds, quite literally.
And it starts with the most basic human drive, I suppose. Hunger. I was looking at the regulations regarding agriculture and specifically what he calls the fruits of the earth. It feels like he is trying to legislate appetite itself. He gets incredibly granular about who is allowed to pick what and when.
He does, but I mean, it's not just about appetite. It is about boundaries. In the ancient world, there was often a blurry line between private property and nature's bounty.
Right, like if a tree is overhanging a road.
Exactly. If a branch is hanging over the public path, is that fruit public or private? Plato wants to sharpen that line to prevent conflict before it starts. He sets up a very specific hierarchy of tasting.
Let's break this down a bit because the distinction he makes between the types of fruit is really crucial to understanding the society. He talks about storehouse crops versus choice fruit.
Yes, so think of storehouse crops as the economic engine of the household. This is the vintage. The grapes meant for winemaking. The figs meant to be dried for winter storage. These aren't just casual snacks, they are the family's livelihood and, honestly, their survival. Plato treats these crops as a sacred deposit.
So let's say I'm walking past a vineyard in late summer. The grapes are purple. They look absolutely perfect. But they are storehouse grapes. Can I grab a bunch?
Absolutely not. And the penalty depends entirely on your social status. If you are a free man, a citizen, and you touch the vintage before the official harvest signal is given, you are fined and dismissed with a stern warning.
Basically a slap on the wrist.
Right, just a warning, really. But if you are a slave...
I read this part 3 times to make sure I wasn't hallucinating.
You weren't. If a slave touches the vintage fruit, he receives 1 lash of the whip for every single grape he takes.
That is horrifyingly precise. I mean, if you grab a cluster of 50 grapes, that's 50 lashes. That could easily kill a person.
It is brutal. There is a quiet intensity to the section that is hard for our modern sensibilities to digest. But we have to calmly step into the Magnesian mindset to understand the why. To Plato, the slave isn't just stealing a calorie. He is violating the order of the harvest. He's damaging the sacred deposit that belongs to the masters and the gods of the harvest.
It's a disruption of the cosmic order, not just petty theft.
Precisely. However, look at how the tone of the law shifts when we talk about choice fruit.
This is the stuff meant for immediate eating, right?
Mm-hmm.
The snack fruit, like pears, apples, and pomegranates.
Exactly, the snack fruit. Here, Plato leans into the very deep ancient Greek tradition of hospitality. If you are a stranger, just a traveler passing through the country, you are allowed to walk into a vineyard and eat your fill of this choice fruit.
Just walk right in.
Yes, you can even take some for one attendant who might be traveling with you.
So it is essentially an eat-all-you-can policy for tourists.
With one major catch. You cannot carry anything away. No doggy bags. It is for immediate consumption only. This is the gift of hospitality. You are welcome to sustain yourself, but you are absolutely not welcome to hoard.
But what if I am a citizen? Let's say I live in Magnesia, and I want to snack on my neighbor's apples.
This is where it gets a bit funny and, frankly, quite ageist. If you are under 30 years old, you are absolutely forbidden from touching the choice fruit on a neighbor's land. If you are caught, the owner is legally allowed to beat you lightly.
Lightly. I'm sure that word is very open to interpretation by the guy holding the stick.
I'm sure it is. But if you are an elder, a man of dignity over 30, you can eat on the spot. Plato actually suggests that the elder should sample the fruit to test the produce of the land. It is almost a perk of seniority.
So the young have to learn discipline, while the old are trusted to enjoy the harvest with moderation.
Exactly. It paints such a vivid picture of the countryside. You have these dignified old men calmly sampling pears while the young men are getting swatted away like flies from the orchards.
It's a great visual. But moving from fruit to something even more critical, water. The text treats water very differently than land.
It has to. Plato makes a very scientific observation here. He says that soil and sun and wind are cooperative elements, but water is easily polluted. You can walk across my field and the dirt doesn't care. It recovers.
But if you mess with my water source...
If you dig a trench that diverts my runoff, or if you poison my... You are attacking my life source.
It is an existential threat to the farm.
Yes, so the laws on water are incredibly stringent. If you pollute a neighbor's spring, it's not just a matter of paying damages, though you certainly have to do that too. You are required to pay for the ritual purification of the stream.
So it is treated as a spiritual pollution, not just a physical one.
Water is sacred. You have muddied the gift of the gods. And on the practical side, he establishes strict rights of way. If you need to cross a neighbor's land to get your harvest in, or to get to a water source, you can. But the law uses a strict mathematical formula for damages.
I saw that. The gain to the intruder must be 3 times the loss to the owner.
Right. It is a strict utilitarian calculation. You can't just trample my wheat because it's a convenient shortcut for you. But if skipping across my field saves you a massive amount of time and only costs me a few stalks of grain, the law allows it. It forces neighbors to be reasonable and grounds that reason in math.
Which brings us to the question of who is actually doing the hard labor. We established in our previous discussion that the 5,040 citizens are these gentlemen farmers. They own the lots. But they are busy being citizens. So who is making the shoes? Who is fixing the plows? Who is actually building the walls?
Not the citizens. This is a hard line in the sand for Plato. He explicitly bans citizens from practicing any handicraft or trade.
That seems very counterintuitive to us today.
Yeah.
We admire the self-made man, the artisan, the creator. Why does Plato look down on it? Is it just aristocratic snobbery?
It isn't snobbery in the way we usually think of it, like an aristocrat looking down on a peasant. It is really about bandwidth and focus. Plato calls citizenship an art. In fact, he calls it the art of public virtue. He argues that to be a good citizen, to maintain the laws, to train for war, to raise virtuous children, to attend the assembly, requires 100% of a man's mental and spiritual energy.
So is the idea that you just can't serve 2 masters?
Precisely. He says a man cannot be a master shoemaker and a master citizen at the same time. If you are worrying about the profit margin on a shipment of leather or the deadline for a stack of shields, your soul is distracted. You aren't thinking about justice, you're thinking about profit.
So the entire manufacturing economy is outsourced.
Yes, to the resident aliens, the medics, and to slaves. The artisans are organized into 13 guilds. 1 guild operates in the city's center for the urban needs, and the other 12 are distributed across the 12 country districts. They handle all the manufacturing, but even they are strictly regulated.
I noticed that. Plato seems to want to build a hermetically sealed bubble. He talks about trade policy, and it sounds like he's describing an iron curtain.
It is an economic quarantine. He absolutely hates the idea of a port city. He calls the sea a salty and bitter neighbor because it brings in foreign influences and foreign desires. So the trade laws are designed to stop that. There are no customs duties, no taxes on imports or exports. Which sounds like free trade, but it is actually the opposite.
Because he bans almost everything worth trading.
Exactly. It's free trade for nothing. You are absolutely forbidden from importing unnecessary luxury goods. No frankincense, no purple dye from Tyre, no fancy furniture. If it is just for pleasure, it is banned.
And what about exports?
You cannot export anything that the country actually needs. The goal isn't to get rich by selling olive oil to the rest of the Mediterranean. The goal is autarky, total self-sufficiency. If you have extra olive oil, great, keep it. If you export it, you are depleting the state of its own resources.
It feels like he is terrified of the profit motive.
He is. He firmly believes that the desire for more, what the Greeks called pleonexia, is the root of all social evil. That's why the market regulations are so incredibly stiff. The agora, the marketplace, isn't a free-for-all bazaar. It operates on a very strict schedule.
Right, the shopping calendar.
The first day of the month is for grain sales. That's it. You buy your bread. The 10th of the month is for liquids like wine and oil. The 23rd is for animals, skins, and wool. You don't just go shopping for fun or recreation. You participate in a rhythmic cycle of distribution.
And there is one rule in the marketplace that I think would cause our modern economy to collapse in about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
The complete ban on credit.
Oh, yes. The law is completely explicit. He who gives credit and is cheated will have no redress.
No redress.
Yeah.
So if I lend you money and you don't pay me back, I can't sue you.
The court will not even hear your case. Plato says, effectively, that was your bad judgment. He wants to eliminate the friction and the social animosity that comes from debt. If all exchange is cash and carry on the spot, then no one owes anyone anything. There are no predatory lenders, no debt slaves, and no citizens losing their land because they borrowed too much money to buy seed.
It forces a brutal kind of personal responsibility. But speaking of responsibility in courts, the text takes a very dark turn here. We move from these logistical rules about markets and farming into Book 9, and suddenly we're talking about criminal law.
We are. And Plato actually pauses the text here to acknowledge the shift. The Athenian Stranger, who is his mouthpiece, basically apologizes to the reader. He says it is a shame that we even have to make these laws.
Because ideally, Magnesia shouldn't have criminals.
Right. They're trying to build a state for heroes and sons of gods. In a perfect world, education and virtue would be enough. But Plato is a realist at the end of the day. He knows he's legislating for human beings, and human beings have dark, chaotic impulses. So he has to design a system for when things inevitably go wrong.
And this introduces his theory of punishment, which centers on a phrase that I found really difficult to wrap my head around. No one is voluntarily unjust.
This is the famous Socratic paradox. It is the absolute core of Plato's philosophy, and here he tries to bake it directly into a legal code.
It sounds like a get-out-of-jail-free card. I mean, if I punch you in the face, surely I chose to punch you. It was voluntary. How can Plato say it wasn't?
You have to separate the physical act from the intent of the soul. Plato argues that every human being desires the good. We all want to be happy. We all want our lives to go well. Plato believes that justice is the health of the soul and injustice is a disease.
Okay, I follow that metaphor.
So, if injustice is a cancer that makes you miserable, why would anyone voluntarily choose to give themselves cancer? Why would anyone choose to ruin their own soul?
They wouldn't, unless they were tricked.
Exactly, or unless they were overcome. The man who punches you isn't saying, I choose evil. He is saying, I think this violence will make me feel better in this moment. He is mistaken.
Yeah.
Or he is governed by the tyranny of his lower soul by anger, fear, pleasure, or envy. His rational mind of the pilot has lost control of the ship. So the act of the fist moving is voluntary in a physical sense, but the injustice, the corruption of his being, is involuntary. He is a victim of his own passion.
So if he is a victim, do we just let him go?
No, because he is a very dangerous victim.
Right.
The law acts as the doctor here. Punishment is the medicine. For some, the medicine is bitter. It involves fines, stripes, imprisonment. But the goal is always to cure the soul, to restore the internal balance so the man can be free of that tyranny.
And this is the scary part. Plato admits that some patients just can't be saved. The incurable.
Yes. This is where the death penalty comes in. Plato believes there are some people whose souls are so calcified with vice, so hardened by bad habits, that no amount of education or punishment will ever fix them. They are terminally ill with evil.
And for them, the prescription is death.
But listen to how he frames it. He doesn't frame it as vengeance from the state. He frames it almost as a charity. He says it is better for the incurable man to leave life because living with such a corrupted soul is a living hell. And his death serves as a scarecrow, a warning to the rest of society to stay on the path of virtue.
The crimes that get you labeled incurable are really interesting. It's not just murder. It is things like temple robbery.
Temple robbery is the highest crime in Magnesia. It is worse than murder in some ways because it strikes at the very foundation of the state's order, which is the divine. And here we see a fascinating double standard in the law.
The difference between the slave and the citizen popping up again.
Yes, if a slave or a foreigner robs a temple, the law assumes they might just be ignorant or desperate. They are branded on the face and hands whipped and cast out of the country naked. They survive. But if a citizen does it,
It's death.
immediate death. Because the citizen has had the benefit of the Magnesian education from birth, he has been raised in virtue, he knows better. If he robs a temple, it proves his soul is fundamentally broken. He is incurable by definition. It's a case where privilege buys you a harsher sentence, not a lighter one. No blessed oblige in the most terminal sense.
That brings us to homicide. The laws here are incredibly complex, distinguishing between killing from sudden anger versus nursing wrath.
It shows a very sophisticated psychological understanding for the time. He knows that a man who snaps in a moment of sudden rage is different from a man who holds a grudge for 10 years and then kills his neighbor. The nursing of wrath is closer to voluntary evil. The penalty reflects that. It's 3 years of exile versus 2 for the sudden impulse.
And then there is the most horrifying crime of all in this system. Parricide. Killing one's own parents. The text gets almost mythological here.
It does. Plato invokes the myth of divine vengeance. He says that if you kill your mother, you will be reborn as a woman and killed by your own children in the next life. It's a terrifying psychological deterrent. But if the myth doesn't work, the physical punishment is extreme.
It involves the entire community, right? It's not just a quiet execution.
Yes, the criminal is executed. Then the magistrates, the highest officials in the land, must each cast a stone onto the head of the corpse at a crossroads. It is a highly symbolic ritual where the state collectively rejects the person. Then the body is cast out of the country, completely unburied.
Unburied. We have talked about this concept in the Greek world before. That is the ultimate curse. You are denying them rest even in the afterlife.
It is the total erasure of the person from the community of the living and the dead. It signifies that this act was so unnatural, so monstrous, that the very earth of Magnesia refuses to accept the body.
It's really heavy stuff. But it seems like for Plato, the root of all this, the reason laws work or don't work, ultimately comes down to what people believe. And that brings us to Book 10, the theology.
This is in many ways the climax of the entire book. It is the longest single sustained argument in the laws. Plato realizes that you can write all the statutes you want about figs and fences and water rights. But if people don't believe in a moral universe, if they don't believe anyone is watching them, they will just cheat when the police aren't looking.
So he identifies 3 specific heresies or dangerous beliefs that he wants to completely stamp out of the city.
Right. He treats these not just as religious differences of opinion, but as literal threats to national security. The 3 heresies are 1, believing the gods do not exist at all. 2, believing they exist but do not care about human affairs, that they are indifferent. And 3, the most dangerous of all, believing that they exist but can be bribed by sacrifices and prayers.
Let's calmly unpack that first one, atheism. The text mentions that some modern scientists of his time were teaching that the universe is just matter.
The materialists, they were the pre-Socratic scientists who argued that earth, air, fire, and water are the primary reality. They said nature comes first, and art or mind is just a secondary accident that happened much later. Plato absolutely flips this. He wants to prove using pure logic that mind comes first.
And he uses the argument for motion. This part was a bit abstract when I was reading it, so maybe you walk us through it.
It is actually quite elegant if you visualize it. Think of a line of dominoes. Domino A falls and pushes domino B. Domino B pushes C. Matter is exactly like those dominoes. It is passive. A stone doesn't move unless you kick it. Fire doesn't burn unless you light it. It is motion capable of being moved by others.
Okay, I'm with you. Just basic cause and effect.
But if you trace that chain back through history, back to the very beginning of the universe, eventually you will arrive at a first mover, something that started the motion without being pushed by anything else. That must be a self-moving force.
And what is the only thing that moves itself?
Life, or as Plato calls it, soul. Soul is the source of all motion. Therefore, soul must be older and prior to matter. Mind must be older than physics.
So because soul is first, the universe isn't just a random accident of colliding atoms, it is a product of intention.
Exactly. The universe is governed by mind. And since the heavens move in perfect rational circles, as they firmly believed back then, it must be the best soul, a rational, good God driving the whole system.
Then he tackles the second heresy, the indifferent gods. The idea that, okay, maybe God created the universe, but he's way too busy running the galaxies to care if I cheat on my taxes in Magnesia.
Plato absolutely despises this idea. He argues that if the gods are perfect, they cannot be lazy. Neglecting the small things like human ethics would be a form of laziness. He uses the analogy of a master builder or a doctor. A great builder doesn't just care about the massive foundation stones. He cares deeply about the mortar and the tiny pebbles that hold the wall together. If you neglect the details, the whole structure eventually fails.
The part exists for the sake of the whole.
Yes. He tells the skeptic, you are created for the sake of the universe. The universe was not created for you. It's a very humbling cosmic perspective. Your small actions matter precisely because they contribute to the health of the whole.
And the third heresy, the bribable God. This one feels like a direct attack on a lot of religious practice, even in his own time.
It is. He compares a man who tries to bribe God with a sacrifice to a wolf trying to give the sheepdog a cut of the meat. If a sheepdog takes a piece of meat to look the other way and let the wolf attack the flock, he's a bad dog. If a pilot wrecks his ship for money, he's a bad pilot. Plato refuses to believe the gods are less virtuous than a decent sheepdog. Justice cannot be bought with a fat sacrifice.
So you have made the philosophical argument. But this is Magnesia. If you lose the argument, you don't just lose face in a debate, you go to prison.
You do. And the prison system for heretics is surprisingly modern in its structure. He creates a clear distinction between the honest atheist and the malicious atheist.
What's the practical difference between the two?
The honest atheist is someone who, despite his best efforts, just cannot bring himself to believe. But he is a fundamentally good person. He doesn't mock religion. He doesn't exploit people. He just thinks the logic fails.
So he is basically a misguided philosopher.
Exactly. He is sent to the House of Reformation. This is a prison located near the meeting place of the Nocturnal Council. He is imprisoned for 5 years. But it isn't hard labor, it is re-education. He is visited daily by the wisest members of the council who try to reason with him to cure his soul through philosophical debate.
And if he is still an atheist after 5 full years of philosophy lectures,
then he is executed. It is harsh, but the logic is that he is a fundamental danger to the state's moral foundation. However, the treatment of the malicious atheist is far worse.
These are the hypocrites, right?
Yes. The charlatans, the people who don't believe in the gods at all but use religion to manipulate others, the cult leaders, the demagogues who swear false oaths for power. Plato hates these men with a passion. They are sent to the prison of retribution.
And I am guessing that is not a re-education camp.
No. It is situated in the wildest, most desolate region of the country. It is solitary confinement for life. No free citizen can ever speak to them again. They are fed by slaves. They simply cease to exist socially. And when they die, their bodies are cast out unburied. It underlines that for Plato, a bad idea used for personal profit is the most dangerous weapon in the world.
It is a sobering thought. Leaving the prisons and the theology behind, we move into Book 11, which covers commercial and civil ethics. And it starts with a law that sounds almost like it belongs in a fairy tale. Thou shalt not move the immovable.
It refers to treasure troves. If you find a stash of gold buried by the roadside and you didn't hide it yourself, you must not touch it.
Even if no one is looking. Even if it is a massive fortune.
Especially then, Plato says the gain in gold is far less than the loss in virtue. He believes that taking what isn't yours, even if it is just found, disrupts the delicate order of the soul. He appeals directly to the Oracle of Delphi here. He says, move not the immovable. It is a profound prohibition against greed.
This fear of greed really permeates the section on retail too. We touched on this earlier, that citizens can't be shopkeepers. But here he really explains the stigma of retail.
He tries to be fair at first. He says, in theory, a retailer is a benefactor. They take goods from where they are plentiful and move them to where they are scarce. That is a good service to the community. But in practice, he says, the human soul is weak.
How so?
He uses the example of the innkeeper. When a traveler arrives in the middle of a terrible storm, vulnerable and needing shelter, the innkeeper doesn't see a guest to be helped. He sees a captive to be ransomed. He jacks up the prices because he knows the traveler has absolutely no choice.
Right, it's price gouging.
Exactly. Greed corrupts the trade entirely. So in Magnesia, retail is left to foreigners, and this is key. The state fixes the prices to ensure only a moderate profit. There is no concept of charging whatever the market will bear. The market bears what the guardians say it bears.
There's also a strict law against puffery. You can't hype up your goods. Can't swear loud oaths that this is the best fabric in all of Greece.
Silence in the marketplace, it is a very Magnesian ideal. You sell the item for exactly what it is. No marketing, no emotional manipulation. A stripe of the lash for every drachma of value for any fraud committed.
Now let's move away from the market and into the home. The laws on family and inheritance. This is where the tension between the individual and the state really shows up in a dramatic way. Plato imagines a dying man wanting to write his last will and testament.
This is a highly dramatic passage. The dying man is outraged. He says, "Ye gods, is it not dreadful that I cannot leave my own property to whom I please? Must I leave it to this cousin I hate and cut out the dear friend who helped me? It is a very human plea for personal freedom."
And the legislator's answer is completely uncompromising.
He answers gently but firmly. He says, "O creature of a day, you do not belong to yourself, nor does your property belong to you, but to your whole family, past and future, and to the state."
You do not belong to yourself. It really sums up the whole book, doesn't it?
It really does. The land lot, the kleros, must stay attached to the family line. It cannot be split, and it cannot be given away outside the line. The state needs 5,040 stable hearths. Your personal feelings about your cousin are entirely irrelevant compared to the stability of the grid.
This leads to what he calls the heiress problem. If a man dies with only a daughter, she becomes a vessel for the property. She must marry a kinsman to keep the land and the family name.
Yes, it creates a very complex chart of affinity involving uncles and cousins. It is not about romance at all, it is about estate planning. But Plato is pragmatic enough to allow for divorce if there is incompatibility of temper. He realizes that forcing people to stay together when they hate each other is bad for the state's harmony. A house at war with itself cannot produce virtuous citizens. The divorce is managed by a committee of 10 men and 10 women.
And the orphans. He calls them a sacred deposit.
It is one of the more tender parts of the book, actually. The guardians of the law, the 15 eldest, become the actual parents of the orphans. He warns that the souls of the dead and the gods are watching very closely how you treat an orphan. To abuse an orphan is to invite divine wrath. He tries to wrap the most vulnerable citizens in a thick cloak of religious protection.
We are coming into the final stretch now, Book 12. The state is running. The laws are set. But there is a practical problem hanging over everything. Corruption. Who watches the watchmen?
This is the eternal political question. Plato knows that even the best men can be corrupted by holding power, so he creates a supreme body called the euthenoi, or the examiners.
These guys sound like the Supreme Court meets the papacy. How do you even get into this group?
It is the most rigorous selection process in the entire state. It happens every year after the summer solstice. All the citizens gather. They each cast a vote for 3 men over the age of 50 whom they believe to be the most virtuous in the entire city.
So it starts as a giant popularity contest.
Only the very first step. They take the top vote-getters, then they cut the list in half based on who has the most votes. Then they vote again on that smaller pool. Then they cut it again. They keep distilling this list, filtering it down, until they are left with exactly 3 men. These 3 are the priests of Apollo.
And what is their actual day-to-day job?
To audit the very soul of the government. Every magistrate, every general, every ambassador, when their term ends, they must stand before the examiners. The examiners look at their books, their decisions, and their overall behavior. If the examiners say you were crooked, you are ruined. You can be executed.
But who checks the examiners?
The public. If an examiner abuses his power, any citizen can accuse him, but if they live well and serve justly, their funeral is the only one in Magnesia that allows for real pomp and circumstance.
I read the description of the funeral. It is wildly different from the somber tone of the rest of the book.
It is a true celebration. No mourning black is allowed. Everyone wears white robes. A chorus of 15 boys and 15 girls sings their praises. They are buried in a special underground vault that allows for future interments. It's a tomb for the dynasty of virtue. They are treated as heroes, almost demigods. It reinforces the idea that the highest honor in Magnesia isn't wealth. It is being recognized as genuinely good.
But to keep this state pure, to keep these examiners virtuous, Plato insists on total isolation. We have to talk about the travel ban.
Magnesia is designed as a closed system. Young men are absolutely forbidden from traveling abroad under any circumstances.
So no wandering to see the world before settling down?
Absolutely not. Plato fears they will pick up foreign habits and bad laws. He calls it the confusion of manners. He thinks a young mind is far too impressionable. If a young man sees a foreign city where merchants are rich and people are loud and unregulated, he might come back and say, why can't we be like that? Plato wants to prevent that infection from ever entering the borders.
But he doesn't ban travel entirely for everyone. He allows for the observer.
Yes, men over 50. If you are 50 and you have a solid reputation for wisdom, you can request permission to travel as an observer.
But they have to report back, right?
Crucially, yes. They go to see if other states have discovered something good, some divine spark of law or organization that Magnesia missed. They are looking for best practices. When they return, they must report directly to the Nocturnal Council. If they bring back good ideas, they are highly praised. But if they bring back bad habits, if they come back corrupted, they are shamed or severely punished.
It is strict, but it admits that Magnesia might not know absolutely everything. And speaking of strict, the military laws in this final book cover the concept of cowardice in a fascinating way. The thrower of the shield.
This is a classic Greek disgrace. You have to clearly distinguish between losing a shield by necessity, say dropping it because you fell off a cliff in a storm or were overpowered by sheer numbers, and throwing it away intentionally to run faster.
The coward throws it to save his own skin.
Exactly. And the punishment is quite creative. He is not killed. Instead, Plato says he should be changed into a woman.
Figuratively speaking, I assume.
Yes. He implies that the man has fundamentally lost his masculinity and his civic worth. He is permanently banned from all danger and military service for life. He lives the rest of his days in guaranteed safety. For a Spartan or Magnesian man, being told you are too safe to fight is a fate worse than death. It is complete social castration.
It all comes back to that organic view of the state. Every part has a specific function. The soldier, the mother, the farmer, the priest. If one part fails, if the soldier runs, or the farmer cheats, or the priest lies, the whole organism gets sick.
That is the grand philosophical vision. The state is a living body. The laws are simply the regimen of health.
And as we close Book 12, the structure is complete. We have built the city from the ground up. We have the farms, the courts, the temples, and the army.
We have. But we aren't quite done with Plato's vision. We have mentioned the Nocturnal Council a few times now. This mysterious group of old men and young observers who meet before dawn.
The brain of the city.
Exactly. The Book of the Laws ends here, but there is an appendix, the Epinomis, which details the specific cosmic education of this Nocturnal Council. Because without a living intelligence to interpret them, all these laws are just dead letters carved on a wall.
So we have explored the body of the state. The natural next step for us is to look at the brain. We can carry right on into that final cosmic discussion and see how the leaders are actually educated. So we have spent a considerable amount of time establishing the internal clockwork of this city.
Right, the domestic side of things.
Yeah, we have built the walls, metaphorically speaking.
Mm.
We have set up the marriages, the education systems, the festivals, the agriculture. The machine of Magnesia is just humming along, regulating the daily lives of the citizens down to the smallest detail.
But a city doesn't exist in a vacuum, right?
No, it certainly doesn't.
Even an isolated utopia has to deal with the fact that there is a whole other world out there, a world that doesn't necessarily follow these rules.
Precisely. And that is the pivot point where we find ourselves now as we continue exploring this book. We are moving from the domestic regulation to the foreign policy, if you will.
How the citizens interact with the outside.
Exactly. But in Plato's thought, foreign policy isn't just about treaties or trade wars or border skirmishes. It is really about the preservation of the city's soul.
Protecting the culture.
Yes, it is about how you interact with the other without losing yourself in the process. It feels like a very delicate balance. On one hand, you want to protect this carefully cultivated virtue you've spent pages and pages building up.
Right.
Because if you let just anyone in or let your citizens go anywhere, the culture dilutes. On the other hand, you can't just pretend the rest of the world doesn't exist. You can't literally seal the dome.
And Plato is acutely aware of that danger.
Okay.
He knows that contact with foreign habits, different manners, different laws, different vices, can be deeply corrosive to a closed society that lives by habit.
Because habit is fragile.
It is. If you introduce a new, shiny vice from abroad, the discipline of Magnesia might just crumble. So the regulations regarding travel and foreign relations are incredibly strict.
To put it mildly.
They are designed to act as a filter, really, allowing only what is necessary or beneficial to pass through the membrane of the state.
let's unpack that because strict feels like a massive understatement here. We aren't talking about needing a visa or a passport.
No, not at all.
We're talking about age limits that would make a modern rental car company look lenient.
It is entirely about maturity. The text is very specific. No one under the age of 40 is permitted to travel abroad. Period.
40 years old. That is the minimum age just to leave the city.
Unless it is for military service.
Right, which is a state duty.
Yes, military service is performed in groups under command. But for private travel, no one under 40, and even then it is not just anyone over 40, it is extremely restricted.
So it's not a free pass once you hit your birthday.
Far from it. Plato writes that for a people to live by habit without understanding the reason of things, they can never be perfectly civilized. But to gain that understanding without being corrupted requires a very strong constitution.
So if I am 35, successful, wealthy, and I just want to see the pyramids in Egypt or the markets in Babylon, the answer is a hard no.
It is a hard no. Plato believes that until you are 40, your character is not yet fully set. You are still malleable.
Impressionable.
Exactly. If you go abroad too young, you might be seduced by foreign luxuries or strange ideas. You might bring those infections back home. By 40, you are presumed to be more firmly established in your Magnesian identity.
So who actually gets to go? Who is the exception to this rule? Because surely someone has to go check if the rest of the world has invented something better, right?
There are a few categories, but the most fascinating one, and the one that really reveals Plato's deeper philosophy, is what he calls the spectator.
The spectator.
Or sometimes it's translated as the philosophical stranger.
That sounds almost mysterious. Who is this person?
This is a citizen who is sent on a sacred mission, but there are strict requirements. First, as we said, the age limit bumps up. For this specific role, they must be between 50 and 60 years old.
Okay, so we've gone from 40 to 50. You have to be in your 5th decade.
Yeah.
You are essentially sending out the old guard.
Yes, the elders. And you must be a citizen of repute, especially in military matters. You have to have proven yourself to the state already.
So you aren't a young idealist looking to find yourself on a backpacking trip.
No, you are a hardened veteran of the state looking to improve it. You are someone the city trusts implicitly.
And what is their mission? Are they spies? Are they tourists? Are they looking for military weaknesses in other states?
In a way, they're philosophical spies. Their mission is not to steal technology or map fortifications. Their mission is to seek out holy and inspired men in other states.
Wait, hold on. Holy and inspired men in other states. I thought Plato's whole premise was that other states are badly governed and corrupt. Why would he think there are holy men out there?
That is a crucial admission from Plato here, and one of the most surprising moments in the book. He acknowledges that even in ill-governed states, states that are bad, chaotic, or tyrannical, there are still holy and inspired individuals.
Like diamonds in the rough.
Exactly. Genius and virtue can spring up anywhere.
That is surprisingly open-minded for a text that is often so rigid. He admits that wisdom exists outside the walls of Magnesia.
He does. He says these men spring up in all states, bad as well as good, and the citizen of a well-ordered city should be ever seeking them out.
To learn from them.
Yes, the goal is to go forth over sea and land to find them, to talk to them, and to bring back knowledge that can confirm the good institutions at home or amend the bad ones.
That phrase, amend the bad ones, is interesting. It implies Magnesia isn't perfect yet. It's a learning organism.
Absolutely. A city that stops learning, stops living. Plato says that a city living only by habit without the ability to reason and compare itself to others creates a sort of brittle civilization.
It needs to be tested.
You need that external mirror. But, and this is the big but, the person holding the mirror must be incorruptible.
So you go out, you find the wise men of the world, you learn from them, but then you have to come back. And this is where it gets really intense to me. The re-entry process sounds terrifying. It's not just filling out a customs form.
Oh no, it is an examination. A high-stakes debriefing. When the traveler returns, they don't just go home and show their family a slideshow. They must appear immediately before the Nocturnal Council.
The Nocturnal Council. We're going to dig deeply into who they are later, but for now, just the name sends a shiver down the spine.
It is the supreme body of the state, the brain of the city. The traveler stands before them, this group of the oldest guardians, the priests, the directors of education, and delivers their report.
It's like a tribunal.
It is essentially a thesis defense, but the topic is the safety of the state. They have to tell the council what they heard, what they observed, and what they learned.
And then the judgment comes down.
Exactly. There are three potential outcomes. First, if the traveler has been improved by their journey, if they have brought back wisdom and remain virtuous, they receive praise and honor.
A hero's welcome.
Yes, in fact, they receive special honor even after death. They are held up as a model of how to interact with the world, to see it, learn from it, but remain true to yourself.
That's the best case scenario. What if they just come back the same?
If they are neither better nor worse, if they just went, looked around, and came back without any major insights, but also without any corruption, they are praised for their zeal, at least. They did their duty.
A participation trophy. Good job. You didn't ruin everything.
Okay.
And the third option.
This is the danger zone. If the traveler has been corrupted or deteriorated by their travels, if they have picked up foreign vices, bad ideas, or start thinking that the laws of Magnesia are silly compared to the freedoms of Athens, they are in trouble.
What happens to them?
If they are corrupted, they are prohibited from speaking to anyone.
They are silenced.
Completely. They can live, but only as a private individual who keeps their mouth shut. They are socially quarantined.
Wow.
But if they don't submit to this silence, if they attempt to make innovations in education or laws based on this bad foreign influence, the penalty is death.
Death. For trying to change the curriculum based on what you saw on your study abroad trip.
It seems extreme to us, but for Plato, ideas are more dangerous than weapons. A bad idea, introduced by a respected citizen who has traveled, is considered a lethal threat to the state.
It is treated like a virus.
Exactly like a virus. You either quarantine the carrier by silencing them, or you eliminate them entirely.
It really emphasizes that the state is fundamentally an educational project. The laws are there to shape the soul. If you start messing with the mold, you ruin the citizens. Now that's outgoing travel. What about incoming? How does Magnesia treat tourists? Because if you have walls, you have gates.
Plato categorizes them. He is very systematic about this. He breaks strangers down into 4 classes, and each gets a very different reception. He wants to be hospitable. He references Zeus, the god of hospitality, but he also wants to be safe.
Walk us through these classes. Who is at the bottom?
The first class are the merchants, the birds of passage, he calls them. They come over the sea during the sailing season to sell their wares. These are the necessary evils of economics.
And how are they treated?
With efficient coldness. They are received in markets and public buildings outside the city proper.
Keeping beyond the walls.
Right. Officials act as checks on them to ensure justice is done. Plato doesn't want them cheated because cheating a stranger angers the gods. But the officials also minimize intercourse to what is absolutely necessary.
So, do your business, but don't hang out.
Correct. No chatting, no mingling, no sharing stories. Buy, sell, and get out. He wants to prevent the huckster spirit of trade from infecting the citizens.
Keep the commerce at arm's length. Okay, who is the second class?
Visitors at festivals. These are cultural tourists. They travel to see the sights, hear the music, watch the games. They are entertained by hospitable persons or priests at the temples.
So they are allowed a bit closer.
Yes, they stay for a reasonable time, enjoy the festival, and then leave. It's polite, but it remains contained within the religious sphere.
Third class.
Ambassadors. These are official representatives of foreign states. They are received with honor by the generals and commanders. They are lodged with the pretanes, which are the city officials.
This is standard diplomatic protocol.
Exactly. You treat them well because they represent foreign power.
And the fourth class.
Well,
This must be the counterpart to our spectator.
it is the philosophical stranger. This is a visitor who is like the Magnesian spectator, 50 years of age or older. He comes unbidden to the doors of the wise and the rich.
He just shows up, like knocks on the door.
Essentially. But because of his status and his purpose to learn and to share wisdom, he is welcomed right into the inner circle. He enters the city to converse with the wise, to teach and to learn. Plato says he goes to see what is rich and rare. It's a meeting of minds.
So despite all the restrictions, there is this deep reverence for wisdom. If you are a wise, older person, the door is open.
Yes. And Plato explicitly invokes Zeus here again. He says we must not be like Egypt, excluding people from meals and sacrifices, nor like Sparta, with its savage proclamations driving people away.
He wants a middle ground.
He wants a regulated openness. Protected, but not xenophobic, he welcomes the right kind of stranger.
That distinction between regulation and xenophobia is key. He is not hating the foreigner. He is fearing the disorder the foreigner might bring.
Very well put.
Speaking of disorder, let's move from the borders to the bedroom, or rather the neighbor's house. We need to talk about the civil law section in the book, specifically this incredible procedure for search and seizure.
The naked search. It is one of those details in the text that makes you pause and vividly visualize the scene. It feels almost comical to a modern reader, but it is deadly serious in the context of the law.
I mean, you really can't make this up. If you suspect your neighbor has stolen your property, you can search their house. But there are rules. You can't just kick the door down.
Strict rules. If you want to search a man's house, you must first swear an oath that you genuinely expect to find your property there. You can't just go fishing or use it as an excuse for harassment. And then comes the ritual. You must enter the house naked or wearing only a single tunic and wearing no girdle.
No girdle. This is to prevent you from planting evidence, right? Or hiding something you steal while you're supposedly searching.
Exactly. A girdle or belt provides places to tuck things away, coins, jewelry, small items. By stripping down, you are proving your transparency. You are vulnerable. You are entering another man's domain, stripped of your defenses and your pockets.
And then the owner of the house? Can he say no? Can he deny entry?
He has to comply. He must open all his goods, whether they are sealed or unsealed. He has to let this naked neighbor rummage through absolutely everything.
And if they refuse?
Double liability. If it turns out the stolen property was indeed there and they stopped you from looking, they paid double the value of the stolen goods.
What if the owner is away? You can't just break in naked while the master of the house is on vacation, can you?
No, the law accounts for that. If the owner is absent, you can counter-seal the property.
Counterseal.
You put your seal on top of theirs and set watchers to guard the house. If the owner is gone for more than 5 days, then you bring in the magistrates, break the seals, conduct the search, and then seal it back up in the presence of the officials.
It's incredibly procedural. It feels like a primitive version of a search warrant, but with this very physical, ritualistic element of the nakedness.
It strips away the pretense and makes the accusation a very physical, shameful, and serious act. You don't do this lightly. Imagine the scene, the tension, the community watching. It forces the accuser to put their own dignity on the line to prove their point.
There was also a fascinating discussion here about property rights over time. The statute of limitations, essentially.
Yes, the concept of ownership by use. It's what modern law might call adverse possession. If you use something publicly and unimpeached, meaning no one argues with you about it, for a year in the city or 5 years in the country, it officially becomes yours.
5 years in the country versus 1 year in the city. Why the difference?
Communication is slower in the country. It might take longer for the original owner to realize someone is farming their plot or using their tools in a remote area. In the city, everyone sees everything immediately.
And what about private possession? Things kept indoors.
Private possession is 3 years in the city and 10 years in the country to confer ownership.
But there is an exception for foreign travel, right?
Correct. If the property owner is in a foreign country, there's no bar of time. You can't lose your property just because you were serving as a soldier abroad or away on one of those spectator missions we discussed.
That makes perfect sense.
It would be unjust. The state protects your assets while you are serving the state.
Moving on to the courts. Plato takes witness intimidation very, very seriously in this book.
Extremely seriously. If you prevent a witness from attending court, whether that witness is a slave or a free person, you are attacking the justice system itself. If the witness is a slave, the suit is rendered invalid. If it's a free man, the person who stopped them is imprisoned for a year and liable for kidnapping charges.
Kidnapping. That's a heavy charge for just telling someone not to show up to court.
It shows that the court is a sacred institution. To interfere with the mechanism of truth is a crime against the very structure of the state. And the judges themselves, Plato emphasizes they need ratings and study. He calls laws the highest instrument of mental improvement.
That is a beautiful idea, actually.
Yeah.
That the law isn't just a list of things you can't do. It's a textbook for how to think.
He says laws derive their name from mind, nous and nomos. They are linguistically linked in Greek. The judge who imbibes the spirit of the law establishes justice for the good and cures the tempers of the bad.
And if they can't be cured.
If they are incurable, the judge denounces death.
That incurable concept comes up again and again in this book. The death penalty in Plato isn't about vengeance, it's about sanitation, removing the part that can't be fixed.
Which brings us inevitably to the end of life, the burial rites. Plato has a very specific theology of death that dictates exactly how funerals should work.
He starts with the nature of the body versus the soul, setting the philosophical groundwork first.
Yes. He instructs the legislator to teach that the body is merely a shadow or an image. The true being, the self, is the soul. And at death, The soul goes to give an account before the gods below.
And the psychological effect of this teaching is entirely intentional.
For the good, it brings hope. For the evil, terror. It's a mechanism of social control, certainly, but also of genuine theological belief for Plato. Because the body is just a shell, you shouldn't waste precious resources on it.
So, no pyramids, no massive mausoleums, no ancient equivalents of the Taj Mahal.
Absolutely not. Burials are strictly restricted to uncultivated places. You cannot use good farmland for the dead. He says no one has the right, alive or dead, to deprive the living of Mother Earth's sustenance.
The land belongs to the living to feed the city.
Exactly. It's a very practical agrarian mindset.
That is practical. And what about the grave markers, the mounds?
Mounds are limited to what 5 men can raise in 5 days. That is the hard physical cap on your monument. If you want a bigger mound, too bad. You cannot use more labor than that.
And the gravestones.
Only large enough to hold an inscription of 4 heroic verses.
Minimalist. Very austere. And the wake itself is kept very short.
3 days. Just enough time to ensure the person is actually dead and not just in a coma. Then you bury them.
And he regulates the financial cost of the funeral, too.
Strictly. 5 minae for the first class of citizens, stepping down to 1 mina for the 4th class. You cannot buy a fancier funeral to show off your wealth.
No conspicuous consumption, even in death.
And the mourning, this is very Spartan in its approach, must be confined entirely to the house. No wailing in the streets, no elaborate processions that disrupt the daily life of the city. The body must be removed before daybreak.
It's like he wants death to be a quiet, private transition, not a public spectacle of grief.
He wants the city to remain perfectly stable. Excessive grief, much like excessive laughter or joy, is a disruption of the emotional equilibrium. And logically, if you truly believe the soul is the real thing, why make such a fuss over the shadow?
Now, we have been teasing it, but we have to talk about the anchor of the state, the body that holds all of this together, the Nocturnal Council.
This is the capstone of the entire legal structure, the savior of the state. Plato uses the metaphor of the ship and the body to explain it. A ship needs a pilot who combines the senses of the sailors with intellect. A body needs a head, the eyes and senses directed by a mind. The Nocturnal Council is the mind of Magnesia.
Who actually sits on this council? It sounds like the ultimate elite inner circle.
It is. It consists of the 10 oldest guardians of the law.
The 10 oldest. So we are talking about men in their 70s, probably.
Very likely. Plus all the priests who have won the prize of virtue and the current and past directors of education. This is the accumulated, concentrated wisdom of the state. These are men who have lived and enforced the law for decades.
But it's not just old men, right? There's a mentorship component built into the council.
Yes, and this is crucial for the continuity of the state. Each of these elders chooses a younger associate, a man between 30 and 40 years old, to bring with them to the council.
Young is definitely a relative term here, 30 to 40.
In Plato's world, that is still young and vigorous. These associates are vetted by the rest of the council. If they are approved, they join the deliberations. This is how the wisdom is passed down. The old teach the young, and the young bring energy and perhaps a slightly fresher perspective, though still very much controlled by the elders.
And when do they meet? The name implies it's not during regular business hours.
They meet from dawn to sunrise.
Why that specific time? Why not midday?
Plato says, it is when the world is at leisure. It is before the bustle of the day begins. It's a time of absolute clarity, of quiet. Before the administration of the city takes over, the contemplation of the city must happen. They set the tone for the day before the day even starts.
And what are they contemplating? What is the curriculum of this council? Are they just reviewing court cases?
Their mission is deeply philosophical. Their central task is understanding the unity of virtue. We talk about courage, temperance, justice, and wisdom as 4 different things, but the council must understand how they are fundamentally one.
The ancient problem of the one and the many.
Exactly. If the rulers don't understand the unifying principle of virtue, how can they possibly guide the state toward it? They need to know what the target actually looks like. It's not enough to just enforce rules. They have to understand the good itself.
And this involves theology, too. It's not just secular philosophy.
Deeply theological. They must master what Plato calls the 2 great evidences of religion. First, the priority of the soul, that the soul is older and more divine than the body. And second, the order of the heavens, that the mind orders the stars and the universe.
This is a direct rebuttal to the materialists of Plato's day, isn't it? The philosophers who said stars are just burning rocks or fire.
Specifically, he is refuting the idea that the universe is a result of random chance or blind necessity. He insists that mindedness is the absolute ruler. If you believe the stars are just inanimate stones, you create a godless universe.
And if the universe is godless,
Then laws are just human inventions with no higher authority. They become arbitrary. The council must be able to refute this materialism intellectually. They aren't just believers, they're theologians who can give a reasoned defense for the faith that is in them.
it's impressive, but also, if you think about it, a little chilling. This idea of a council meeting at dawn to ensure everyone believes the exact right things about the stars and the soul.
Which leads us directly into the critical commentary surrounding this book.
Hmm.
When we look at the structure, the Nocturnal Council, the travel bans, the strict education critics often point out that this is Plato becoming much more conservative in his old age.
The Inquisition aspect of the society.
Yes, there is a pervasive sense of espionage. The system relies heavily on citizens informing on one another. The magistrate is described as always watching and waylaying. It's essentially a surveillance state. The criticism is that Plato hasn't found the line between law and morality. He wants to legislate every single aspect of private character.
And the reliance on old men.
Plato seems to have lost faith in the dynamism of youth. In his earlier works, there was a bit more radicalism, a belief in dramatic change. Here, stability is the ultimate god. He trusts the men who are 50, 60, 70. He is destroying the freedom of the state to preserve its life. But as critics note, he might be destroying the actual life of the state in the process.
There is also this interesting tension in the book about democracy. He uses the lot random selection for some elections. That's usually a hallmark democratic tool.
It is. The lot is seen as God's choice. It treats everyone as perfectly equal. But Plato sandwiches it between oligarchic checks. You might be elected by lot, but you are thoroughly vetted by the council.
So it's an illusion of pure democracy.
The council itself is self-perpetuating in many ways. It's a hybrid system. He calls Magnesia a mean between a monarchy and a democracy.
We should talk about the comparisons the book makes between Athens, Sparta, and this new Magnesia. It helps situate what he's trying to build.
It's a fascinating triangulation. Sparta is described as the army camp, no walls, a secret police called the Cryptia, deeply xenophobic, focused entirely on war and endurance. It is stable, but stolid and stupid in Plato's view. It lacks philosophy.
And Athens.
Athens is the theater. Versatile, a massive naval power, democratic, full of lawsuits and chatter, intense activity, incredible brilliance, but fundamentally unstable. It's full of labors.
And Magnesia sits between them.
Magnesia tries to be the best of both worlds. It's agrarian and soldierly like Sparta, no navy, no big trade empire, but it has the complex legal structures and intellectual aspirations of Athens. It wants Spartan discipline with Athenian culture, but without the Spartan ignorance or the Athenian chaos.
One of the darker aspects of this comparison and of the book in general is the treatment of slavery. The book notes a real contradiction in Plato's view here.
It is the troublesome goods problem. Plato admits slaves are difficult property, yet he also acknowledges that sometimes they are more loyal than a man's own brothers.
But his laws are incredibly harsh toward them.
Very harsh. The punishment for a slave is often wildly disproportionate severe whipping for minor infractions that a free man would just pay a small fine for.
And he doesn't seem to have a path to abolition or even real reform in mind. He just wants to manage the property better.
Actually, he is even stricter than Athens in some ways. In Athens, a slave could sometimes buy their freedom. Plato offers very little flexibility there. He wants the social hierarchy rigidly maintained. Justice for a slave in Magnesia means treating them properly according to their station, but never, ever forgetting they are inferior.
Let's shift gears to the economic side, because this is surprising. Plato is presented almost as a free trader in some respects.
Surprisingly, yes. He prohibits customs duties entirely. No taxes on imports or exports.
That sounds very modern, like a special economic free trade zone.
But the motivation is completely different. He isn't trying to boost GDP or stimulate economic growth. He just wants to simplify the state's administration. And he combines this zero tariff policy with a total ban on retail trade for the citizens. A citizen of Magnesia absolutely cannot be a shopkeeper.
Because it's beneath them.
Because it breeds dishonesty and greed. He wants prices fixed. He wants moderate game, nothing excessive. He believes that if you let people chase profit, they will eventually destroy the social fabric of the city. So, trade is recognized as necessary but dirty, and therefore it must be left entirely to the strangers and non-citizens.
It's a command economy, but for the sake of virtue, not wealth.
Precisely.
Now, I want to take a step back. We've spent this whole time building this city. We've looked at the graves, the bedroom laws, the travel bans, the economy. But we need to dig underneath the foundations. We need to ask what this city is actually for.
That is the ultimate question. And interestingly, the book begins with a walk that addresses exactly this.
A walk.
Yes, the setting of the dialogue itself. It's a hot summer day in Crete. We have three old men, an Athenian, a Spartan, and a Cretan, walking from the city of Knossos to the cave of Zeus.
The mythical birthplace of the god. It's a very physical, grounded setting for such abstract ideas.
And as they walk through these beautiful cypress groves, resting in the meadows to get out of the heat, they start arguing about the default state of humanity. The Spartan and the Cretan Cleinias and Megillus have a very grim view of the world.
They are the military hardliners.
They argue that the entire purpose of the state, the reason for laws and common meals and gymnastics, is war.
The war of all against all.
Yes. Cleinias says that peace is just a name, a fiction. The natural underlying state of all cities is an undeclared war against everyone else. He even takes it a step further and says the individual is at war with himself. The civil war within the soul matches the war between states.
It's a very bleak view. The world is just a constant battlefield.
And the Athenian stranger, who acts as Plato's mouthpiece, pushes back gently but firmly. He uses the analogy of a doctor and a patient. Who is the better doctor? The one who constantly purges the body with harsh medicine to fight off illness, or the one who keeps the body so healthy it never needs the medicine in the first place?
So war is medicine. Peace is the state of health.
Exactly. He says no true statesman legislates for war. You should legislate for peace. War is a failure state, or at best a necessary evil to get back to a state of peace.
He critiques the poet Tyrtaeus here, doesn't he? The Spartan poet who praised military courage above everything else?
He does. Tyrtaeus saying that he didn't care about a man's wealth or beauty, only his ability to stand firm in the shield wall and kill the enemy. The Athenian counters this by quoting Theognis, a poet who praised faithfulness in civil broils.
Meaning loyalty during a civil war.
Meaning the complex virtue required to keep a city together when it is tearing itself apart from the inside. That requires justice, temperance, and wisdom, not just physical courage. The Athenian argues that mere military valor, courage without the other virtues, is fourth-rate virtue.
Fourth rate. That must have deeply offended the Spartan.
It's a radical restructuring of values. Plato lists the goods in a hierarchy. The human goods, the lesser ones, are health, beauty, strength, and wealth. But the divine goods, the ones that actually matter, are wisdom, temperance, justice, and courage.
And courage is at the very bottom of the divine list.
Yes. Wisdom is the absolute leader. And the legislator's duty is to look to the divine goods first. If you chase the human goods like wealth or imperial power without securing the divine goods first, you lose everything.
This leads us to a profound redefinition of courage itself in the book. Because if courage is fourth rate, maybe the Spartans are just doing it wrong.
This is one of the most compelling arguments in the text. The Athenian asks them directly, is courage just about enduring pain and fear?
And the Spartans would immediately say yes. We get whipped, we starve, we march in the cold, we are tough.
But the Athenian says true courage is also about resisting pleasure.
Resisting pleasure.
It highlights the asymmetry of the Spartan and Cretan training. They have elaborate, brutal institutions to train men to face fear and pain, but they have absolutely no training for resisting pleasure and flattery.
They are, as the text says, lame of one leg.
Exactly. They are incredibly brave on the battlefield, but entirely cowardly at the banquet. When they are exposed to luxury or temptation, they collapse because they have never practiced saying no to their own desires.
This connects directly to the discussion on sexual ethics, too.
It does. The Athenian critiques the gymnasia and the common meals of those military states. He argues that by separating men and women and emphasizing this physical, naked, athletic culture, they fostered unnatural love. He accuses Crete specifically regarding the Ganymede myth, saying they invented the story of Zeus and Ganymede to justify their own unnatural pleasures.
So he wants a courage that is comprehensive, a courage that can stand firm against a spear, but also stand firm against temptation.
That is the complete citizen, the one who is master of themselves in all circumstances, painful or pleasant.
When you look at the trajectory of this entire discussion, it is breathtaking. We started with the spectator going out into the world, facing the dangers of foreign corruption. We moved through the strict civil laws, the naked searches, the silent, austere funerals. We climbed up to the dawn meetings of the Nocturnal Council, the anchor of the state. And we ended by digging down to the philosophical root of it all, that peace is better than war, and wisdom is superior to strength.
It is a massive intellectual architecture. Plato is trying to build a structure that can withstand time, human nature, and the chaos of the outside world. He connects the divine goods, the virtues, directly to the day-to-day stability of the state. Because if you lose the virtue, the walls just don't matter.
It leaves you with so much to reflect on, especially the Nocturnal Council.
That really is the lingering question, isn't it? Is the Nocturnal Council a saving anchor of wisdom? A group of benign philosopher kings guiding the ship through treacherous waters? Or is it a terrifying instrument of inquisition, a dawn patrol that literally polices your thoughts about the stars?
Can a state truly be virtuous if it requires that level of total surveillance and rigidity to survive? If you are forced to be good, is it still goodness?
That is the central paradox of Magnesia. It might be the most perfectly ordered city ever conceived, but you have to wonder if it is a city where the human spirit can actually breathe.
And on that profound note, we are going to leave the borders of Magnesia for now, but we certainly aren't done with the ancient world yet. The conversation continues.
So, picking right back up on that exact thread, we're still standing there with these three men, right? The Athenian, the Spartan, and the Cretan.
Yeah, right where we left off.
Right, and the Spartan Stranger has just drawn this very stark line in the sand regarding the whole issue of drunkenness. It is a very stark objection. He is basically looking at the Athenian and essentially saying, you know, in Sparta, we simply do not do this.
Exactly. Megillus, that's the Spartan. He's holding up the Spartan constitution as basically the gold standard of self-control.
Mm-hmm.
He is pointing out that in Sparta, even during the festivals of Dionysus, you are not going to see people stumbling around or losing their senses.
Right, he contrasts it directly with Athens.
He does, and even more so with Tarentum, where apparently the entire city just gets completely drunk during the Dionysia. To him, this is just chaos. It's a total lack of discipline. And he views the Spartan prohibition, the absolute total ban on these unauthorized revelries, as proof of their moral superiority.
Mm-hmm. It's the classic prohibitionist argument, really. If a thing leads to bad outcomes, just ban the thing entirely. But the Athenian doesn't back down. He doesn't apologize for the Athenian custom, which is what you might expect him to do.
No, he doesn't get defensive at all.
Right. Instead, he proposes a completely different way of analyzing the problem. He says we shouldn't judge a practice purely by its worst practitioners.
Yeah, he uses this great analogy. He says you can't judge the utility of a drinking party by looking at a bunch of unsupervised drunks, any more than you can judge the utility of a goat by looking at a goat that is actively being chased by a wolf.
That's such a striking image.
Right, because you have to look at the regulated practice. He wants to know if there is a way to use this dangerous thing, wine, as a deliberate tool for the state. And to get there, he takes us on this fascinating detour through the psychology of fear.
This is one of those moments in the book where you really have to stop and chew on what he is saying, because he splits the concept of fear into two distinct categories. And I think for you listening, when most of us hear the word fear, we think of one very specific thing, which is pain.
Right. We think of the biological fight or flight response. The Athenian calls this the fear of expected evil. It's the fear of pain, the fear of death, the fear of the enemy's spear pointing at you on the battlefield. This is the primal fear that paralyzes us, the fear that we actively try to train soldiers to overcome so they can be, quote-unquote, brave.
But then he introduces the second category, which completely flips the discussion.
The fear of an evil reputation. This is something much more subtle, but arguably much more powerful in a highly social animal like a human being. It's the fear of being thought of as base or dishonorable or indecent. It's the fear of your community looking at you and seeing something ugly.
We usually just call that shame.
Shame or reverence. The Greeks use the word eidos. And the Athenian makes this brilliant point here. He says, a citizen to be truly virtuous actually has to be a walking paradox. They have to be absolutely fearless when it comes to that first category. So they can't be afraid of pain or death in defense of the city. But they have to be absolutely terrified when it comes to the second category. They must be mortally afraid of doing anything disgraceful.
So you basically want a soldier who will sprint toward a phalanx of bronze spears without even blinking, but who is too terrified to tell a lie or steal a loaf of bread because of what the neighbors might think?
Precisely. You want them to be incredibly bold in war, but deeply humble and fearful in peace. The logistical problem for the state is, how do you actually train that? We know how to train against the first kind of fear, right? We have military drills. We have mock battles. We expose people to physical hardship so they get tough. But how do you train someone to be fearful of disgrace? How do you practice shame?
And this is exactly where he drops this incredible thought experiment, the fear potion.
It's a fantastic concept. He asks us to imagine a drug let's just call it a potion, that induces sheer, unadulterated terror. It doesn't actually physically hurt you, but for a short time it makes you feel like the most wretched, terrified person on earth. You panic at every single shadow. You feel completely vulnerable.
It sounds honestly like a chemically induced nightmare.
It does. It really does. But think about the utility of that for a legislator. If you had such a potion, you wouldn't need to send young men into actual, highly dangerous battles just to test their nerve. You could just bring them into a quiet room, give them a small dose of this potion, and observe them. You could see who keeps their head. You could see who collapses into a puddle. You could train them to function while terrified, all in total physical safety.
So it's basically a simulation. It's a perfectly safe environment to test a very dangerous reaction.
It's a controlled stress test. But as the Athenian readily admits, we don't have a fear potion. That drug just doesn't exist in the real world. However, he argues that we do have the exact opposite. We have a potion that strips away fear. We have a potion that induces supreme confidence, boldness, and a total lack of inhibition. Wine. And we really need to look at how he describes the physiology of intoxication here, because it's the key to his whole argument about the symposium. He says that when a man drinks, he becomes a second time a child.
I love that phrase so much. A second time a child.
It's incredibly evocative, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because as the wine goes in, the man's memory of his troubles fades. But more importantly, his prudence fades. His careful calculation of what will people think completely disappears. He becomes bold. He starts to really think he is wise. He starts to think he has the authority to speak on literally any subject. He loses that second kind of fear that we just talked about, the fear of disgrace.
So if the theoretical fear potion tests your ability to handle terror, the confidence potion, which is wine, actually tests your ability to handle your own arrogance.
That is exactly it. That is the major pivot of his argument. The drinking party, if it is run correctly, is a diagnostic tool. The Athenian is arguing that it is a safe, cheap, and highly effective way to test the character of a citizen. If a man can drink to the point where his chemical inhibitions are lowered, where he strongly feels like shouting and bragging and being rude, but he still maintains his composure, if he still acts with modesty and silence and order, well, then you know his virtue is deep-seated. You know it's not just a superficial act.
Because it's seeing what happens when the guardrails actually come down. I mean, it's very easy to be polite when you're sober and guarded and perfectly in control. It's much harder to be polite when you biologically feel like you're the king of the world.
And think about how much safer it is to test a man this way than to test him in real high-stakes situations. The Athenian explicitly asks, would you rather test a man's honesty by entrusting him with your entire life savings and just seeing if he steals it? Or would you rather get him a little drunk at a party and see if he starts bragging about being a thief? One is safe, the other is completely ruinous if he fails the test.
So the symposium in this framework isn't just a party. In the Athenians' view, it's a crucible. It is a literal educational institution. But this all hinges on the idea of a sober commander, right? He is very clear that you can't just have a bunch of drunks leading a bunch of other drunks.
Right. That brings us back to the image of the ship with the drunk pilot that he mentioned earlier. To use wine for education, you have to have a master of ceremonies who remains completely sober, who regulates the intake, who guides the conversation. It has to be a strict discipline. And this mention of discipline and training leads the conversation naturally into a massive new topic, which is the fundamental question of what actually is education.
Right, and this definition of education he gives, it's really not what we usually think of today. Because today, if I say someone is educated, I usually mean they have a university degree, or they know how to code software, or they understand how to build a bridge.
The Athenian explicitly and totally rejects that definition. He says that technical skill, whether it's captaining a ship or being a merchant or a builder, is not education. That is just tradecraft. He defines education in a very moral, almost visceral way. He says education is the correct discipline of pleasure and pain.
The correct discipline of pleasure and pain. Let's really unpack that for a second because it's so central.
He means that a truly educated person is someone who hates what they ought to hate and loves what they ought to love. It's about emotional alignment. Imagine a small child. You can physically force a child to do the right thing, let's say eat their vegetables. But if they actively hate every single mouthful, they aren't educated in virtue yet. They're just being compliant. The ultimate goal of education is to reach a point where the child actually enjoys the vegetables and naturally dislikes the candy.
Which is a remarkably high bar. It means that virtue isn't just about your outward actions, it's about your internal reactions. It is about your gut feelings aligning with what is objectively good.
It is. And to explain how we actually get humans to that point, he goes straight back to biology. He looks at the very nature of young creatures. He points out that all young things, human children, puppies, foals, they physically cannot sit still. They are completely full of this fiery, chaotic energy. They're constantly jumping, moving, crying, and making noise.
But then he draws a crucial distinction between the animals and the humans.
Right, because the puppy jumps around, but it jumps chaotically. It has absolutely no sense of pattern. But humans have a special, unique gift. We uniquely perceive order in movement, which we call rhythm, and we perceive order in voice, which we call harmony.
And he explicitly attributes this directly to the gods.
He does. He says the gods took pity on the human race, which was born into this chaotic, painful struggle, and gave us companions for our festivals. They gave us Apollo, the Muses, and Dionysus. These deities gave us the divine gift of the chorus, the song, and the dance. And the purpose of the song and dance isn't just to pass the time or have fun. It is to take that chaotic, biological, youthful energy and forcefully channel it into a pattern of virtue.
So the idea is that when we sing and dance in the chorus, we are physically enacting our education. We are moving our bodies in unison. We are moving with strict order.
Exactly. And this leads directly to his definition of the educated man as someone who can sing and dance well. But, and this is a critical caveat, he doesn't mean someone who merely has a pretty voice or highly flexible legs. He means someone who sings and dances to good things.
Right, and this brings us right to the concept of mimesis, or imitation, which is, it's really a central pillar of this whole philosophical worldview, isn't it?
It is the absolute bedrock of his aesthetic theory. The Athenian argues that all art, music, poetry, drama, all of it is an imitation of reality. It's a representation of human character. When a young man acts in a play or sings a song, he is imitating the person in the song. He is actively channeling those specific emotions.
And the danger, the real trap here, is that if you spend your time imitating a bad person, you actually start to become a bad person.
That is the ultimate fear. He argues that human beings naturally come to enjoy what we are familiar with. If a child is constantly exposed to vicious art, if they're always singing songs about cowardly men, or watching plays where bad, selfish behavior is celebrated or just made to look really fun, their soul begins to resonate with that bad behavior. Even if an adult tells them, hey, this is bad behavior, if they feel pleasure while watching it, the pleasure creates a lasting bond. They literally start to love the vice.
It's essentially an ancient argument about neuroplasticity, isn't it? It's the idea that what you consume, you become. If you spend your whole day consuming garbage media, your soul just gets cluttered with garbage.
You would say you are actively training yourself to find pleasure in the wrong things. You are deeply corrupting that discipline of pleasure and pain we just talked about. And this is exactly why he is so incredibly strict about what kind of music and art is allowed in the state. He completely rejects the modern idea that art is just subjective, or that the only valid standard for art is simply does the audience like it.
He is so adamant about that point. He says the standard of art should never be pleasure. The standard must be truth.
Truth, meaning, does this imitation accurately reflect the good? Does it show the good man exactly as he really is? Does it show the true miserable consequences of vice accurately? And to prove that establishing this kind of artistic control is actually possible, he points directly to Egypt.
The Egypt example is wild to read. He talks about it like it's this perfect utopia of artistic stagnation.
He claims, and we can certainly debate the historical accuracy of this, but he claims that in Egypt, the acceptable forms of art were legally fixed 10,000 years ago. He says you can go to a temple there and see a painting from 10,000 years ago, and it follows the exact same mathematical rules and proportions as a painting made yesterday. They figured out the quote-unquote correct way to represent the gods and represent virtue, and they just froze it. They make innovation literally illegal in the arts.
Which to a modern artist today sounds like absolute death. No innovation at all. No making it your own.
But to the Athenian, it sounds like profound safety. His logic is very straightforward. If you have genuinely found the perfect way to express a truth, any change from that perfection must, by definition, be a degradation. Why on earth would you change the perfect geometry? The only reason to change it is to chase the fleeting attention span of the general public or to indulge in novelty. And novelty to him is incredibly dangerous.
And to really illustrate why we absolutely cannot trust the general public's taste, he gives us this puppet show thought experiment. I found this part really funny, actually.
It is funny, but it's also a very sharp critique. He asks us to suppose we had a city-wide competition to see who can give the most pleasure to a city. No artistic rules, just make the people happy. You have a rhapsode reciting Homer, you have a tragedian, a comedian, and a puppeteer. Who wins the prize?
And the answer he gives is it depends entirely on who you ask in the audience.
Right. He says if the judges are little children, Well, the puppeteer wins, obviously. If the judges are rowdy older kids, the comedian wins. If they're educated women and young men, the tragedy wins. And if they're old men, like the three of them walk into the cave right now, they would pick the epic poetry.
So pleasure isn't some fixed objective standard, it's just a demographic variable.
Exactly. And because the general public is just a chaotic mix of all these different groups and mostly uneducated, you cannot trust the roar of the crowd to tell you what is actually good. The Athenian concludes that the true judge of art shouldn't be the student of the audience. He should be the teacher of the audience. He should be the one standing up and telling them, no, don't clap for that. That was trash. Clap for this. This is truth.
It's establishing the role of the critic as a literal moral guardian for the city. But this leads to a massive structural problem for the legislator. Because, let's be honest, sometimes being bad looks really fun. Sometimes the unjust man seems to be having a great time. He's rich, he's powerful, he just does whatever he wants.
This is the central conflict of statecraft. The legislator desperately wants the citizens to be just, but the citizens just want to be happy. If the citizens deep down believe that the unjust life is actually the happier life, they will always secretly want to be unjust. They will only follow the law when the police are actively watching them.
So the legislator has to somehow convince them that justice perfectly equals happiness.
He has to weld those two concepts together permanently in their minds. The Athenian takes a very hard line here. He argues, and he claims this is the absolute objective truth, that the unjust life is not pleasant at all. He says the unjust man is actually full of fear and internal discord. But then he says something truly fascinating. He says, essentially, even if I'm wrong about that.
Even if I'm wrong, I'm still going to say it.
Yes. He says, even if it were not factually true that the just man is happier, the legislator who wants a stable society would be absolutely crazy to teach anything else. He must teach the connection between justice and pleasure as a useful falsehood or a noble lie.
And he compares the utility of this to the myth of the dragon's teeth.
The Sidonian myth, right? Cadmus kills a dragon, sows the teeth into the ground, and fully armed men spring up from the earth. The Athenian basically says, look, people believe that story. That story is physically, chemically impossible, but we tell it and people buy it. If we can make them believe that absurdity, surely we can persuade them to believe that goodness and pleasure are the exact same thing. It's entirely about constructing a social reality that allows the state to function without constant violence.
And to drill this narrative deeply into the heads of the citizens, he proposes this elaborate system of 3 choruses. It's basically a conveyor belt of cultural propaganda or education, depending on how you view it.
It's a highly structured mechanism of cultural transmission. First, you have the chorus of the muses. These are the children. They sing these core truths that the just are happy and the wicked are sad with total innocent enthusiasm. They don't question it at all. Then you have the chorus of Apollo. These are the young men up to age 30. They sing the exact same things, but invoking the god to witness the truth. They are the spirited, muscular defenders of the culture.
But then we get to the third group, the older men, the ones between 30 and 60, the chorus of Dionysus.
And this is exactly where the whole system runs into a major snag. The Athenian points out that as men get older, their psychology changes. They get stiffer. They get much more self-conscious. A 10-year-old will sing his heart out in front of a giant crowd. A 50-year-old man, he feels undignified doing that. He feels shame. He just doesn't want to stand up in public and chant and dance.
He's become hardened by life.
He is. And this is a catastrophic problem for the state, because these older men are actually the most important part of the entire system. They're the ones with the life experience to actually judge the art. The Athenian explicitly says to properly judge art, you need 3 specific things. You need to know what the object is, which is knowledge. You need to know it is correctly rendered, which is truth. And you need to know it is well executed, which is quality. The kids simply don't have that. They just know what gives them an immediate dopamine hit. Only the elders know what is actually right.
So if the elders are too embarrassed to sing and participate, you lose your cultural anchors. You lose the only people in the society who can reliably distinguish between good music and bad music.
Exactly. And he complains bitterly about the bad music of his own day. He talks about these modern poets who mix genres, who make men sound like women who mix the rhythms of slaves with the speech of free men. He calls it a musical soup. Without the respected elders there to check this trend, the culture inevitably drifts into complete chaos.
So the practical question is, how do we get the grumpy, self-conscious old men to sing and dance?
We circle all the way back to the very beginning of the discussion. We use the confidence potion. We use wine.
So the wine is literally the practical tool to fix the old men.
The Athenian uses this beautiful metallurgical metaphor. He says we use wine to essentially melt the iron of the aging soul. When the old men drink a tightly regulated, moderate amount, the rigid hardness melts away. The societal shame recedes. They become pliable again. They become perfectly willing to join the song.
It effectively makes them feel young enough to participate, but it keeps them wise enough to judge the content.
That is the precise balance he's striking. The wine gives them the emotional spirit of the child, but they retain the intellectual judgment of the elder. It keeps the wisest generation actively engaged in the culture, instead of just letting them retreat into cynical silence.
Yeah.
So the drinking party, when properly regulated, is actually the core mechanism that saves the culture from degrading.
It's such a brilliant tie-in. He has completely justified the existence of the symposium by making it practically essential to the state's educational survival. Now, right at this exact point in the conversation, the scope of the book changes incredibly dramatically. We zoom way out, we completely leave the drinking party, and we look at the entire sweeping history of the world.
It is a massive narrative shift. This marks the start of Book 3. The Athenian basically says, okay, we've talked at length about the microcosm of the individual soul in the chorus. Now let's talk about the macrocosm. Where does government actually come from in the first place?
And he starts with what you could call a great reset, a literal cataclysm.
He assumes the human history is fundamentally cyclical. He firmly believes that every so often civilization gets completely wiped out by a flood or a plague or a fire, and we just have to start all over again. Here he focuses heavily on the idea of a great deluge.
A massive flood that just wipes out the cities entirely.
Right. The cities are almost always built on the flat plains and the coastlines, so they naturally get hit first. The water rises, the cities are utterly destroyed, and everyone in them drowns. All the advanced technology, all the written books, all complex art just gone in an instant.
So who actually survives this?
The hill shepherds, the people living way up on the highest mountain peaks. These are the people who are already incredibly isolated, already leading very simple, rugged lives. They become the vital sparks that preserve the human race from extinction.
I find his detailed description of this post-apocalyptic world to be really compelling because it's not a violent dog-eat-dog Mad Max wasteland. It's actually framed as kind of a pure paradise.
It is. It's essentially a golden age that is born entirely out of subtraction. Think about what they've actually lost. They have lost the ability to mine metal. They can't forge iron or brass anymore. That immediately means they can't make swords or bronze spearheads. So large-scale war, as we know it, completely disappears. They have also lost the complex skills of logging and shipbuilding, so they remain strictly isolated. They couldn't invade their neighbors, even if they wanted to.
And because so many millions of people died in the flood, there's absolutely no resource scarcity.
Exactly. You have vast herds of millions of sheep and only a few hundred people left alive to tend them. There's plenty of food, plenty of leather for clothes, plenty of bulk, so there's absolutely no poverty. But critically, because there's no gold or silver, there's also no wealth.
And without severe poverty or extreme wealth, the major historical causes of social friction are just gone.
The Athenian explicitly calls these survivors simple-minded, manly, and just. They aren't virtuous because they sit around reading dense philosophy books. They are virtuous because they literally don't know how to be otherwise. They aren't clever enough to invent complex lies. When they hear an ancient story about the gods, they just accept it and believe it. It's a state of profound, naive moral purity.
But as with all things in history, it just can't last. The population naturally starts to grow again. And the Athenian traces the slow evolution of society from this simple, pure state back to dangerous complexity. He outlines 3 distinct stages of this growth.
The first stage he calls the Cyclops stage. This is the immediate aftermath of the flood. You just have isolated, scattered families living in caves or very rushed shelters. The oldest male in the family is the absolute ruler. It is a patriarchy in the strictest biological sense. He quotes Homer talking about the Cyclops, saying each gives law to his wife and children, and they care not for one another. There is no overarching state. There's just the isolated biological unit.
But then eventually we move to the aggregation stage.
Right. The families inevitably grow larger over generations. They start to move slowly down from the high peaks into the foothills. They figure out basic agriculture. They build rudimentary walls to keep out wild beasts. But this physical proximity creates the very first real political problem. You suddenly have Family A and Family B moving into the exact same shared settlement.
And Family A worships Zeus in one particular way, and Family B worships him in a completely different way.
Right. Or family A's patriarch was really incredibly strict and punitive, and family B's was highly permissive. Now they have to somehow live together inside the same walls. Whose specific rules do we all follow? This intense daily friction necessitates the invention of the legislator. The families voluntarily choose chiefs, essentially arbiters, to look at all the various customs of the different clans, pick the most functional ones, and formally propose them as a binding law for the whole group. This represents the birth of aristocracy and eventually formal monarchy.
And finally, after enough time passes, they get brave enough to completely leave the foothills.
The third stage, the city on the plain. The Athenian explicitly points to the founding of Ilium, which is Troy. This represents the crucial psychological moment when humanity fully forgets the terror of the flood. They become supremely confident again. They build a massive walled city right out in the open near the ocean. They simply aren't afraid of the water anymore.
And that supreme confidence predictably leads straight to conflict.
It leads directly to the Trojan War. And here the Athenian brilliantly weaves the ancient myths of Homer into his sociological and political theory. He uses the deep context of the Trojan War to explain the historical origin of the Dorian people, which are the very people he is currently talking to, the Spartans and the Cretans.
The history he lays out here is really incredibly tragic. The Greeks sail off to Troy, they eventually win the war, but the siege itself lasts 10 grinding years.
And that 10-year gap is socially fatal. While the established kings and all the strongest soldiers were away fighting the next generation, grew up back home without them. When the exhausted veterans finally returned, they weren't welcomed back as glorious heroes. They were seen as dangerous strangers or political threats. There were massive violent uprisings. The returnee heroes were largely slaughtered in the streets or driven into permanent exile.
So the grand victors of Troy essentially became desperate refugees.
They did. They rallied under a charismatic leader named Dorius, which is where we get the name the Dorians, and they wandered until they eventually returned to the Peloponnese to retake their ancestral lands by sheer force. This massive historical event is what is known as the return of the Heraclidae, the direct descendants of Hercules.
And this brings us right to the climax of this whole historical survey, the actual settlement of the Peloponnese. They successfully conquer it, and they divide the land into 3 distinct kingdoms, Argos-Messene and Lacedaemon, which of course we know is Sparta.
The Athenian practically begs his companions to look at this specific moment in history very carefully. He says that theoretically on paper, this was the absolute perfect political setup. You had 3 strong kingdoms. They were all led by the exact same royal family, the Heraclidae. They shared the exact same foundational laws. They had the most battle-tested army in the world, the men who just conquered Troy. And they had the explicit divine blessing of the oracle at Delphi.
And to legally seal this massive alliance, they swore what was called the Great Oath.
This oath is their constitutional bedrock. It was a deeply binding compact between the 3 kings and the 3 cities. The kings solemnly swore not to become tyrannical, to always respect the existing laws. The cities promised to respect the king's authority as long as they kept that promise. And crucially, there was a mutual defense clause baked into it.
An ancient version of all for one and one for all.
Exactly. If anyone, whether it was a foreign outsider or a domestic rebellious faction, tried to destroy the monarchy. In Argos, Sparta and Messene were legally sworn to immediately come to their military aid. It was an incredibly robust system of collective security. The Athenian points out that if this league had just held together, it would have been totally unstoppable. No Persian Empire, no other Greek city-state could have ever touched them. They would have peacefully ruled the entire known world.
But it didn't hold together, it violently collapsed.
It failed miserably, and it failed very quickly. In 2 of the 3 kingdoms, Argos and Messene, the political system just completely fell apart. The kings became greedy and power-hungry, or the people became chaotic and unmanageable. The sacred oaths were blatantly broken. Instead of helping each other, the 3 kingdoms fiercely turned on each other. Sparta ended up fighting brutal, grinding wars against Argos and Messene for centuries.
And the Athenian really wants to know why. What fundamentally went wrong with this perfect system?
That is the ultimate million-dollar question for any political theorist. The Athenian insists we have to diagnose this failure correctly. It wasn't because they were physically weak. I mean, they were literally the conquerors of Troy. It wasn't because they were stupid in a technical or strategic sense. It was, once again, ignorance.
But a very specific, deeply philosophical kind of ignorance.
Yes, the ignorance of the soul. It was the profound internal discord between what they rationally knew was right and what they biologically desired. The kings of Argos and Messene rationally knew the mutual oath was good for everyone. They knew justice was objectively good, but they deeply, fiercely desired absolute power. Their souls were completely uneducated. They didn't have that crucial fear of disgrace we talked about earlier. They did not have the correct discipline of pleasure and pain.
So despite having the perfect military position, the absolute perfect royal lineage, and the perfect constitution written on parchment, the state completely failed because the people, specifically the leaders, lacked internal moral virtue.
Precisely. The external political collapse was merely a symptom of a massive internal spiritual collapse. The Great Oath was completely worthless because the men who swore it hadn't been melted and properly molded by the right kind of education. They chased short-term pleasure and arrogant power instead of remaining anchored to truth.
And this brilliantly ties everything we've talked about together. The strictly regulated drinking party, the musical education of the child, the deep fear of disgrace. It is all completely about preventing the exact kind of catastrophic failure that destroyed the Dorian League.
It comprehensively proves the Athenians' main point, which is that politics is fundamentally soulcraft.
Yeah.
You simply cannot legislate a stable, enduring state if you are filling it with unstable, corrupted souls. You absolutely have to build the internal character of the citizen before you can ever hope to build the external structure of the city.
And as we consider the massive scale of that failure, it really is the perfect cliffhanger to pause on. We have seen the potentially perfect state completely collapse just because of a fatal flaw in human nature. So the pressing question now obviously becomes, how on earth do we fix that flaw?
And that is exactly where the Athenian is going to take us next. He is going to take the smoldering wreckage of Argos and Messene and use it as a detailed forensic case study. He wants to figure out what specific functional laws, what exact checks and balances could have realistically saved them from themselves.
It's basically going to be an intense autopsy of a failed constitution.
It is, and it's the moment where we really start to see the hard, practical side of his political theory emerge from the philosophy.
So keep that vivid image of the three kingdoms right in the front of your mind, the massive potential for greatness and the tragic reality of ruin, because as we continue this discussion, we are going to get into the deep nuts and bolts of how a legislator can actually try to stop that dark history from repeating itself. So stepping right back into the flow of the dialogue here, we are picking up exactly where we left off.
Right back into the thick of it.
The Athenian stranger is, he's still with Megillus and Cleinias. And he immediately pivots to something that feels incredibly personal, almost uncomfortably so.
Yeah, it's a fascinating pivot. Usually when we think of political philosophy or, constructing a state in a book like this, we think of laws, armies, taxes.
It's the structural stuff.
Exactly. But the Athenian starts here with the internal state of the citizen. He brings up a point that is quite counterintuitive. The idea that prayer can actually be dangerous.
Right, because we tend to view prayer as a straightforward request for good things. Health, prosperity, safety for our families.
But the Athenian warns that if a man's desire conflicts with reason, his prayer becomes a trap.
He uses a very specific, tragic example to illustrate this. He brings up the story of Theseus and his son Hippolytus.
A very heavy example to drop on the table.
Really heavy. For those who might not remember the myth perfectly, Theseus, in a blind rage, prayed a curse upon his son, a curse that the sea god Poseidon actually answered, which led directly to Hippolytus's violent death.
And the Athenian asks a really sharp question here. He says, if the son were wise, and he heard his father praying such a thing in the heat of youth, or maybe the dotage of old age, would he join in that prayer?
And the obvious answer is no. He would pray against his own father's prayer.
Right. Which leads to the central thesis of this whole opening section. A man should not pray that everything happens according to his own will.
Because our will is often flawed.
Exactly. It's actually a recipe for disaster. Instead, he argues that a person should pray that their will is brought into alignment with wisdom.
It's a total reversal of how most people approach the divine, isn't it? We usually want the universe to bend to our desires.
We want a cosmic vending machine. But the argument here is that we must bend our desires to match what is objectively good.
And this alignment, or the lack of it, brings us to his definition of ignorance. And I think this is one of the most important definitions in the entire book.
I agree completely. It frames everything else they discuss.
Because when we say someone is ignorant today, we usually mean they lack data. They don't know the capital of a country, or they can't do calculus.
They haven't read enough books.
Right. But the Athenian explicitly says that is not what he means at all.
No, he is not talking about technical incompetence. He says you can have a man who is a master of calculation, highly skilled in the arts, maybe a brilliant military tactician.
Someone we would call a genius today.
Sure, a captain of industry.
Yeah.
This man can have all the cleverness in the world. But if his soul is in a state of discord, he is suffering from the greatest ignorance.
Let's break down that word discord. What does that look like internally according to the text?
It's essentially a civil war within the self. It happens when a person knows, intellectually knows, that something is good and noble, but their emotions absolutely hate it.
Or the reverse.
Right, the reverse. They know something is evil and ruinous, but they love it. They yearn for it.
The Athenian compares the emotional part of the soul, the pleasure and pain centers, to the populace of a city, the masses.
That's a great analogy he uses. If the populace refuses to obey the rulers and the laws, which correspond to reason in this metaphor, you have anarchy.
It just doesn't matter how educated the person is in terms of raw facts. If their loves and hates are misaligned with their reason, they are fundamentally ignorant.
It is such a powerful distinction. You can be smart, but totally unwise, clever, but ultimately ruinous to yourself and others.
And he doesn't just leave this as some abstract psychological theory. He connects it directly to historical politics, the fall of kings.
This is where he starts the historical autopsy. He looks back at the history of the Peloponnese, specifically the Dorian kings of Argos and Messene.
So you had three kingdoms established at roughly the same time: Sparta, Argos, and Messene.
They all started with the exact same advantages, swore oaths to protect one another, shared the same military technology and tactics.
But Argos and Messene completely collapsed into ruin, while Sparta survived and became incredibly powerful.
And the Athenian asks the vital question, why? Was it because Argos and Messene were bad at war? Did they lack martial skill?
And he answers his own question with a flat no. It wasn't about military weakness. It was this greatest ignorance we just defined.
General degeneracy.
Exactly. They didn't understand the fundamental nature of authority and balance. They tried to rule with a profound discord in their souls, which translated into discord in their states.
Which brings us to the structural heart of this argument. To understand why they failed, the Athenian lists what he calls the 7 titles of authority.
I really want to go through these carefully because they show exactly how the ancient world viewed hierarchy and power.
It's a brilliant taxonomy of why anyone listens to anyone else.
The first one is the most biological, parents over children.
Right, that is the authority of origin, universally recognized in nature.
Then the second title, nobles over the ignoble.
The idea that high birth or aristocracy gives you an inherent right to rule.
The third is age, the elders ruling the younger.
Also deeply traditional. The assumption that wisdom naturally accumulates with time.
Then we have the fourth title, masters over slaves, authority based strictly on ownership and property rights.
And the fifth one is where it gets a bit more aggressive, the stronger ruling the weaker.
The Athenian specifically mentions the poet Pindar here. Pindar famously said that this rule of the strong is according to nature.
It's the law of the jungle. If I can physically beat you, I get to rule you. It's the claim of the tyrant.
But then the Athenian introduces the sixth claim, and he marks this one as the most critical of all.
Yes, the rule of the wise over the ignorant.
And notice the careful distinction he makes here. This is the rule of law over willing subjects.
That word willing is key. It is not enforced by the strength of the arm, like the fifth title. It's enforced by the strength of the mind and the consent of the governed.
And lastly, the seventh claim, which always seems a bit random to modern ears but was vital to them, the lot.
Drawing straws, essentially. It's the democratic claim, but in the ancient context, they viewed the lottery as the choice of the gods.
If you draw the short straw, you obey. If you draw the long straw, you rule. It completely removes human ego from the equation.
So you have these 7 titles: parents, nobles, elders, masters, strength, wisdom, and the lot.
And the Athenians' point is that this isn't just a tidy list. It's actually a recipe for constant conflict. They clash with each other constantly.
Exactly. Just imagine a situation where the strongest person, Title 5, is actually totally ignorant, violating Title 6.
Or where the parent is foolish.
Or where the lot selects someone who is incredibly weak and indecisive. These intersecting titles are the fountainhead of sedition.
If a state doesn't have a mechanism to harmonize these conflicting claims to power, it will inevitably tear itself apart.
Which perfectly explains the failure of Argos and Messene. They completely failed to harmonize them.
The kings of those cities wanted absolute power. They likely relied on the titles of nobility and strength, and they just ignored the check of wisdom or law.
They violated the concept of the mean.
The mean being the crucial concept for balance. The Athenian quotes Hesiod here, the old poet, who said, "The half is often more than the whole."
It sounds like a paradox at first glance. How can half be more than the whole?
But it means that a moderate amount of something like political power that is safe and lasting is actually more in the long run than a total absolute amount that quickly destroys itself.
If you take the whole of absolute power, you inevitably evoke injustice. You become insolent. And eventually you lose everything. You are overthrown.
So the half-moderate shared power is mathematically and practically superior because it survives the test of time.
So how did Sparta specifically apply this half? How did they manage to survive when their sister cities fell to ruin?
The Athenian identifies three specific saviors of the Spartan constitution. It's a really fascinating look at ancient constitutional engineering.
The first savior was the god who gave them a dual kingship. Instead of one king having all the monarchical power, they had two kings.
From two completely different royal families.
Right. That immediately creates an internal check. If one king decides he wants to be a tyrant, the other king can block him. It dilutes the concentration of power at the very top.
Then the second savior was a human lawgiver who established the Council of Elders.
These were 28 men, generally older, highly respected, who held legislative power equal to the king's.
So this mixes the pride of birth, the kingship, with the pride of age, the elders.
It added massive ballast to the ship of state. The kings couldn't just steer it wherever their whims took them. They had to persuade the 28 elders.
And the third savior.
The institution of the ephors. These were magistrates elected by a lot.
Bringing in that democratic element, Title VII.
Exactly. And these ephors had the power to check the kings and even arrest them if necessary. The Athenian says this system bridled the power of the monarchy.
I'm mixing monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. Sparta created a perfectly balanced system. They accepted the mean.
They accepted that no single person or class should have all the power. And because of that humility, their state lasted for centuries.
Whereas Argos and Messene grasped for the whole pie and ended up with nothing.
It's a brutal historical lesson.
Now, the conversation zooms out significantly. We've looked at the Dorian kings and the Peloponnese. Now the Athenian wants to look at the two mother forms of all constitutions globally.
He argues that almost every government on Earth is basically a mixture of two pure concepts, monarchy and democracy.
And he chooses the two ultimate historical examples of these extremes to analyze. For monarchy, he looks at the Persian Empire. For democracy, he looks at his own home, Athens.
His core argument is that both of these great powers eventually failed, or at least went into steep decline, because they abandoned the mean. They pushed their core principle way too far.
Let's start with Persia. The analysis here is basically a psychological critique of how absolute power destroys the competence of the leaders themselves. He starts by contrasting Cyrus the Great with his son Cambyses.
Cyrus is portrayed almost as a hero here. Cyrus was a general, first and foremost. He came from a rugged, tough background.
He wasn't born in a palace sleeping on silk sheets.
Right. He spent his life on campaigns, living rough with his soldiers. Because of this, he understood the common man. He allowed freedom of speech among his generals.
If a soldier had a good idea, Cyrus listened. He rewarded merit.
He created what the Athenian calls a community of feeling. The soldiers genuinely loved him, and the empire expanded rapidly because everyone felt personally invested in its success.
But then Cyrus dies, and he leaves this massive functioning empire to his son Cambyses. And this is where the Athenian places the blame entirely on education, or rather, the total lack of it.
It is a scathing critique of the royal upbringing. While Cyrus was out conquering the known world, he left the raising of his children to the women of the court and the royal eunuchs.
These kids were raised entirely in the harem.
Kept far away from any hardship. They were told from the moment they could understand language that they were the favorites of heaven. They were treated as if they were already flawless gods.
No one ever told them no. That's the key.
Never. If the child got angry and threw a tantrum, adults cowered and gave him what he wanted. If he wanted something, he got it instantly.
So you end up with a young man who has never practiced self-control, never faced adversity, never had to govern his own soul.
And suddenly, upon his father's death, this spoiled, undisciplined child is handed absolute power over the largest empire on earth. It is an inevitable disaster.
Cambyses turned out to be an absolute madman. He killed his own brother, he disrespected the sacred gods of the nations he conquered, and he nearly brought the whole empire down.
And the tragedy is this cycle just repeats itself. After Cambyses, Darius comes along. Now, Darius wasn't a pampered royal. He was one of the 7 chiefs who overthrew the imposter king.
So he's a rough, capable military guy again, just like Cyrus.
Exactly. And Darius restores the empire, puts it back on solid footing, through sharing power and building friendship, But then he makes the exact same mistake Cyrus made.
He raises his son Xerxes in the exact same luxurious, pampered harem environment that ruined Cambyses.
And predictably, Xerxes proceeds to ruin things all over again. The lesson the Athenian is drawing here is twofold. First, absolute power is toxic to the ruler himself. It rots his character.
And politically, what does it do?
Because the Persian kings took away all liberty from their people, turning citizens into mere slaves, that community of feeling entirely evaporated.
When the Persians finally marched into Greece, they had millions of men. But the Athenian says they were useless.
They had no spirit. They were marching forward only because there were men behind them with whips. They weren't fighting for a state they loved.
So that's the failure of excessive monarchy. It leads to slavery and hollow armies. Now let's pivot to the opposite extreme, Athens. The failure of excessive freedom.
The Athenian looks back at the ancient constitution of Athens, roughly around the time of the Persian Wars. He notes that it wasn't always the chaotic hyper-democracy of later years.
It was governed by a property census, sure, but more importantly, it was governed by a psychological force he calls mistress reverence.
Mistress reverence. It's a beautiful phrase. It implies a sense of awe, a respectful fear.
A fear of shame, a fear of violating the unwritten rules of decency and community.
He describes the exact moment the Persians attacked. The sheer existential terror of that invasion unified the Athenians like nothing else could.
He mentions how Datis, the Persian general, netted the island of Eretria, literally having his soldiers hold hands and sweep across the entire island so not a single person could escape.
When that horrifying news hit Athens, they realized they were completely alone. No one was coming to save them.
That terrifying solitude bound them together. They obeyed their laws and their magistrates implicitly during that crisis because they were terrified and perfectly unified by mistress reverence.
But then they win the war. The crisis passes, and the decline begins. And this is the part of his theory that always catches people off guard.
He doesn't blame the decline on economics or political corruption initially. He blames it on music.
It is the famous musical decline argument. The Athenian explains that in the old disciplined days, music was strictly regulated by genre.
A hymn to the gods was a hymn. A lament for the dead was a lament. A paean was a paean. You absolutely did not mix them up.
And the judgment of whether a song or a performance was good didn't belong to the audience. It belonged to the directors of instruction, highly educated experts.
They kept the audience completely quiet, literally with a stick if necessary.
It sounds incredibly authoritarian to us. But his point is about objective expertise. The judgment of art was based on objective standards of what is correct and edifying, not the subjective feeling of what is fun in the moment.
But over time, poets started breaking the rules. They started mixing the genres. They created what he calls vulgar innovations.
And crucially, they started composing specifically to please the crowd, to get the loudest applause.
And this cultural shift created what he terms a theatrocracy.
A rule by the audience. The standard of quality became mere pleasure. If the crowd cheered, the art was deemed good. If they booed, it was bad.
The Athenian argues that this mindset, this idea that I am the ultimate judge of what is right, based entirely on how I feel right now, that mindset did not stay contained within the theater walls.
It leaked directly into the political assembly.
That is the slippery slope he maps out. Once the common citizen felt he was the ultimate, unquestionable authority on music and art, he soon felt he was the ultimate authority on everything.
What he calls a conceit of wisdom followed. First, they stopped listening to the political rulers. Then they stopped listening to their parents and the elders in their families.
Then they began to ignore the laws themselves.
And finally, at the very bottom of the slope, they ignored their oaths and the gods completely. It ended in what he calls a titanic nature. A complete, arrogant rebellion against all order and decency.
So, just as Persia failed by making everyone slaves, Athens failed by making everyone quote-unquote free from the necessary constraints of law and reason. Both extremes end in ruin.
So we have our history lesson. We know what we need to avoid. Don't be a tyrant like the Persian kings. Don't be a chaotic, pleasure-seeking mob like late Athens. And try to find a balanced mean like Sparta.
And at this exact moment, the dialogue shifts dramatically. Cleinias, the Cretan, drops a bombshell. He reveals that he is actually on a commission of 10 men from his city of Snosus, charged with founding a brand new colony.
This changes everything. It's not just an abstract philosophical chat anymore. He practically needs laws, tomorrow.
He invites the Athenian to help him frame the constitution for this new city, which we learn will be called Magnesia.
This moves us seamlessly into the geography of virtue. Because before you can write laws, you have to know where the city is physically located.
The first thing the Athenian asks is about the location. Is it on the coast?
Cleinias says it's about 80 stadia inland. That's roughly 9 or 10 miles from the sea. The terrain is rough, mountainous, and has very few good harbors.
And the Athenian is visibly relieved by this news. He says if the city were built right on the coast, it would need a mighty savior to keep it virtuous.
This reflects the very deep suspicion that ancient philosophers, especially land-based ones, had of the sea.
The sea brings maritime trade. Trade brings merchants. Merchants bring strangers with different corrupting customs.
Most importantly, it brings the endless desire for financial profit. The Athenian famously calls the sea a bitter and brackish neighbor.
He says it fills the city with unfaithful ways. If your whole society is based on trading for profit, you are constantly thinking about deals, money, and taking advantage of the other guy.
That mercantile mindset inherently corrupts the soul of a citizen, so he vastly prefers the rough inland terrain.
Cleinias notes that the land produces a little bit of everything, but not in massive abundance.
And again, the Athenian says that is the ideal economic state. Self-sufficiency, but absolutely no luxury.
If the land is too rich, you get massive export trade, which brings in foreign gold and silver, which he despises.
But if it's too poor, obviously the citizens starve. So rough and self-sufficient is the sweet spot. It breeds a tough, independent, moderately wealthy, and highly virtuous citizenry.
He also specifically asks about timber. Is there good wood for building ships?
Cleinias admits there isn't much fir or pine in the area. And once again, the Athenian is thrilled. He really, really does not want this city to have a navy.
His critique of naval warfare here is quite unique. We usually think of a strong navy as a great asset.
But he argues that fighting on ships teaches terrible moral habits. Think about a land battle. A hoplite, the heavily armored infantryman, must stand his ground in the line.
Shield to shield.
Right. If he drops his shield and runs, the line breaks and his friends die. So bravery is structurally required.
But in naval warfare, it's completely different.
In a ship, you row in, you attack, you row backwards, you maneuver. A very common tactic was jumping ashore to raid and then sprinting back to the ships when the enemy approached.
He says this kind of fighting makes flight seem legitimate. It normalizes running away.
He wants a city of lions, soldiers who stand firm and fight face to face. He thinks a navy creates a city of foxes or trained runners.
He even brings in Homer as evidence. He quotes the scene where Odysseus yells at Agamemnon for wanting to drag the ships down to the water right in the middle of a battle. Odysseus says it will make the Greeks look behind them and lose their will to fight.
So, no navy, no big port, no excessive wealth. What about the human material? The colonists themselves?
Cleinias asks the Athenian a practical question. Should the colonists be drawn from a single race, like a swarm of bees buzzing out of one hive? Or should it be a mixed group gathered from all over Crete and the Peloponnese?
The Athenian weighs the pros and cons carefully here. A single race is much easier to unify at the very beginning. They already speak the same dialect, they worship the same specific gods, they have shared history.
But there's a major downside. They are stubborn.
Extremely stubborn. If you, as the new legislator, try to give them a new law that contradicts their ancestral customs, they will resist it fiercely. They'll just say, that's not how we did it back home.
Whereas a mixed population is like a herd of horses gathered from different stables.
It's definitely harder to organize initially. You have to get them to just understand each other and cooperate. But because they don't have a single, rigid, shared tradition, they are actually much more open to the legislator's design.
They are more pliable. They are more willing to accept new laws because they don't have a unified old way to fall back on and defend.
Now we transition into the broader philosophy of legislation. And the Athenian makes a surprisingly humble admission for a guy writing a book about laws.
He says that in reality, man never truly legislates.
Right. Wars, poverty, plagues, famines, these external forces actually dictate our laws. We are mostly just puppets of circumstance.
But he doesn't stop there. He qualifies it. He says, yes, God controls all things, and chance sits right there with God. But art, meaning human skill and preparation, must go with them.
He uses the analogy of a ship's pilot. A pilot cannot control the storm, but his skill matters immensely when the storm actually hits. The legislator is that pilot. He must be ready to seize the brief opportunities that fortune provides.
And then he asks a question that really stops you in your tracks. He asks Cleinias, what is the best possible condition for a legislator to work? If you wanted to establish a good state as fast as possible, what is the one tool you need?
And his answer is shocking. A tyrant.
Which seems to completely contradict everything we just spent an hour saying about Persia and Cambyses.
It really does seem that way. But we have to look closely at why he says it. He's absolutely not saying tyranny is the best form of government.
He's talking about the mechanics of change.
Exactly. He is saying it is the most efficient mechanism for rapid social change. If you want to change the deeply held social habits of a people, how they marry, how they worship, how they conduct business persuasion alone takes generations.
But a tyrant can change the culture in a single year.
Because everyone naturally copies the leader, especially an absolute leader.
So if the tyrant is young, temperate, possesses a quick mind and a good memory, and is lucky enough to be partnered with a genuinely wise legislator,
then the tyrant can simply live the new laws. If he publicly praises virtue and acts virtuously, the ambitious people in the city will follow his lead just to gain his favor.
and if he shames vice, the people will avoid it out of fear. The Athenian argues this is undeniably the quickest way to establish a new polity.
But he admits it's an incredibly dangerous gamble. It completely relies on the tyrant being temperate and wise, which is historically very rare.
So rare, he calls it a divine dispensation if it actually happens. But he quickly moves from this pragmatic, somewhat cynical mechanism to the actual ideal of law. He brings up the myth of Kronos.
The ancient golden age.
The story goes that in the age of Kronos, the gods knew perfectly well that no human could rule over other humans with absolute power without becoming corrupt and insolent.
The analogy he uses is great. A human ruling humans is like a goat ruling goats, or an ox ruling oxen. It just doesn't work. The ruler needs to be of a higher order.
So Kronos appointed demons, not evil spirits, but divine beings, a higher species, to rule over mankind. And under their rule, there was perfect peace, modesty, and justice.
But since we don't have these divine beings walking around directing traffic anymore, what are we supposed to do?
The Athenian says we must imitate that golden age by letting the immortal element within ourselves rule.
And that immortal element is reason. When reason is written down, codified, and distributed for the common good, we call it law.
He engages in some neat Greek wordplay here, connecting nomos, the word for law, with no, the word for mind. True law is simply the distribution of reason.
And this serves as his absolute rebuttal to the cynical idea that justice is simply the interest of the stronger.
Right. If a government is set up where a specific class rules purely for its own benefit, whether that's a democracy ruling to enrich the poor or an oligarchy ruling to protect the rich, he says that is not a true polity.
It is merely a party or a faction holding power. The rules they make in those states aren't true laws. They are just weapons used by the ruling class against their rivals.
In a true state, he says, the rulers must be servants of the laws, ministers of the law.
He argues that the man who is most completely obedient to the established law should be the one who gets the highest office. The ruler is the slave of the law, ensuring that the people themselves can remain free.
It is the absolute foundational concept of the rule of law. No single human being is above it.
So now, imagine this scenario. The colonists have physically arrived, the city is laid out. The Athenian says, before we just start reading out a list of rules, we need to address the citizens directly.
And here he introduces a totally novel idea about how laws should actually be written. He says laws shouldn't just be barked orders.
This is his famous double law concept, and he uses the brilliant analogy of the two doctors to explain it.
Let's visualize this. You have the slave doctor and the free doctor.
The slave doctor, who is usually a slave himself, treating other slaves, runs frantically from patient to patient in the clinic.
He doesn't ask any questions about their lifestyle. He doesn't explain the nature of the illness.
He just gives an abrupt order. Take this potion, put on this bandage. And if the patient asks why, the doctor ignores him or gets angry and rushes to the next bed.
It treats the patient like an object. It is pure, unadulterated coercion.
Now contrast that with the free doctor. The free doctor treats free men. He comes to the house, he sits down.
He asks about the entire history of the disease. He talks to the patient's family to get context.
He explains exactly what is happening inside the body. He teaches the patient about their own health.
And crucially, the Athenian says, the free doctor does not give the prescription until he has successfully persuaded the patient to agree to the treatment.
He makes the patient an active, willing partner in their own cure.
The Athenian argues that almost all historical legislators have acted exactly like the slave doctor. They just post a list in the square, do this or die, do this or pay a massive fine.
He says the true philosophical legislator should be like the free doctor.
He proposes that every single major law should have two parts. The first part is a preamble.
The preamble is the persuasion. It is an essay explaining exactly why the law is good and necessary. It appeals to the citizens' reason, their virtue, their sense of community.
The actual command, the thou shalt not, and the accompanying penalty should only come after the persuasion has been attempted.
He gives a very concrete example, the marriage law. The slave doctor version of the marriage law is very simple and blunt.
Every man must marry between the ages of 30 and 35. If he doesn't, he pays a fine every year and is stripped of certain civic honors.
Brutal, efficient, coercive. But the free doctor version starts with a long, thoughtful preamble.
It explains that human beings actually partake in a kind of immortality through their children. By reproducing, we ensure the continued worship of the gods. We contribute to the long-term stability of the state that protects us.
It frames marriage not as an annoying bureaucratic burden, but as a noble, sacred duty to the eternal.
Ideally, the young citizen reads this preamble, is genuinely inspired by the reasoning, and marries willingly.
The penalty is still attached at the very end, of course, but it is explicitly reserved for the unpersuaded.
This completely changes the tone of the relationship between the citizen and the state. The law becomes educational, not just penal.
So, applying this new method, the Athenian begins the general preamble for all the colonists, a master speech on how to live. He starts with the hierarchy of duties.
It is a very strict, vertical list of priorities. First and foremost, you honor the Olympian gods, then the gods of the state, then the gods of the underworld,
Then the demons and the heroes, then your ancestral gods.
and finally, after all the divine beings are honored, the very first human duty is to your parents.
He speaks about parents with intense, almost terrifying gravity. He calls them the oldest of all debts.
He truly believes that having an aged parent living in your house is a profound blessing. He compares it to having a living, breathing statue of a god in your living room.
But if you mistreat them, it is a devastating curse. He warns that Nemesis, the divine messenger of justice, is always watching how children treat their parents.
Even if the parent becomes senile or incredibly angry or just difficult to be around, the child must yield.
You never talk back. You never neglect their physical needs.
Yeah.
To neglect a parent in their old age is to invite the direct wrath of heaven.
So after the gods and the parents, we finally look at ourselves. This takes us into Book V of the text. The Athenian sets up a hierarchy of values for the individual citizen.
Soul, body, and wealth, strictly in that order.
And the gap in value between them is immense. The soul is the most divine thing a man possesses, second only to the gods.
But the Athenian points out a very common, very tragic mistake we all make. We often think we are honoring our soul when we are actually destroying it.
How does he explain that?
Through flattery. If I do something wrong, but I make endless excuses for myself, because I love myself, I am dishonoring my soul.
If I indulge in every base pleasure just because I feel I deserve it, I am dishonoring my soul.
If I get angry and stubbornly refuse to apologize when I'm wrong, I am dishonoring it. To truly honor the soul means to make it better, to discipline it, to relentlessly pursue truth.
He specifically says that excessive self-love is the root cause of almost all our errors in judgment.
We become totally blind to the truth because we value what is ours more than we value what is objectively true. The genuinely just man must be able to judge against himself if he is in the wrong.
Then comes the body, the second in the hierarchy. The goal here is the mean, once again. He doesn't want everyone to look like an Olympic athlete, nor does he want them frail and sickly.
Right. Extreme beauty or extreme physical strength actually makes the soul arrogant and vain.
While extreme ugliness or weakness makes the soul discouraged and base.
You want a healthy, functional, moderate body that silently supports the work of the soul, not a body that constantly distracts it with vanity or pain.
And finally, at the very bottom of the hierarchy, wealth. Wealth is third. It exists purely to serve the body and the soul. It is merely a tool, never a goal in itself.
And this philosophical ranking transitions us perfectly into the hard, practical economics of the new city. The Athenian is about to lay down some incredibly strict mathematical rules,
He starts the city-building process with something he calls purification.
which is really just a polite, ancient way of saying getting rid of the bad apples before we even begin.
He uses the metaphor of a shepherd carefully separating the healthy sheep from the sick ones.
He says the mildest form of purification for a city that is overpopulated or internally divided is to take the poor people who are angry and want to violently attack the rich and just send them away to a colony.
He euphemistically calls it a colony, but it's basically forced exile for the agitators. He wants to start with a blank slate, a population that isn't already locked in a bitter class war over money.
Once the population is purified, he divides the agricultural land. And here we get the famous, deeply symbolic number 5,040.
He is absolutely obsessed with this specific number. He mentions it constantly. Why exactly 5,040?
It is a mathematical marvel for an administrator. 5,040 is what mathematicians call a highly composite number. It can be cleanly divided by 59 different numbers.
But the crucial part is that it can be divided by every single integer from 1 through 10 consecutively.
Exactly. For a detailed civic administrator, it is absolute heaven. If you need to divide the citizens into 2 groups for a festival, 3 groups for council, 4, 5, all the way up to 10 for military phalanxes or tax brackets, you never, ever have a messy fraction or a remainder.
It represents perfect, unyielding, rational order imposed on the messy reality of human life.
These 5,040 lots of land are the literal anchor of the state. They are sacred. They are inalienable. You cannot buy someone else's lot, and you cannot sell your own.
Which completely prevents the historical cycle of a few rich guys buying up all the land while the poor become landless serfs. Every citizen family is tied to a specific plot of land forever.
But that creates a huge logistical problem. What about inheritance? If I have 2 sons, I can't split the lot between them. It has to remain exactly 5,040 whole lots.
Right, the lot goes to your favorite son. The other son has to be legally adopted by a citizen who happens to be childless.
If there are absolutely no empty spots left in the entire city, that second son might have to be sent away to another colony. And if you have only daughters, you are legally required to marry them to men who don't already stand to inherit a lot.
It requires an incredibly strict level of population control. He even mentions using public shame and rebuke, or alternatively high honors, to encourage or discourage childbirth just to keep the total population hovering right at that 5,040 mark.
The mathematical stability of the property lines is viewed as vastly more important than the reproductive freedom of the individual family.
And his rules on money itself are just as tight. No gold, no silver whatsoever. Those are completely banned for private citizens.
He wants a unique local currency that is entirely useless outside the city walls.
This does 2 things. It prevents regular citizens from traveling abroad easily and picking up corrupt foreign habits.
And it prevents foreign merchants from coming in to sell useless luxury goods because the local Magnesian money is completely worthless to them back home.
The state keeps some common Hellenic currency for official embassies or military expeditions, but the private citizen gets nothing but local tokens.
He also bans any interest on loans. No usury at all. And no dowries for marriages.
He is methodically trying to strip away every single mechanism that naturally creates extreme wealth inequality. And he builds a very rigorous logical proof for why this is morally necessary.
He states, quite plainly, that a very rich man cannot possibly be a very good man.
That is a bold, provocative statement. I want to trace the exact logic he uses there.
It goes like this. Wealth can come from just sources, or from unjust sources. The unjust sources, cheating, theft, ruthless exploitation, lying in business, those are obviously closed to the good man.
So the good man instantly has only half the potential income streams of the bad man.
Furthermore, the good man spends his money on honorable, expensive things. Massive sacrifices to the gods, quietly helping his friends who are in debt, paying his full share of taxes willingly.
While the bad man might be a total miser who cheats on his taxes and hoards every single penny he gets his hands on.
So, mathematically speaking, the man who absolutely refuses to cheat, which limits his income, and who is highly generous, which dramatically increases his expenses, can never, ever accumulate as much capital as the man who freely cheats and obsessively hoards.
Therefore, if you see someone walking around with immense, staggering wealth, you know for a mathematical certainty that they are not immensely good.
And since the explicitly stated goal of this entire city is for the citizens to be happy, and you can only truly be happy if you are good and virtuous, the city must legally prevent immense wealth from accumulating.
It creates a hard ceiling. The richest man in the city is legally allowed to have, at most, 4 times the value of the single standard lot.
If he finds a treasure or has an incredibly bumper crop and earns anything more than that 4 times limit, he has to surrender the excess to the state and the gods immediately.
So absolutely no billionaires, but also no crushing poverty, because every single family has a guaranteed lot of land. It is a state of enforced middle-class moderation.
The mean again. Apply to the bank account.
So the Athenian pauses here. He takes a breath and looks at what they've built conceptually so far. They have the geography, safely inland,
They have the theoretical authority rooted in the rule of law.
They have the method of legislation, using the preamble for persuasion instead of just coercion.
They have the moral hierarchy, soul first, body second, money a distant third.
And they have the rigid economic structure, the 5,040 inalienable lots, the local currency, the ban on usury.
He asks himself, do I attain my aim? The basic framework is there. The skeleton of the city is fully erected, but it is not yet alive.
They still desperately need the magistrates. They need to decide who actually runs this complex machine day to day.
The appointment of the officials is the next massive hurdle they have to clear.
And of course, the incredibly specific laws for daily life, ranging from property disputes to religious festivals.
But the foundation, the philosophical spirit of the laws, is firmly set in the ground. The Athenian stranger, sitting there in that shaded grove on Crete on that long summer day, is finally ready to move from the abstract general principles down to the gritty specific details.
It's a real moment of anticipation in the text. The sweeping theory is done, and the hard practical work is about to begin. We are going to move directly forward with them to see exactly how these high-minded ideals translate into the messy reality of elections, courtrooms, and actual governance.
And that really just reinforces that foundational idea we were discussing about the preamble. You have the persuasion, but then you have the hard structure.
Yeah.
And that brings us directly to the specific conditions under which these citizens are actually going to live on this land. Because it isn't just about showing up and claiming a spot, right? There is a very strict, rigid structure to how the colony is economically organized.
Precisely. We really have to look at the concept of the alate. This is a term the Athenian stranger uses very deliberately in the book. In this model, the citizen holds their lot, their parcel of land, but it isn't ownership in the way you and I think of it today. It's conditional. Ideally, the stranger admits, almost with a sigh, that everyone would enter the colony with equal possessions. That would be the perfect start, the first best polity.
Right, but he is a pragmatist.
Exactly. He knows that is just not possible in reality. People are arriving with different backgrounds, different resources, different inheritances. You have people walking in with a lot of wealth and others with nothing.
Yeah, you can't just seize it all at the port and redistribute it without causing a riot before the city is even built. People would just turn around and leave.
And because of that, the book outlines that there has to be a system of unequal property qualifications. This isn't just about who is richer, it's about how the state actually functions. Offices, contributions, taxes, and distributions all have to be proportioned to the value of a person's wealth. He's building inequality into the system to manage it rather than pretending it doesn't exist.
So it's not based solely on, how virtuous your ancestors were or how strong you are in battle.
No. It is explicitly stated that it is not solely based on the virtue of ancestors or personal strength, but also on the measure of wealth or poverty. The idea the book puts forward is that by using a law of inequality proportion to wealth, you actually achieve a quiet kind of peace. You avoid quarrels and disputes because everyone knows exactly where they stand. It is a completely transparent hierarchy.
And this leads us to the class system. We aren't talking about a caste system exactly, because you aren't born into it permanently, but there are 4 distinct property classes.
Yes, a first, second, third, and fourth class. Citizens are placed into these based on their total property value, but it is crucial for you to note that this isn't static. There is mobility here. If you become richer, maybe through farming or a lucky inheritance, you move up to the first class. If you become poorer, you drop down. It is a fluid hierarchy based purely on current economic standing.
But there are hard limits, aren't there? I mean, you can't just become infinitely rich in this colony. That actually seems to be one of the stranger's biggest fears, this idea of unlimited accumulation.
It absolutely is. That is the most fascinating economic control mechanism detailed in the book. There is a floor and a ceiling. The floor is the lot itself. The value of that initial land allotment is the absolute minimum. No ruler, no virtuous man would ever allow that lot to be diminished. You cannot lose your stake in the colony. You cannot mortgage it. You cannot sell it. You cannot gamble it away.
Okay, so you can never go bankrupt and lose your farm. That is the floor. It guarantees that every single citizen is a landholder. What is the ceiling then?
The ceiling is exactly 4 times the value of the lot. That is the measure he uses. A citizen is permitted to acquire wealth up to 4 times the value of their land. That includes anything they find, anything given to them, anything earned in business, or even just a stroke of luck.
4 times. That's it. That is a very compressed range of inequality when you think about it. So what happens if you make a really killer business deal, or say you find a literal pot of gold and you suddenly have 5 times the value of your lot?
That is where the surplus rule comes in. If you exceed that fourfold limit, you have a moral and legal obligation. You must give the surplus to the state and to the gods, who are the patrons of the state.
You just have to give it away. Hand it over.
You do. And if you do so willingly, you suffer no penalty and no loss of reputation. In fact, it is seen as the honorable thing to do. It proves you care more about the law than the gold. But if you try to keep it,
Let me guess. The hammer comes down.
hard. If you disobey and keep the surplus, the law basically incentivizes the entire community to turn on you. Anyone who likes can inform on you. And if they do, you lose half of that excess wealth directly to the informer. The other half goes to the gods. But it gets even worse. You also have to pay a sum equal to the excess out of your own pocket.
Ouch. So let's do the math on that for the listener. Say you have 100 drachmas over the limit and you hide it and your neighbor turns you in. You lose the 100 drachmas and then you have to pay another 100 drachmas as a fine. You're actually losing money by being too rich.
Correct. You come out behind. And to ensure this is completely enforceable, there is a requirement for public registration. Every single possession a man has, except for the lot itself, must be registered with the magistrates. This prevents disputes and makes it very clear when someone has breached the ceiling. The whole goal here is to prevent the greatest of all plagues in a state.
Which he calls distraction, right? Not just faction, but distraction.
Yes, distraction. Extreme poverty and excess wealth are both productive of evil, according to the text. They distract citizens from their true purpose, which is virtue. If you are starving, you are thinking about bread, not justice. If you are rolling in gold, you are thinking about luxury, not courage. So the legislator sets these rigid boundaries to keep everyone focused quietly on the middle path.
It is really interesting how this control extends physically, too. The geography of this place laid out in the book is incredibly specific. It is almost like a geometry problem or a mandala.
It is entirely geometric. The book states the city must be placed as nearly as possible in the very center of the country. They choose a spot suitable for a city, and then they establish the Acropolis,
Dedicated to Hestia, Zeus, and Athena.
the holy trinity of this colony, effectively. And from the central Acropolis, they build a circular wall. Then they slice the entire country, city, and rural land alike into 12 divisions. They radiate out from the center like the spokes of a wheel.
And this brings us to the famous number of lots, 5,040. We have touched on this number before, but let's really dig into why 5,040 is the magic number. It isn't just pulled out of thin air.
No, it is a highly calculated choice. 5,040 is what mathematicians call a highly composite number. It is divisible by every single integer from 1 to 10. It is also divisible by 12.
Which is extremely convenient if you have 12 tribes.
Extremely. The only number it is not divisible by in that sequence is 11. And the book notes, with a bit of dry humor, I think, that 11 is easily corrected by simply subtracting 2 families. But the main point is, whether you need to divide the citizens for war, for taxation, for administrative units, or villages, 5,040 divides cleanly. It avoids fractional disputes. You never have to say, well, you get half a cow.
So it's essentially an administrative hack. It smooths out the friction of bureaucracy before the city even starts.
It is the absolute foundation of order. But looking at the land distribution itself, it gets even more clever. The book acknowledges that not all land is created equal. Some land is near the city, some is on the border, some is fertile, some is rocky. So the legislator uses a method of equalization. The good land lots are physically smaller, the inferior land lots are physically larger. The idea is that the value is equal, even if the acreage isn't.
And you don't just get one plot, right? This is the part that I think would be a logistical nightmare for a farmer, but I completely see the political logic behind it.
This really is the genius of the system. Every allotment is actually 2 distinct sections. You get one section near the city and one section near the border. The section near the city is paired with the one on the border. The one next nearest to the city is paired with the one next farthest.
I see exactly what they're doing there. If you only had land in the center, you wouldn't care if invaders attack the border. You would just stay safe inside the walls.
Exactly. By pairing a central lot with a border lot, every citizen has a personal stake in the safety of the whole country. You cannot just retreat behind the city walls and let the countryside burn because your own property is out there too. It forces a shared strategic interest. It basically makes every citizen a defender of the frontier.
And this division into 12 parts isn't just for the land. It is for the people too.
Yes, the citizens are divided into 12 tribes. And just like the land, the property is equalized across these 12 parts. Each division is assigned to a specific god, 12 gods total, and the tribe is named after that god. It creates a completely seamless integration of geography, economy, and religion. Your address dictates your regiment and your religion.
Now, the text mentions a rebuttal here, the wax city metaphor. Because honestly, if you take a step back, this sounds incredibly rigid. Fixed property, no gold, telling people exactly where to live and how much they can own. It sounds impossible for real humans.
The Athenian Stranger anticipates this exact criticism. He imagines the critics saying, "You are like a legislator telling dreams, or molding a city and citizens out of wax," as in, real humans will not hold this shape. They will melt. They will rebel. They have free will and messy desires.
And what is his defense to that?
His defense is the classic defense of the idealist. He says the legislator must first aim for the absolute ideal, the fairest and truest pattern. You map out perfection. Then, and only then, if you find parts of it are impossible to execute in reality, you compromise. But you do not start with the compromise. You start with the perfect consistency of the design. You aim for the stars, and if you hit the moon, you are still better off than if you aimed for the ground from the beginning.
Let's go back to that math for a second, the 5040. He isn't just using math for administration. The book seems to claim that math actually changes the soul.
He talks extensively about the educational value of arithmetic. He believes the study of numbers stirs up the sleepy and dull nature. It makes people shrewd, quick to learn, retentive. It transforms a sluggish mind into a sharp one. He practically calls it a divine art. He says no man can be a god or a hero without it.
But there is a massive warning label attached to this math class.
A very serious one. Arithmetic is powerful, but it is a neutral tool. If it is accompanied by laws against meanness and covetousness, it creates wisdom. But if you teach a man numbers without teaching him virtue, you don't get a wise man. You get a crafty man. You get a trickster. The text explicitly points to the Egyptians and Phoenicians as examples of this. Cultures he characterizes as having craft and commercialism, but lacking the high virtue he wants for this specific colony.
So math without morality equals a scam artist.
In his view, yes. It creates a purely transactional soul.
Let's move to the people running this place. We have the land, we have the math, now we need the government. And he starts with a pretty vivid image here. The headless monster.
He is referring to a state without a governing body. He says leaving the state wandering without a head is a hideous thing. But he identifies a paradox. You are bringing together strangers to a new colony. They do not know each other. They are completely untrained in these new laws. How can they possibly choose good leaders? If you let a mob of strangers vote right away, they will make mistakes. They will vote for the loudest voice, not the wisest.
So they need training wheels.
They need an interim government. This is where the Gnossians, the people from the parent city of Knossos, come in. The stranger proposes that the colony effectively borrows leadership at the start. They select 37 guardians of the law.
And how are these 37 picked?
Ideally, 19 come from the settlers themselves, and the remaining 18 come from Knossos. The Gnossians provide the experienced hand, the steadying influence. Eventually, those 18 will return home, but for the launch phase, they are basically the parents of this new city.
These guardians of the law sound like the supreme authority.
They absolutely are. They guard the law, obviously, but they also guard the property registers we mentioned earlier. They are the ones who check if you are hiding that surplus wealth, and the penalties for hiding wealth from them are severe. Confiscation, public shame, and you lose your share in any public distributions. You are effectively marked for life.
It's a job for older men, isn't it?
Strictly, you must be at least 50 years old to be elected to this position. The maximum tenure is 20 years, and there's a mandatory retirement at age 70. If you are elected at 60, you only serve 10 years. The idea is that this requires the quiet wisdom and temperance of age. It is not a role for ambitious, hot-headed young men.
Then we have the military elections outlined in the book. This seems a bit more democratic, or at least meritocratic.
It is a mixed system. The guardians propose the generals, but the selection is confirmed by those of military age. It is a peer review system, and there is a mechanism for counter-proposal. If you think the candidate is bad, you can name a better one, swear an oath that he is better, and propose him instead.
That is fascinating. You can challenge the nomination directly on the floor.
Yes. And the voting pool changes based on the rank. Everyone votes for generals. But for brigadiers, only the hoplites, the shield carriers, get to vote. For cavalry officers, only the cavalry votes.
Well, that makes perfect sense. If you are in the infantry, you don't really know who makes a good cavalry leader. You want the experts choosing their own commanders.
Exactly. It focuses on competence and the judgment of peers who actually have to serve under this person in life or death situations.
Yeah, above all this, or perhaps beside it, is the council, or the bull. 360 members. And this voting schedule, I mean, it is incredibly complex. The way he structures the vote is really something else.
It is designed to be complex to achieve a very specific social outcome. 90 members are chosen from each of the 4 property classes. But the way they are chosen is rigged, benevolently rigged, the stranger would argue, to ensure the wealthy participate.
Let's walk through those 4 days of voting for the listener. It really shows his priorities.
Day 1. They select candidates from the first class, the richest. Everyone in the colony is compelled to vote. If you don't vote, you are fined.
Okay, day 1, everyone votes for the rich guys.
Day 2, they select from the second class. Again, everyone is compelled to vote under penalty of a fine. Day 3, they select from the third class. Now it changes. The first 3 classes are compelled to vote, but the fourth class, the poorest, is exempt. They can stay home if they want without a fine.
Interesting. And the last day.
Day 4, they select from the fourth class. The first and second classes are compelled to vote for them, but the third and fourth classes are exempt.
So the rich must vote for everyone, every single day. The poor are allowed to skip the votes for the lower classes.
Correct. And the fines are tiered. The rich pay a much heavier fine for skipping a vote than the middle class. The poor pay nothing.
Why? What is the strategy here? Why force the rich to vote for the poor candidates, but let the poor stay home?
The book explains this explicitly. It is to create a mean between monarchy and democracy. He wants the wealthy, who are presumably more educated and have more financial stake in the stability of the state, to be involved in every single step of the selection. He wants to ensure they do not opt out of civic life. But he allows the poor to opt out of the lower stakes voting to prevent distraction and perhaps to prevent the masses from dominating the selection of their own peers without the oversight of the wealthy. It ensures the council has the stamp of approval from the elite while still theoretically representing all 4 classes.
It is a very carefully calibrated balance. And this leads directly to his discussion on equality in the book. He says there are 2 types of equality and people confuse them constantly.
This is truly one of the most profound political insights in the entire text. There is arithmetic equality and there's geometric or true equality. Arithmetic equality is giving the exact same thing to everyone. Same measure, same weight, same number, one man, one vote. It is easy, but the stranger argues it leads to discord because men are not actually equal in merit or virtue.
And geometric equality.
That is what he calls the judgment of Zeus. It means giving more to the greater and less to the inferior. It proportions honor to virtue. The better man gets the better reward.
So pure meritocracy.
In its purest form, yes. The text says this is true justice. However, he admits a state cannot run on pure meritocracy because the masses will feel excluded and eventually revolt. So the state must use the lot, which is random selection representing arithmetic equality occasionally just to prevent the dissatisfaction of the people. It is a compromise. You use the lot to keep the peace, but you pray to God to guide the random draw.
Let's get into the day-to-day administration of this place. The wardens, specifically the country wardens or the agronomoi. Reading this, it sounds like the toughest job in the whole colony.
It is certainly the most rugged. These are 60 men, 5 for each district. They are essentially a combination of park rangers, army engineers, and a secret police force.
And they are young, right? This is definitely a young man's game.
Yes, aged 25 to 30. It is a 2-year mandatory service. And the lifestyle is deliberately harsh. They live rough. They sleep in the open air, not in houses. They have communal meals. They are strictly forbidden from having personal servants. It is a rigid military-style existence designed to build character.
And they are always moving around.
Constantly. They rotate from district to district, moving from right to left, which the text specifically notes means east to west. The goal is that by the end of their 2 years, they know every single inch of the country. They know the terrain, the people, the hidden valleys, the escape route.
What are they actually doing out there in the dirt?
Everything necessary for survival. They dig trenches and build fortifications to keep out enemies. They maintain the roads. They manage irrigation and flood control, ensuring the valleys drink up the rain, as he puts it. But they also have judicial power. They settle small disputes among the peasantry and the slaves. If a farmer moves a boundary stone, the country warden is the one who decides the case on the spot.
So that they are basically the law in the wilderness.
They are. And they are also tasked with those secret police duties I mentioned, watching for internal threats just as much as external ones. They are the eyes and ears of the state.
Then we have the religious officials. How do they pick the priests?
Priests and priestesses are chosen by lot. The underlying idea is that the lot is God's choice. If you pull the short straw, God wanted you for the role. You must be over 60 years old and you serve a one-year term. But there's a very special class called the interpreters.
Who are they?
These are high-ranking experts in sacred law. They aren't just picked by a random lot. They go through a highly complex tiered vote, and then the final candidates are sent to Delphi to the oracle itself. The oracle makes the final selection, and unlike the priests, these interpreters serve for life. They are the supreme, unquestioned authority on religious ritual.
Moving on to the judiciary. The text is very clear that a city without courts ceases to be a city.
Because without a system for dispute resolution, the community simply dissolves into violence and vendettas. The system laid out here is a three-stage escalation process.
Okay, so
First, you go to your neighbors and friends. It is informal arbitration. You say, hey, you stole my goat, let's ask the guy next door to settle this. If that fails, you escalate to the tribal courts. These judges are chosen by lot. If that still doesn't settle the matter, you go to the Supreme Tribunal. These are select judges chosen from the absolute best magistrates of the year.
And he emphasizes that the public must participate in this.
He is adamant about it. He writes that he who has no share in the administration of justice is apt to imagine that he has no share in the state at all. If you don't let the regular people judge crimes against the state, they feel alienated. They feel like the law is just something happening to them, not something enacted by them.
Now we get to the section of the book that feels the most, well, personal.
Yeah.
Marriage. This isn't just about getting a license. This is social engineering on a massive, intimate scale.
It brings back the painter analogy. Laws need constant retouching by successors, and the canvas for this painting is the family unit. The stranger begins with the marriage preamble. He firmly believed you should try to persuade the citizens before you force them.
And the persuasion is entirely about who you choose to marry.
Right. The core instruction is do not marry for money, and do not marry someone just like yourself. The goal is the mixture of natures. He uses a beautiful metaphor of wine and water. The hot nature, meaning the wealthy, the arrogant, the fiery personality, should marry the cold nature, the sober, the poor, the quiet personality.
So opposites attract.
Opposites balance, that is the key. If the rich marry the rich, you get an oligarchy. If the powerful marry the powerful, you get tyranny. The state needs to be well mingled, like a perfectly mixed cup of wine and water to remain stable.
But then come the hard regulations. The ages are incredibly strict. Men must marry between 30 and 35. Women between 16 and 20.
And if a man is still unmarried after 35, the bachelor tax kicks in. It is not just a financial fine, though there are heavy fines scaled by your property class. It is a profound loss of honor. The law dictates that no young man should obey him or show him any respect. If he tries to punish anyone, the community is supposed to come to the rescue of the victim. He is effectively reduced to a second-class citizen.
That is just brutal. Get married or get bullied by the entire town.
It is social pressure weaponized by the state.
And no dowries.
Banned, or at least severely limited. The stranger argues that poverty should never prevent marriage. He wants the citizens to focus entirely on character, not the bride price.
The wedding feasts are regulated too, right? 5 male friends, 5 female friends. That is a very small wedding.
It is forced austerity. He does not want lavish displays of wealth that breed envy. And then there's the rule about sobriety. This is a fascinating piece of ancient biological speculation. He explicitly prohibits drunkenness during conception.
Why? What is the logic there?
He believes that drunk parents produce unstable, limping children, either physically or mentally. He says the drunkard is all abroad in body and soul, and that chaos is literally imprinted on the seed. So, for the sake of the state's future stability, you must be completely sober when you procreate.
And once you are married, you can't just live in your parents' house.
No. Post-marriage, couples must leave their parents' homes. They must live as if in a colony, visiting their parents only occasionally. It forces the new family unit to stand on its own feet immediately, rather than remaining dependent.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room with all ancient texts. Slavery. The book does not shy away from it.
It really doesn't, and it openly acknowledges the problem of slavery. The stranger looks at the Spartan helots, who are constantly revolting and causing chaos, and contrasts them with other systems. He admits the duality here. Slaves are often seen as corrupt souls, yet he acknowledges there are many stories of slaves being more loyal than brothers during a crisis.
So how does the book tell you to manage this, quote, troublesome piece of goods?
Diversity. That is the key strategic advice provided. Do not have slaves from the same country. Do not let them speak the same language. If they cannot communicate with each other, they cannot organize a revolt.
Classic divide and conquer.
Precisely. And regarding treatment, his advice is quite nuanced. You should treat them with justice. But, and this is a critical distinction, not for their sake. You do it for your own sake. Being unjust to a defenseless person corrupts your own soul. You preserve your own virtue by being a just master. However, he is very strict on discipline. Punish them? Do not simply admonish them, and never ever joke with slaves.
No joking at all.
None. He says joking makes them conceited and harder to manage. It blurs the vital line of authority.
Moving from the household back to the city layout, we touched on the geography earlier, but the architecture and defense section has a really surprising take on city walls.
The wall controversy. The stranger actually agrees with the Spartan idea that walls should sleep in the earth. He believes walls make men soft and cowardly. If you have a massive stone wall, you might sleep soundly thinking you are safe instead of keeping watch. True repose and safety come from labor and constant vigilance.
So he wants a city with no walls.
Well, he offers a compromise. If there must be a wall, let it be the houses themselves. He proposes building the private houses in a continuous circle, all touching, all uniform. The reinforced backs of the houses form the defensive barrier. It is a townhouse style of fortification. It makes the city look like a single massive dwelling, which he finds aesthetically pleasing and defensively sound.
Now we get to what the text literally calls the impossible institution. This is about private life, and specifically the common tables.
The syssitia. In places like Sparta and Crete, it was a long-standing tradition for men to eat together in public mess halls. It builds camaraderie, discipline, and equality. The stranger definitely wants to keep this.
But he wants to expand it, which is the controversial part.
He wants to include women. And he knows this is going to be a nightmare to enact. He literally calls it combing wool into the fire, a useless or impossible task. He argues that women are prone to secrecy and stealth due to their natural weakness. He says leaving them unregulated in the private home is a neglect of half the state.
So his solution is to just drag them out into the public cafeteria.
Essentially, yes. He wants women to eat at common tables in the light of day. He freely admits that forcing women into the public light to eat will cause a tremendous outcry. He identifies this as the single hardest law to enact in the entire colony. But he insists that without regulating the private lives of women, the state is only half organized.
He boils all human behavior down to three main drives in this section.
Yes, eating, drinking, and sex. He says these are the three universal chaotic desires that absolutely must be mastered, and they are mastered by three tools: fear, law, and reason.
And that leads us perfectly to the children. Book 7 focuses heavily on childbearing and early education, and it starts way before the baby is even born.
Prenatal care. He insists on constant movement. He uses the gamecock analogy, which is fascinating. Apparently, people used to carry fighting birds under their arms for miles to improve the bird's physical condition. He applies this to humans. He says the pregnant woman should walk constantly. The fetus is molded like wax by the mother's movement.
And once the baby is actually born,
More movement, continuous motion. Babies should be rocked as if they are at sea. He suggests that motion conquers fear. He compares it to the Corybantes, or the Bacchic frenzy. These were ritual, frantic dances that supposedly cured madness. If you constantly rock a baby, you soothe its internal fear.
he really wants to mold their character as early as possible.
He is aiming for the mean state. The child should not be too happy, nor should they be too sad. And he notes that the only way to understand a preverbal child is through their raw signals. Crying means pain, silence means pleasure. You have to navigate those primitive signals to produce a cheerful, brave child.
And then they grow up a bit, ages 3 to 6.
The age of play. He observes that children naturally invent games. They should all meet at the village temples. This is where the public discipline really starts. You punish the child to eradicate self-will, but you must be careful not to punish them to the point of public disgrace. It is a very fine line.
Then at age 6, the sex is officially sepia.
Boys with boys, girls with girls. But, and this is very progressive for the time it was written, both sexes learn military skills. Riding, archery, the javelin.
And this brings up the ambidexterity argument. The stranger has a real, almost personal beef with being right-handed.
He fiercely attacks the custom of training only the right hand. He says nature makes our feet equal, so why on earth are our hands unequal? It's just bad habit. He points to the Scythians as a real-world example who could use their bows with either hand effectively.
What is the military advantage of that?
In close combat, you might need to fight on your left side. A warrior must be completely versatile. He says if a man had the nature of Briareus, the mythological giant with 100 hands, he should be able to throw 100 darts. Wasting the left hand is wasting half your combat potential.
Now, we talked about play earlier, but there was a much deeper philosophical point the book makes here. The conservatism of play. The paradox.
This is a crucial insight into his view of social stability. The Stranger argues that innovation in children's games is profoundly dangerous.
Dangerous. I mean, it's just tag.
He completely disagrees. He says if children change their games, their rules, and their toys, they grow up to be men who want different laws. They get used to the thrill of change. The quote is, "Change, except from evil, is the most dangerous of all things."
So if you change the rules of hopscotch, you eventually overthrow the Constitution.
That is exactly the line of reasoning. He uses a diet analogy. The body gets used to a specific diet. Changing it suddenly causes illness. The mind and the state are exactly the same. So the solution is to legally consecrate children's games, make them static, keep the old honored and the new despised. If the games never change, the laws will never change.
That bleeds right into music and censorship.
It does. He looks to the Egyptian model for this. In Egypt, he claims, songs and dances are consecrated by the state and cannot be changed for thousands of years.
And the word nomoi means laws, but it also means songs.
Exactly. Law as music. He establishes strict censorship standards for these songs, no blasphemy or evil omens at public sacrifices.
He really hates sad songs, too.
He outright bans lamentations. If citizens absolutely must hear sad songs for a specific ritual, they are to hire foreign mourners like Aryan hirelings, outsourcing the sadness so the citizens themselves remain pure and uncorrupted by grief.
And poets, they can't just write whatever they want.
Absolutely not. There are 3 core censorship laws. Good omens only. Prayers must ask for good meaning. You can't mistakenly ask the gods for something evil. And poets cannot compose anything contrary to the lawful, just, or beautiful.
And who decides what is beautiful or lawful?
Judges, the guardians. Poets must submit their work to these judges before showing it to any private individual. And for the classics, the old poems, judges who are over 50 review them and decide what gets kept and what gets cut.
So as you look at this entire structure, from the landlots to the songs they sing, it is a completely closed loop. It is designed to be perfect, static, and totally unchanging.
It is, and the tone of the book really shifts at the end of this section. The Stranger gets very philosophical about the, quote, seriousness of life. He says man is God's puppet, or a plaything.
That sounds a bit depressing, honestly.
He argues it is not a reason for despair, but rather a reason for living the noblest of pastimes, sacrificing, singing, and dancing to propitiate the gods. We just dance on the strings. Life should be lived in peace, not for the sake of war.
But he still wants everyone perfectly trained for war.
Yes, compulsory education, gymnasia, and music schools. And he reiterates this forcefully. This is for all, men and women, because the child belongs to the state more than they belong to the parents.
He brings up the Amazons again to prove it.
The Sauromatides. He cites these legendary women warriors to prove that women can and should be trained for war just like men.
And he acknowledges that this contradicts all current customs, but insists the argument must proceed to the next stage of the legislation.
Which is exactly where we find him next, wrestling with the practicalities of these high ideals. It is the constant tension between the dream of the puppet master and the messy reality of the human strings.
And speaking of that tension, the next section really starts to apply that pressure to the agricultural laws. So we are picking up the thread immediately from where we left off. If you recall the previous section of our analysis, we spent a massive amount of time building the skeleton of this ideal city. We laid out the geography, the political hierarchy, the land distribution.
Hardware.
Yeah, exactly, the hardware of the state. So we know where the temples go, we know how the lots are divided, and we know who holds the offices.
We constructed the stage. And now the Athenian Stranger, who, was our guide throughout this entire text, he is moving from the theoretical construction of the state to the actual actors who will inhabit it. So we are transitioning from that hardware to the software. We are shifting our focus to the rigorous daily cultivation of the citizens' souls and bodies.
And this is where the text really changes texture for me, because it stops feeling like a constitutional blueprint and it starts feeling like almost like a lifestyle guide, or perhaps a very strict boarding school manual. The Athenian seems to want to regulate the waking life of the citizen down to the absolute minute.
It is intense, but you have to understand his premise here. For Plato, and for the Athenian stranger in this context, a city isn't just walls and statutes. A city is the character of its citizens.
Right.
If the laws are perfect on paper, but the people are undisciplined, the state will inevitably collapse. So he is now turning his attention to the flesh and blood of the city. He wants to regulate every single hour, from sleep to education to warfare, just to produce a very specific type of human being.
And when we say every hour, we really mean it. Because the vigilance of the state apparently begins before the sun even comes up. The Athenian takes a very hard line on the concept of sleep.
He does. And this is such a fascinating place to start our analysis of daily life because, most political treatises might start with voting rights or trade deals. The Athenian, he starts with the bedroom. He analyzes the ethics of sleep and argues that conceptually, a state of sleep is a state where a man is no better than dead.
No better than dead. I mean, that is a rough opening argument for those of us who really value our 8 hours.
It sounds incredibly harsh, yeah. But look at the internal logic. When you are asleep, you have zero agency. You are useless to the state, you are useless to your friends, and you are entirely useless to virtue. You aren't learning anything, you aren't protecting anyone, and you aren't acting.
You're just biology at that point.
Precisely. So, for the Athenian, sleep is a necessary evil for biological maintenance. It is not a leisure activity. Excessive sleep is viewed as actively damaging to both the body and the soul.
He suggests that the ideal citizen requires only a very moderate amount to function. He basically claims that much sleep isn't actually required by nature if one forms the habit of moderation. It's almost like a very early biohacking argument.
It is all about conditioning. And this leads to one of the most interesting reversals of social hierarchy in the entire text. Because in the ancient world, and frankly in a lot of the modern world too, we associate power with leisure.
Right.
The master sleeps in and the servants wake up early to prep the house. We think of the aristocracy as the class that just doesn't have to rush.
Right. The ultimate luxury is rest.
But the Athenian flips that completely on its head. He says it is shameful, a base thing for a master to be woken by a slave. The master is the leader, and the leader must be the first one to rise. It is the master's active duty to wake the household. He must wake the slaves, he must wake the children. He has to be the engine that starts the day.
It totally redefines the role of authority.
Yeah.
Authority isn't about privilege in this city. It's about constant vigilance.
Exactly. He says magistrates, the officials of the city, they must be perpetual watchmen because if the leaders are asleep, the city is vulnerable. A magistrate who stays awake at night is terrible to the bad and honored by the just. It sets this tone of constant, unbroken readiness. The city is never fully off.
So the citizen wakes up early, well before dawn. The master is woken the household, and then inevitably we have to deal with the children. And I have to say, the Athenian's description of a young boy in this section is, well, it's memorable.
Oh, it is one of the most famous passages in the entire book. He characterizes the human boy as the most unmanageable of all animals.
I think he calls them insidious, sharp-witted, and insubordinate.
He does. And while it's kind of funny to read now, the philosophical reasoning behind it is actually quite profound. It isn't just that kids are annoying or have too much energy. The real problem is that the child possesses a fountain of reason. They have the raw intelligence and the energy of a human being, but that reason is not yet regulated.
It's an engine without a steering wheel.
That's a great way to put it. That raw potential is incredibly dangerous. A child has the capacity to be cunning, to be manipulative, to be destructive, but they lack the internal discipline of virtue to guide those capacities. Therefore, the child is the most dangerous animal because they are the smartest animal, just entirely without the moral compass.
So how do you tame this dangerous, sharp-witted animal?
You use many bridles. The Athenian is absolutely adamant that children cannot be left without tutors, just as sheep cannot be left without shepherds. They must be constantly supervised. But he goes much further than just hiring tutors. He essentially deputizes the entire city.
Yeah, this stood out to me as a very radical idea. It's the whole, it takes a village concept, but taken to an extreme disciplinary level.
It is. He establishes a legal protocol where child rearing is a mandatory public duty.
Right.
If you are a free man walking down the street and you see a child behaving badly, acting out, being disrespectful, fighting a llama, you don't just have the right to intervene. You have a legal duty.
You actually have to punish them.
You must punish the child, and significantly, you must also punish the child's tutor for failing to control them in the first place.
And what if I don't? What if I see a kid acting like a brat in the market and I just keep walking because, I just don't want the drama.
Then you are disgraced. You are legally failing the state.
Yeah.
The guardian of the law is explicitly tasked with supervising this discipline to ensure that adults are actually stepping in. The core idea here is that the child doesn't just belong to the parents. The child is a future component of the state. Therefore, every single citizen has a vested interest in that child not growing up to be a brat. It creates a society where everyone is watching everyone, specifically regarding the youth.
So we have these unruly animals. We've bridled them with tutors and intense public oversight. Now we have to actually teach them something. We move into the curriculum. And this is where we see a very heavy emphasis on censorship and control.
Controlled input creates controlled output. That is the fundamental theory here. The curriculum is strictly divided. We have literary education and we have musical education. Let's start with the literature.
Right. He gives a specific timeline for this. It's 3 years from age 10 to 13, dedicated entirely to reading and writing. But he adds a caveat about perfection that I found really interesting for a guy who demands perfection in everything else.
Yes, he says they should learn to read and write, but they shouldn't spend excessive time trying to acquire perfect beauty or speed in writing if it just doesn't come naturally to them. It's purely functional. The goal isn't to produce a class of professional scribes or calligraphers, it's to produce citizens.
You just need to read well enough to understand the laws and conduct your daily business.
Exactly. Anything beyond that functional level is considered a distraction from the real work, which is the pursuit of virtue.
But the much bigger issue he tackles is what they're actually reading. He identifies what we might call the anthology problem.
This is the classic Platonic suspicion of poetry. You see, in the ancient Greek world, education was poetry. You learned Homer, you learned Hesiod, you sat there and memorized these massive sweeping stanzas of hexameter and trimeter, and the Athenian looks at this myriad of mouths, all these different poets shouting different stories, different morals, conflicting emotions, and he just sees utter chaos.
Because in one poem, a supposed hero is weeping uncontrollably over a loss, and in another, a god is committing adultery or lying to get their way.
Exactly. If you expose a developing child to those conflicting moral models, how can they ever develop a singular, stable character? The Athenian asks a very practical question. What pattern should we look to? If we throw out the poets because they're dangerous and charming liars, what actually replaces them in the classroom?
And his answer is incredibly himself.
It is remarkably metatextual, isn't it? The Athenians suggest that the very conversation they're having right now, this exact dialogue on the laws, is the perfect pattern for literature. He says it is inspired by heaven and is actually like a poem itself.
So, practically speaking, he wants the children in this ideal state to just read the transcript of the book, The Laws.
Essentially, yes. He mandates that teachers must explicitly approve of this dialogue. If a teacher doesn't agree with the principles laid out in this text, they cannot teach in the city. He wants the educational material to be a perfect mirror of the state's ideology.
There is no gap between what the child reads in school and what the child is expected to obey as an adult.
Not at all. He is literally canonizing his own legislation as the primary, inescapable text for education.
That is incredibly bold. Just read my book as the only good one out there.
And ban all the others.
Right. So moving on to music. Age 13 to 16 is set aside for the lyre. And again, he is hyper-specific about how the music should be played. He seems to really, really hate complexity in music.
He despises it. He wants the lyre to play in perfect unison with the voice. None of these embellishments, no complex variations, no mixing of different rhythms or scales.
Why does he hate the ancient equivalent of the guitar solo so much?
Because for him, complexity in music mirrors complexity in the soul, and that leads directly to instability. He argues that opposite principles are inherently confusing to a young mind. If the music is complicated, shifting rapidly between different scales or throwing off the rhythm, it induces a chaotic, unsettled state in the listener.
So it's a psychological danger.
Yes. The goal of music in this state isn't technical virtuosity. It's not about showing off how fast your fingers can move across the strings. The goal is solely to instill harmony and virtue in the soul. Complexity breeds chaos. Simplicity breeds order.
And we see that exact same logic applied to physical education, specifically dance. He categorizes dance into 2 acceptable forms and 1 totally banned form.
Right. He outlines this strict duality of acceptable dance. First, you have the Pyrrhic dance. This is the dance of war.
And we should clarify, for anyone listening, this isn't just interpretive movement or ballet.
No, it is a military drill set to rhythm. It involves imitating defensive and offensive movements, dodging blows, drawing bows, hurling javelins. It is quite literally physical combat training disguised as choreography. It is deemed noble because it actively prepares the body for the defense of the state.
And the dance of peace.
That is the Emilia. These are dances of deep order and temperance. They are meant for celebrating prosperity without losing control of yourself. It is about moving with dignity and grace when things are going well, showing that you are still master of your own body, even in times of joy.
And then there's the band one.
The Bacchic, or drunken dance, the one that specifically imitates intoxication or frenzy or wild nymphs. He says it fits neither war nor peace, so it must be banished entirely or just ignored by citizens. It serves absolutely no purpose in the state because it explicitly celebrates the loss of rational control.
Which leads us to this really fascinating paradox he hits regarding comedy. The Athenian admits that you can't truly understand serious things without also understanding laughable things. You need the contrast.
It's true. He says serious things cannot be understood without laughable things. You cannot truly understand what dignity is unless you understand what it looks like to completely lose your dignity.
So the citizens need to view comedy, but he strictly forbids them from ever performing it.
Exactly. The regulation here is that citizens should view comedy just to avoid ignorance. They need to see the clown to know exactly what not to become, but they must never be the comic actors themselves. Comedy is entirely delegated to slaves and hired strangers.
Because performing it taints you.
Yes, a free man found play acting in a comedy is deeply disgraced. It's all about maintaining the strict boundary of dignity. You can observe the ridiculous from a safe distance, but you must never inhabit it.
Okay, so we've covered the arts. Now, the Athenian shifts his focus to the sciences, specifically mathematics and astronomy. And he starts this section by just completely roasting his fellow Greeks.
Oh, he really does. He confesses he is deeply ashamed of the Greeks' widespread ignorance regarding mathematics. He actually compares them to pigs rather than men.
That is such a harsh burn from a philosopher. You guys are calculating like livestock.
It really underlines how vital he thinks this is. He lays out 3 absolutely necessary studies: arithmetic, measurement, which we would call geometry in astronomy, but he focuses heavily on a very specific mathematical concept: commensurability.
Right, the difference between commensurable and incommensurable lines.
Or, to put it in modern terms, rational versus irrational numbers.
Can we unpack that for a second?
Yeah.
Why on earth is this a moral or civic issue for him?
Okay, think about a square. The side of the square and the diagonal of that same square do not share a common unit of measure. They are incommensurable. The ratio between them is an irrational number. The Athenian argues that a man who doesn't understand this fundamental distinction, a man who thinks everything in the world can be neatly measured by the exact same yardstick, is missing a deep, fundamental truth about the universe.
He literally says that a man who cannot distinguish these is not fully human.
Yes, it's about understanding the deep, complex structure of reality. If you are ignorant of how the universe is measured, your soul is ignorant.
And this naturally leads directly into astronomy, where he attempts to correct what he calls a massive lie about the gods.
And this is a truly pivotal moment in the history of both science and theology. The common, everyday belief at the time was that the planets, the sun, the moon, and the other visible bodies were wanderers. In fact, that's actually what the word planet means in original Greek, wanderer, because they seem to move erratically backward and forward across the sky compared to the background of the fixed stars.
And the Athenian says this idea is straight up blasphemy.
He does. He says it is a wicked lie to say the gods, because the planets are gods to them, are wandering aimlessly like lost sheep. He asserts that the absolute truth is that they move in fixed, perfect, circular paths.
But they look like they're wandering.
Right, and he says that confusion comes entirely from the complexity of their orbits, what we now understand as retrograde motion and different orbital periods. He specifically mentions the illusion regarding which is fastest and which is slowest. He notes that the slowest planet, Saturn, and the swiftest, the Moon, are often completely confused by the ignorant masses who just look up without doing the math.
So understanding astronomy in the city isn't just about making good calendars for farming. It's literally about piety.
Exactly. If the gods were truly erratic, unpredictable wanderers, they would be less divine. To be divine, in Platonic thought, is to be orderly, predictable, and mathematically perfect. So astronomy physically proves the divinity of the cosmos. Ignorance of astronomy is quite literally ignorance of God.
Moving from the perfection of the stars back down to the dirt of the earth, we get into the regulations of sport, specifically hunting. And again, we see the law reaching everywhere.
The legislator's job absolutely does not stop at the courtroom door. It extends deep into leisure time. The Athenian categorizes types of hunting purely based on what internal character traits they cultivate in the hunter.
So that's the good hunting.
Hunting quadrupeds, four-legged animals, with horses, dogs, and your own physical body. This is the only fully approved form of hunting
Why only that?
because it actively cultivates courage, physical fitness, and endurance. You have to run down the animal, you have to throw a spear, you have to risk physical injury. It is a direct simulation of hand-to-hand war.
And the bad hunting.
Basically everything else. Night hunting is strictly banned because it's considered lazy. The hunters just take turns sleeping and watching while hiding. Using nets and snares is completely banned because it defeats the beast by trickery and deceit, not by spirit or physical strength.
It teaches you to be sneaky rather than brave.
Exactly. It cultivates the soul of a thief, not a warrior.
And he really, really hates fishing.
He completely dismisses fowling, which is catching birds, and fishing entirely. He actually calls fishing a lazy contrivance. And if you think about it from his perspective, you're just sitting on a riverbank with a hook or a trap waiting for something to happen. There is zero physical exertion. It does not conduce to what he calls godlike manhood. It doesn't make you a better warrior. So the state has absolutely no use for it.
Speaking of warriors, this state is essentially an armed camp. We start talking about festivals here, but these aren't just, fun neighborhood block parties.
Oh, not at all. The calendar is rigorously packed. He mandates a sacrifice for every single day of the year, 365 of them, to a specific god or demigod. And then there are monthly festivals dedicated to the 12 tribe gods. But the true core of this entire calendar is military training as a continuous lifestyle.
He critiques the way professional athletes in the real world train for a single specific match, whereas citizens who are supposed to fight for their actual lives and families often don't train nearly enough.
Right. He says the citizens must train constantly, not just when war is declared. He proposes these intense monthly war games. Once a month, the citizens must go out en masse, men, women, and children, for massive mock battles.
And these aren't gentle, choreographed sparring matches.
No, they use real weapons, just slightly blunted. The text explicitly accepts that people might actually die in these training accidents. He legally categorizes it as involuntary homicide and says the slayer will be purified by law and forgiven. But he argues, and this is a brutal calculus, that the cost of a few men dying in training is significantly lower than the cost of the entire state becoming cowardly and being wiped out in a real war.
If the fear of pain prevents realistic training, the state is already lost.
That's his exact philosophy.
Now, you mentioned women and children going out to these war games. This is another area where Plato is quite radical compared to his actual historical contemporaries.
Yeah.
He explicitly wants women in war.
He does. He compares them to the Sormatides, which are essentially the legendary Amazonian warrior women. He heavily critiques the typical Greek woman of his time who, when the city is attacked, just rushes to the altars in tears and fear. He finds that completely shameful for a state.
He uses this really vivid hen analogy.
Yes, he says women must be trained to fight for their young, just as a bird fights a beast. A mother hen doesn't run away when a dog approaches. She attacks, even against a massively stronger predator. He wants human women to have that exact same ferocity and martial capability.
So to achieve this, girls compete entirely naked in running and gymnastics until puberty, and then in suitable athletic dress until marriage. And they must know how to handle heavy armor and military weapons.
He argues that a legislator is only half a man if he only regulates and trains the male half of the population. To make the state whole and genuinely happy, you must train the women too. Otherwise, you're just leaving half of the city's defensive potential completely off the table.
But he notes that most actual states don't do this, and he diagnoses exactly why they failed to reach this ideal.
He identifies two root causes for why other cities refuse to adopt this rigorous armed lifestyle. The first is greed, or the obsessive love of wealth.
Right, the soul gets so completely absorbed by making money that it literally has no time left for noble pursuits.
Exactly. When your primary focus is financial gain, you become a merchant, a servant, or a burglar. You don't become a warrior. War doesn't pay well, and training takes time away from your business.
And the second cause.
The second cause is bad government, which he defines as stasis.
Stasis usually means civil war or intense political discord.
Right. He defines democracy, oligarchy, and tyranny not as true, legitimate forms of government, but merely as states of discord. In all these systems, the rulers inherently fear the ruled. An oligarch is terrified of the poor masses. A tyrant is afraid of literally everyone.
And because they fear the people, they will never arm the people or train them to be physically strong.
Precisely. They prefer a weak, untrained, divided populace that can't ever organize to overthrow them. Only in a state where there is absolute trust and no fear between the ruler and the ruled can you have a fully armed, constantly trained citizenry.
That is a profoundly sharp political insight.
Yeah.
Only a trusting state can be a strong state. Now, transitioning from the battlefield to private life is to talk about the regulation of desire, sexual morality. This section it's extensive.
It is. The Athenian starts by distinguishing three specific kinds of love. First, there's friendship, which is like drawn to like a meeting of minds. Second is desire, which is pure body hunger, treating a person like an object. And third is the mixed love, which is the internal conflict between the two.
And he wants to regulate this incredibly intense human drive using what he calls the unwritten law.
This is a really fascinating psychological mechanism he's deploying here. He asks a question. Why do people not commit incest? Why is the story of Thyestes or Oedipus so universally horrifying to us? It's not just because there's a law on a tablet somewhere, it's because of an unwritten law, a deep social taboo that has been consecrated by tradition. From your earliest childhood, you are told by everyone around you that it is unholy, hated by God, and completely infamous.
So the thought never even enters your mind as a viable option.
Precisely. The social conditioning extinguishes the desire before it even sparks. The Athenian wants to apply this exact same level of total cultural taboo to all unnatural loves.
He uses an athlete as a prime example of human self-control, Iccus of Tarentum.
Yes. Iccus was a famous Olympic victor who, according to legend, never touched a woman or a boy during his entire multi-year training period. The Athenian asks a very pointed question. If an athlete can abstain from sex entirely just to win a temporary wreath of leaves, can't our citizens abstain for the noblest victory of all the victory over their own pleasure?
So what are the actual proposed laws for the city regarding sex?
Ideally, the absolute gold standard. He wants sex strictly limited to procreation within the bounds of marriage. Nothing else.
But he acknowledges that might be a bit too hard for every single person to follow perfectly.
Right. He is somewhat realistic about human nature, so he offers a second best option. If total chastity outside of procreative marriage isn't possible, the law must intensely shame non-procreative sex into absolute secrecy. The phrase is concealment shall be honorable. If you're going to do it, hide it completely from the light of day. But he is still very, very strict about prohibiting what he famously calls sowing seeds in stony places.
Which is his poetic metaphor for non-procreative sex.
Yes, he strictly prohibits destroying the seeds of human increase. He views the biological purpose of sex entirely as producing new citizens for the state. Anything else is a literal waste of the state's potential. It is fundamentally a demographic anxiety. He wants to ensure the city continually populates itself with strong numbers.
Okay, moving from the bedroom out to the farm. The agrarian laws. This gets deeply into the nitty-gritty of property and daily economics.
It starts with the law of Zeus, the boundary god. In the ancient agrarian world, moving a neighbor's boundary stone to steal a few feet of land wasn't just petty theft, it was absolute sacrilege. It was a double crime, an offense against the neighbor and an offense against the gods who witnessed the boundary.
And then there are water rights. Water is incredibly scarce in Greece, so the regulations here are amazingly detailed.
Very detailed and very strict. You have to dig for water on your own land first, all the way down to the clay layer. If you dig to the clay and still don't find water, then and only then are you legally allowed to go to your neighbor for help.
And even then, it's not a free-for-all. It's rationed strictly.
Right, you get a fixed daily measure just for your servants' drinking and basic needs. It heavily emphasizes that you must completely exhaust your own efforts before you become a burden on the community.
There are also incredibly strict penalties for polluting water.
He makes a great environmental point here. He notes that you can't really steal or poison the air or the sun, but water is incredibly vulnerable to malice or carelessness. So the penalties for polluting a spring or a well are far heavier than for almost any other property crime. It's fundamentally a matter of public health and collective survival.
Then we have the harvest rules, specifically concerning figs and grapes. He draws a sharp legal distinction between choice fruit and store fruit.
Store fruit is the agricultural crop you harvest to make wine or dried figs. That's the economic lifeblood of the farm. Choice fruit is the prime stuff you eat fresh right off the vine. The rules for who can eat what and when are remarkably complex.
It seemed to me like a very delicate mix of required hospitality and rigid property rights.
That's exactly what it is. A stranger passing by on the road can eat choice grapes as a sacred tribute of hospitality. He can even take one follower with him to eat. That's a nod to the gods of travelers. But a neighbor can't just walk over the property line and eat your fruit.
And what about slaves?
If a slave eats the choice fruit without explicit permission, he gets beaten.
I think the lion is beaten with as many blows as there are grapes on the bunch.
That is the exact text. It's brutal, but it reflects the strict, unyielding social hierarchy of the time. And there are heavy fines for a farmer harvesting his own vintage before the proper time, specifically before the rising of the star Arcturus. You literally cannot rush the season just to get to market early. The law dictates the rhythm of nature.
Now, regarding the broader economy and jobs in the city, the Athenian is very, very clear on this point. Citizens are not workers.
No, absolutely not. A citizen already has a grueling full-time job, maintaining his own virtue, participating in the military, and serving the state. Therefore, no citizen is legally allowed to be a craftsman or an artisan. That physical labor is entirely for others.
And even those artisans have very strict rules placed on them.
No artisan can practice two different crafts. A smith cannot also be a carpenter. The argument is practical and philosophical. You can't be a true expert in two distinct things, and you shouldn't distract yourself from your primary function in the city. It's a rigid division of labor enforced by state law.
And what about trade and commerce?
Retail trade, sitting in the market haggling over goods, is left entirely to strangers, the medics, or resident aliens. Citizens shouldn't degrade themselves by being shopkeepers, and significantly, absolutely no credit is allowed in this city.
Zero credit.
The law is simple. Exchange money for goods on the spot. If you lend someone money or give them goods on credit, you do so entirely at your own personal risk. The state's law will not help you collect that debt in court. This intentionally discourages debt, financial entanglement, and the kind of lawsuits that tear a community apart.
Finally, as we move toward the end of this section, we get to the much darker side of the law, crime and justice. He starts this with temple robbery.
This is considered the absolute ultimate crime in his society. And here he begins to categorize criminals into two distinct groups: those who can be cured and those who are definitively incurable.
He talks to the potential temple robber, almost like a modern therapist would.
He really does. He addresses the criminal impulse as a madness begotten from ancient crimes, a lingering curse in the bloodline. He actively tells the potential criminal to go to the temples, seek out good company, and try to expiate the urge before acting on it.
But if they do it anyway, if they actually steal from the gods?
The punishment splits based on class. If a slave or a stranger commits temple robbery, they are branded on the face and hands, whipped, and cast out into exile naked. But if a full citizen robs a temple, the punishment is immediate death.
Why is it so much harsher for the citizen? You'd think they'd get a lighter sentence.
Because the citizen has received this absolutely perfect cradle-to-grave education we just spent all this time discussing, they've been raised in the ideal state with no poverty and no bad influences. If they still commit such a heinous crime, they are completely incurable. They have absolutely no excuse.
And this leads directly to the Socratic paradox in legislation. This is a very heavy philosophical knot that he uses to tie up this entire section.
It is the central, agonizing conflict of Platonic legal theory. The Athenian asserts the famous Socratic maxim: all bad men are bad involuntarily. No one actively wants to be evil. They are evil because of profound ignorance or a literal disease of the soul.
But wait, if they are bad involuntarily, how can you possibly justify punishing them? We usually only punish voluntary intentional crimes.
That is the ultimate legal dilemma. If I didn't truly mean to do it because my soul is sick, why am I being executed? To solve this, the Athenian has to completely redefine what justice is. He draws a hard line distinguishing between injury, which is the physical hurt caused, and injustice, which is the internal state of the soul.
Break that down for us a bit more.
Okay, an injury is external. Say I broke your fence. The law makes me pay you to fix the fence. That restores the balance. Injustice is internal. It means my soul is disordered, greedy, or violent. The true goal of the law isn't just to fix the fence, it's to cure the soul that wanted to break the fence in the first place.
So punishment is literally viewed as a medical cure.
Exactly. If a man can be cured of the disease of injustice, whether that's through fines, physical blows, or imprisonment, he is allowed to live. He has been fixed. But if he is completely incurable, if the education failed and the punishment doesn't change his soul, he must be killed. Not out of anger or revenge, but simply to free the state from a dangerously sick man and as a terrifying lesson to others. It's a purely medical model of justice. You cut out the gangrene to save the rest of the body.
It's a chilling, but entirely consistent conclusion to the massive system he's built here. We've literally gone from regulating the morning sleep of the citizen to rationalizing the death of the criminal.
And that transition from the mundane economic and agricultural regulations to this incredibly heavy life or death penal philosophy sets the perfect stage for what comes next.
We are definitely left with this lingering, uncomfortable question of the involuntary nature of evil. If the criminal is just sick, is the executioner a doctor or just a murderer? It challenges the very foundation of how we think about guilt and punishment.
It certainly does, and we're going to see exactly how that strict medical philosophy applies to other specific crimes in the city.
Which leads us directly into how he applies this penal philosophy to the rest of the citizenry, something we have to get into next. Moving directly forward from where we left off in the previous discussion regarding the festivals and the regulations of daily life, we are now stepping right across the threshold into the 9th section of the book.
Yeah.
And it marks a really distinct shift in the texture of the conversation we've been having.
It really does. We are leaving behind the lighter matters of dances and music and entering the heavy, rather dense forests of the penal code.
Yeah, we have established how the citizens of this ideal city, Magnesia, are to live in their best moments, right, during celebrations and education. But now, the Athenian Stranger has to address what happens when they fail.
Exactly. We are looking at the 9th and 10th sections and the opening movements of the 11th. This is the machinery of justice, but is also the theological bedrock that supports that machinery.
And it feels like the stakes have just been raised significantly. I mean, we aren't just talking about fines or minor social infractions anymore. We are entering a really quiet, heavy discussion about the death penalty, exile, and ultimately the eternal fate of the soul.
Precisely. And to understand the specific laws we are about to carefully analyze, we have to keep the Athenian's primary philosophy firmly in mind. He is constructing what he calls the second best state.
Right, because the absolute best state would be ruled by a perfect philosopher king.
Yes, and in that perfect theoretical world, you wouldn't actually need rigid written laws. True wisdom is flexible, it adapts to the moment. But Magnesia is a city of human beings, not gods. Therefore, the law must be the tyrant that holds the community together.
But, and I think this is a crucial distinction he makes, the law is not merely punitive, it is curative.
That is a medical metaphor he leans on quite a bit throughout the book.
He really does. He views crime as a disease of the soul. The legislator is essentially the physician. The punishment is the medicine. And sometimes that medicine is bitter, like a fine or a period of imprisonment.
And sometimes, if the limb is totally gangrenous and incurable, it must be amputated, which in his terms means execution. But the goal is always, always the health of the whole body politic.
So let's take a moment to look at the diagnosis side of things. The 9th section of the book begins with an exploration of the psychology of criminality. And the Athenian makes a very sharp distinction right at the start between injury and injustice.
Which is vital, because in our modern legal systems, we often conflate the two. If I hurt you, I've done you an injustice. But Plato separates them entirely.
It's a vital distinction for understanding his entire moral landscape. An injury, or what he calls blame in the Greek, is simply an external fact. It is just damage.
Right. If I stumble and break your fence, or if I accidentally burn down your barn, or even if a doctor cuts your arm to remove a tumor, an injury has occurred. You have suffered a physical or material loss.
But that doesn't make me an unjust person.
Exactly. Injustice, adikia, is a state of the soul. It is entirely internal. The Athenian defines injustice specifically as the condition where the soul is tyrannized by the lower passions.
Meaning, if anger, fear, pleasure, or pain have basically taken control of the steering wheel.
Yes, and they have pushed reason into the back seat. If that happens, then you are in a state of injustice.
So just to make sure we are clear on this, hypothetically, I could cause a massive injury without being unjust at all.
You absolutely could. If a doctor, for example, kills a patient on the operating table while genuinely trying to save them, the injury is total. It's death. But the doctor is not unjust because his intent was benevolent and guided by reason.
And conversely, you can be totally unjust without causing any injury whatsoever.
Yes. If I shoot an arrow at you with deep hatred in my heart, fully intending to murder you, but the wind blows and I miss, I have caused no injury. You are perfectly fine. But I am fundamentally unjust because my soul is disordered.
I see. And this focus on the internal state leads him to categorize the actual roots of crime. He doesn't just list out crimes like a standard legal code. He lists the psychological triggers. He calls them the 3 causes of error.
This is essentially his version of criminal profiling, and it's quite sophisticated. The first cause is anger and fear. These are the painful reactionary impulses.
It's the fight or flight response gone completely wrong.
Exactly. You lash out because you are terrified or enraged. It is a crime of sheer agitation.
And the second cause.
The second is pleasure and desire. These are the seductive forces. This is the cold, creeping influence of wanting something you know you shouldn't have.
So this would be stealing because you desire the gold, or committing adultery because you want the sensation.
Yes, this category usually involves persuasion, calculation, and deceit. It's not a sudden explosion like anger.
And then the third cause is ignorance. But we really need to be careful with how we define that word in this context.
We do. He doesn't just mean a lack of data or information. He means a fundamental failure of the intellect to grasp the nature of the good. And he actually splits this into two distinct types.
Right. There is simple ignorance, which is like a child making a mistake because they just don't know any better.
And then there is double ignorance. This is when a person knows nothing but is absolutely convinced that they know everything.
That dangerous arrogance.
Precisely. That second type is where the truly destructive, obstinate behavior comes from.
And this psychological framework really explains why he spends so much time detailing the laws around involuntary homicide. I was reading this section of the book, and I found it fascinating that he punishes accidents at all.
It does seem counterintuitive at first.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't mean to do it, if my soul wasn't unjust, as we just defined it, why does the law even get involved?
Because of the ancient concept of pollution, or miasma. This is where the religious worldview deeply intersects with the legal theory.
The idea that a life has been extinguished regardless of intent.
Exactly. Even if you kill someone entirely by accident, say in an athletic contest like javelin throwing or during military training exercises, a life has been lost. The cosmic balance has been physically disturbed.
So even though I am morally innocent, I am considered ritually unclean.
Correct. The law officially holds you guiltless of injustice. You are not labeled a murderer, but you must undergo ritual purification. You essentially have to wash the death off your hands.
And in some specific cases, you even have to go into a mild form of exile for a year.
Yes, just to let the air clear, so to speak, to allow the spiritual disruption to settle.
That makes sense in that historical context. Then moving on, we enter this really interesting gray area. He calls it homicide and passion, or the intermediate state.
This is a brilliant piece of psychological observation by the Athenian. He recognizes that not all anger is identical. He distinguishes carefully between the man who snaps and the man who stews.
Right, the two scenarios. Scenario A is a man gets punched at a public festival, loses his temper instantly, hits back, and accidentally kills the other guy. And he feels immediate, crushing regret.
That's the snap.
And scenario B is a man gets insulted, goes home, broods on it for 3 days, plans his revenge, and then tracks the guy down and kills him.
Both are technically crimes driven by anger. But the law treats them very, very differently. The snap, the sudden impulse, is treated much more leniently. It is considered closer to the involuntary category. The punishment there is 2 years of exile.
But the stewing, the premeditated revenge, is treated much more harshly. 3 years of exile. Why the specific difference in time?
Because the man who stews is demonstrating a dangerous persistence of passion. The anger isn't just a sudden flash that evaporates. It has become a resident in his soul. It starts to closely resemble a voluntary, calculated crime.
The law is punishing the deformation of the character, not just the physical act of killing.
Exactly. The man who can hold a lethal grudge for days is simply more dangerous to the fabric of the state than the man who just has a tragically short fuse.
There is a very specific detail in these homicide laws that I found quite chilling, actually. It's the concept of the angry ghost.
Yes, it is a very primal, almost pre-rational element that Plato deliberately preserves in his highly rational city.
The text explains that the soul of a newly dead victim is full of fear and panic. It has just been violently ripped from the body.
And when this highly agitated, confused soul sees its murderer walking around comfortably in its old neighborhoods, it becomes terrified and furious.
It effectively haunts the killer.
Literally. The text says the ghost's agitation aids the guilty recollection of the murderer. It disrupts the killer's mind. It creates a severe psychic disturbance.
And that is the underlying reason why the murderer must go into exile.
Yes. It isn't just a punishment for the sake of punishment, it is a spiritual quarantine. The killer has to physically get out of the way of the victim's ghost. They cannot be in any spot familiar to the dead man for a full year.
To allow that spiritual heat to cool down naturally. And he also put a heavy burden on the victim's family, too. If the cousin or the brother of the victim doesn't formally prosecute the killer, the pollution actually falls on them.
Yes, the ghost gets angry at his own family for not seeking justice. This is a very clever legal mechanism when you think about it. It forces the grieving family to use the official court system.
Because they can't just say, oh, I forgive him. They are terrified of the ghost.
But they also can't just go and violently kill the murderer themselves in the street because the law strictly regulates the prosecution process. It effectively forces raw blood feuds into the structured environment of the courtroom.
It civilizes the vengeance, moving from these crimes of passion to the absolute darkest category, the voluntary criminals, the ones motivated by those three great lusts we mentioned.
These are the true villains of Magnesia. Their motives are pure avarice, which is greed, ambition, which stems from envy, and cowardly fear, which usually means killing someone just to keep a dark secret hidden.
And it's notable that the Athenian saves his absolute harshest condemnation for avarice, for greed.
He explicitly links it to the fundamental values of the society. He argues that the rise of cold-blooded, calculating murder is a direct symptom of a culture that overvalues money.
He lists out this hierarchy of goods that we've seen before. First is the soul, second is the body, third is wealth.
And wealth is only supposed to be good as a tool for maintaining the body, which in turn is only a tool for elevating the soul.
If a society flips that upside down, if it values wealth as the absolute highest good, it inevitably creates a society of murderers.
Yes. If money is the highest good, people will naturally conclude that it is logical to kill to get it.
So the real antidote to murder isn't just hiring more police or building more prisons. It's a fundamental change in what the society honors and praises.
You have to educate the citizens from birth that being rich is the least important of the true goods.
Now, among these voluntary crimes, he addresses what is clearly the most horrifying of all to the ancient mind: parricide, killing one's own parents.
It is the ultimate taboo in Greek culture. The parent is literally the author of the child's being. They represent the gods of birth. To kill them is an act of total, unthinkable impiety. It strikes at the very root of existence itself.
And the punishment he prescribes for this is incredibly theatrical and, frankly, gruesome.
It's the stoning ritual.
Yes. First, the criminal is executed. But death alone isn't enough to cleanse this level of pollution. The body is then taken to a crossroads outside the city.
A crossroads is a liminal space. It is neither here nor there. It is outside the boundaries of civilized order. The corpse is stripped naked.
And then, the magistrates who represent the collective will and moral authority of the state each cast a stone at the head of the corpse.
It is a profound gesture of collective rejection. It is the whole city saying, "We deny you. We cast you out."
And finally, the corpse is thrown unburied beyond the physical borders of the country.
In a culture where proper burial is the absolute key to finding peace in the afterlife, this is a sentence of eternal wandering. You are erased from the human community, both physically and spiritually.
This theme of erasure and isolation continues right into his discussion on suicide. The text defines the suicide as one who kills their own best friend.
Meaning themselves, of course. But we must be very specific about his parameters here. He isn't condemning the kind of suicide that Socrates committed, who was formally ordered by the state to drink hemlock.
Right. Nor is he condemning a suicide driven by some extreme, unavoidable, and incurable misfortune that makes life utter agony.
Exactly. He is specifically condemning suicide that stems from, in his words, sloth or a lack of manliness.
Basically giving up simply because life has become difficult or shameful.
Yes. In this very martial, stoic framework that Magnesia operates on, giving up is a massive failure of courage. The punishment for this is total isolation and death.
They are buried completely alone in uncultivated, nameless places on the edge of the territory. No headstone, no inscription.
They are denied kleos, glory, or memory. They simply vanish into the earth as if they had never existed.
There was also a detailed section on wounding that really emphasized this ongoing theme of intent over result. If I try to kill you, but I'm just a terrible shot with a bow and I only wound your arm, the book says I should still be treated largely as a murderer.
Because the injustice, the dark state of your soul was murder. You fully intended to end a life. The fact that your victim survived is just blind luck. Or, as the Athenian called it, a lucky daimonic force.
The state spares the attacker's life in this case, but not because the attacker deserves any mercy.
No, the state spares them as a kind of thank offering to the good fortune that prevented the death. It's almost like the magistrates are afraid to execute him because it might somehow offend the good luck that intervened to save the victim.
But morally speaking, he is a killer who simply missed his target. He still has to pay massive compensation.
And he is heavily disgraced.
Now, in the assault laws, we see this rigid hierarchy of age rear its head again. And I have to say, reading this, it felt very oppressive to a modern sensibility.
It is absolute. There is no gray area. The inviolability of elders is the absolute backbone of his social order. A younger person must never, under any circumstances, strike an elder.
And an elder is defined strictly as anyone 20 years their senior.
Yes, a full generation older.
Even in self-defense, if a very old man attacks me with a stick unprovoked,
It is heavily, heavily discouraged to fight back. If an elder beats you, you are basically supposed to take it or run away. You must not strike back. The elder represents the parents and the gods of birth.
the text even says that if a stranger or another citizen sees an elder being hit and does not immediately intervene to stop it, that bystander is legally liable and socially disgraced.
It creates a society where everyone is constantly policing everyone else's behavior.
A profound shame culture.
That is exactly the goal. He wants a shame culture where the eyes of the community are always watching, ensuring that reverence is the default setting of every interaction. You don't just respect the written law, you respect the hierarchy that mirrors the divine order of the universe.
And that mention of divine order serves as the perfect, seamless bridge to the 10th section of the book. This is the great theological defense. And stepping into this part, it felt like a massive shift in the text.
It does feel a bit jarring at first. We go from discussing exactly how many years of exile you get for punching your neighbor in a tavern to a sweeping, cosmic dissertation on the very existence of God.
It feels almost like a detour, but for the Athenian Stranger, it is the foundation of absolutely everything we just talked about.
He realizes that you simply cannot have a stable, law-abiding society if the people do not fundamentally believe in a moral universe.
Because if the universe is just random atoms colliding, then might makes right. The strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must.
Exactly. So before he can finalize the penal code, he has to definitively prove that the gods exist and that they actually care about justice. He states clearly that no one intentionally commits unholy acts unless they believe one of three falsehoods.
The three heresies.
Yes, let's walk through them quietly. Heresy number 1 is atheism, the simple belief that the gods do not exist at all.
Heresy number 2 is deism, or the neglect argument. The belief that the gods exist, but they are too vast and important to care about trivial human affairs.
And heresy number 3 is appeasement, the belief that the gods exist, and they do care, but they can be easily bribed by sacrifices and prayers to overlook our injustices.
He takes these heresies on one by one. And his refutation of the first one, atheism, is surprisingly technical. It isn't just a poetic or religious appeal. It's a dense philosophical argument about physics and the nature of motion.
It is the famous argument from motion. The Athenian identifies the modern philosophy of his time, which, by the way, sounds remarkably similar to modern scientific materialism.
These thinkers were claiming that earth, air, fire, and water, the dead, mindless elements, are the primary reality.
And they argued that these elements just interact by chance and natural affinities. Hot mixes with cold, dry mixes with wet, entirely by accident over long periods of time.
And they conclude that soul, or mind, or art is just a secondary, accidental byproduct of these elements mixing together.
Exactly. They say biology and consciousness emerge from mindless chemistry and physics. Therefore, human laws, morality, and religion are just social constructs. They are artifice that come much later. Plato wants to dismantle and reverse this entirely.
He argues that the soul is actually prior to the body. It comes first.
And he proves that using the concept of motion, he meticulously analyzes 10 different types of motion: rolling, mixing, separating, growing, decaying, and so on.
But he boils all of these down to two essential categories, right?
Yes. First, there is motion that moves other things. Think of a billiard ball hitting another billiard ball, or fire burning a piece of wood. It requires an external trigger.
And the second category is motion that moves itself.
Self-generating motion. Now, he asks us to look at the long chain of cause and effect in the universe. If object A moved object B, and B moved C, and C moved D.
If you trace that back far enough, eventually you have to hit something that started moving all on its own.
Exactly, because dead matter, A rock or a puddle of water cannot start moving on its own. It requires a push.
So the first mover must be something fundamentally capable of self-motion.
And self-motion is his exact definition of life or soul. Therefore, soul must be the oldest and most powerful force in the universe. It must have existed long before the physical elements sorted themselves out.
So the soul created the cosmos, not the other way around. It's the ultimate triumph of mind over matter.
That is his unavoidable logical conclusion, and he takes it a step further to prove that this soul is good. He looks at the heavens, the sun, the moon, the stars.
He observes that they move in perfect, rational, predictable circles.
They don't zigzag chaotically across the sky like a madman. Because the motion of the cosmos is rational and highly orderly, he argues this proves it is being driven by a good soul, or supreme reason, rather than a chaotic or evil soul.
So, logically, through physics, God exists. But what about the second heresy? The person who says, sure, God exists, but he's the supreme lord of the universe. He doesn't care if a tiny speck like me cheats on my taxes or steals a loaf of bread. The neglect argument.
The Athenian finds this argument highly illogical, based purely on the definition of what a god is. He defines the gods as absolutely perfect beings. If they are perfect, they must possess all virtues.
Including courage, wisdom, and crucial to this point, attention to detail.
Yes. Neglect is a flaw.
Yeah.
It is a weakness. Neglect comes from either ignorance, you simply didn't know something needed your attention, or laziness, you knew, but you couldn't be bothered because you were soft.
And you cannot attribute ignorance or laziness to a perfect being.
It's a contradiction in terms. He uses the craftsman analogy here, which is a very strong grounding image.
He asks, does a skilled doctor only treat the major organs like the heart and liver and completely ignore a lethal infection in the little finger?
Does a brilliant general only care about the movements of his top commanders and ignore the morale of the private soldiers? Does a master stonemason only care about the massive foundational blocks and ignore the small stones that fill the gaps?
No, because the whole depends entirely on the parts. If the little finger rots, the whole body dies. If the small stones crumble, the entire wall collapses.
And this leads to a very profound, almost startling realization that he asks the listener to deeply absorb. He says, you exist for the sake of the universe. The universe does not exist for the sake of you.
That is a remarkably hard pill to swallow, especially for modern individualists.
It is a complete decentering of the human ego. You are a tiny, integral cog in a vast, beautiful machine designed for the ultimate victory of the good. Your personal comfort, your wealth, your temporary happiness, that is not the point of existence. The health of the whole cosmos is the point.
He illustrates this cosmic sorting process with a board game analogy. He compares it to drafts, or what we might think of as chess.
Yes. He says God is like a master player. But God doesn't dictate every single move you make. He leaves the formation of qualities to the wills of individuals.
You have the free will to choose to be a good person or a bad person. But God determines the rules of the board. The consequences are hardwired into the fabric of reality.
Exactly. If you freely choose to become dark and evil, the automated justice system of the universe naturally moves you to the dark squares. You naturally gravitate toward bad company. Or, in his worldview, you are reincarnated into a worse, lower form of life. You sink toward Hades.
But if you choose to become good, you move to the light squares. You ascend.
So you don't necessarily get struck by lightning as a direct punishment from an angry god. You get sorted by the spiritual physics of your own daily actions. You sink or swim based entirely on the moral density of your own soul.
And he gives a chilling warning that you cannot hide from this automated system. He says if you creep into the depths of the earth or fly up to heaven, the system will find you and place you exactly where you belong.
There is no escaping the spiritual gravity of your choices.
Then he tackles the third, and perhaps most cynical heresy, the bribable God.
He calls this the absolute most offensive heresy of all. It is the belief that you can be a terrible, wicked man. You can oppress the poor, steal from your neighbors, commit murder, and then you just give the gods a nice slice of the profits in the form of a lavish sacrifice, and they will smile and let you off the hook.
The analogy he uses here, the wolves and the dogs, really sticks in the mind.
It is meant to evoke disgust. He says, think about sheepdogs. Their entire noble purpose is to protect the innocent flock from the predatory wolves.
Right, and if a sheepdog takes a cut of the bloody meat from the wolf, just to look the other way while the wolf slaughters the sheep.
That dog is a traitor. It is a corrupt villain. It is worse than the wolf because it has betrayed its sacred trust.
And in this analogy, the god is the sheepdog, or the shepherd.
Yes. If a god accepts a rich sacrifice from a wicked man as a bribe to overlook his crimes against the innocent, that god is worse than a corrupt, filthy dog.
And since we already established that God is perfect, that scenario is ontologically impossible.
Therefore, ritual without righteousness is not only useless, it is a profound insult. It is an attempt to bribe a cosmic judge who simply cannot be bought.
So, having thoroughly established the theology, having proved the gods exist, care, and demand justice, he finally lays down the actual law, the penal system for heretics. And this is where we encounter this fascinating institution called the House of Reformation.
Yes. He divides atheists into two distinct types, based not on their beliefs, but on their underlying character. First, there is the honest unbeliever.
This is someone who is actually righteous in their daily life. They hate injustice, they act kindly to their neighbors, but they just cannot get their head around the theology. They lack belief.
They aren't inherently bad or manipulative people, they are just intellectually mistaken.
And for them, the punishment is actually a form of forced education.
They are sent to the House of Reformation, which is located near the meeting place of the Nocturnal Council. It is essentially a philosophical re-education center.
They are completely forbidden from seeing their family or friends, but the wisest, most senior men in the city visit them daily to converse, to argue gently, and to explain the logic of the divine order.
It sounds surprisingly benevolent, almost like a retreat, but there is a very sharp catch.
There is a massive catch. This period of re-education lasts for 5 solid years. If, at the end of those 5 years, they are cured, and they formally accept the existence of the gods, they are released back into society.
But if they still honestly do not believe,
They are put to death.
yes, it is literally learn or die. Because in Plato's mind, even an honest, polite atheist is a fatal rupture in the fabric of the state. The entire legal system of Magnesia relies on oaths sworn to the gods. If you don't believe in the gods, your oath is meaningless. Therefore, you simply cannot be a citizen. You have to be removed.
And then there is the second type of heretic, the deceitful unbeliever.
The cunning atheist. This is the person who privately believes in absolutely nothing, but publicly uses religion to manipulate and control others.
These are the tyrants, the slick sophists, the false prophets who claim they can talk to the dead just to scam grieving people out of their money.
What happens to them is severe. They do not get the gentle House of Reformation. They get life imprisonment, and not in a normal city jail. They are sent to a wild, desolate, terrifying prison right in the rocky center of the country, completely isolated.
No visitors, ever.
None. Their food is brought to them daily by slaves, which, in a Greek context, is a profound, calculated social humiliation. No free citizen is ever allowed to even approach them.
And when they finally die in that desolate place,
Their body is cast out unburied beyond the borders. It is a total spiritual quarantine. The state wants to ensure that their contagious disease of cynicism and manipulation dies with them entirely.
and part of this intense desire to control the spiritual narrative involves a very strict ban on private religion. No private shrines or altars are allowed in people's homes.
Correct. The Athenian argues that private religion is incredibly dangerous to civic unity. He observes that human nature, especially when people are feeling weak, sick, or terrified, is highly prone to irrational superstition.
If someone is sick or they have a terrifying nightmare, they panic. They vow to build altars or make secret sacrifices to magically solve their problems.
I'll build a shrine to Hermes in my bedroom if my son's fever breaks. That kind of bargaining.
Exactly. And he says this tendency fills every house and every village with unregulated altars and strange, chaotic rites.
This naturally leads to fraud, as wandering soothsayers come to perform these secret rites for money. But more importantly, it privatizes the concept of religion. It creates the dangerous idea that you can have a secret transactional deal with a god that the community doesn't know about.
Magnesia requires that all religion be totally public, totally open, and tightly overseen by the state priests. This ensures that religion always reinforces the community bond, rather than fracturing it into 1,000 private superstitions.
It's all about maintaining control and unity. He wants one unified spiritual frequency for the entire city because he deeply believes that spiritual chaos leads inevitably, step by step, to political chaos.
Now let's take a breath and pivot to the beginning of the 11th section. We move all the way from the high heavens and the nature of the cosmos right back down to the dirt of the streets. Property and commercial ethics.
It's quite a descent.
And he starts this section with a very simple, very clear maxim regarding property. Thou shalt not touch that which is mine.
It sounds like a simple nursery rhyme. but it is the absolute foundation of his property law, and he applies it in a very specific, almost mystical way with the fascinating concept of treasure trove.
This was such an interesting ethical puzzle to read. The rule he lays down is basically don't pick up what you didn't put down.
It sounds like simple common sense, but he means it absolutely literally. Imagine you are walking along a quiet country road and you see a hoard of gold coins that someone else buried long, long ago.
Maybe the owner's been dead for a century. Maybe absolutely no one in the world knows it's there except you.
The Athenian says you must not touch a single coin. It belongs to the goddess of ways, the deity of the road.
Even if no one claims it. I mean, even if I'm desperately poor and finding this gold could completely change my family's life.
Even then, you must walk away. He argues that the internal spiritual cost of taking that gold far outweighs any external financial gain.
He actually says I should not gain so much in the increase of my physical possessions as I should grow in justice and virtue of soul if I abstain.
That is a very hard sell for most people. Free, untraceable gold versus abstract, invisible virtue.
It is a massive test of character. But remember, the entire goal of Magnesia is to produce virtuous citizens, not wealthy ones. Taking the gold suggests a latent greed that will eventually rot your soul. It's a mathematically bad trade. You gain shiny metal, but you lose your integrity.
And if you fail the test, if you do take the treasure,
The punishment is incredibly severe. If a slave takes it, they are sent to death. If a freeman takes it, he pays 10 times the value of the treasure to the state. And worse than the fine, he is publicly branded by the herald as a mean person and a despiser of the laws. His social reputation is utterly destroyed.
he also touches on the complex status of freedmen in this section. These are slaves who have been officially released by their masters. I was honestly surprised by how incredibly precarious their position remains in this society.
It is very precarious. In Magnesia, you are fundamentally either a full citizen or a slave. The freedman is trapped in a strange, uncomfortable limbo. They are technically free, but they are tightly tethered.
A freedman has to pay constant homage to their former master. They literally have to visit their former master's hearth 3 times every single month to formally pledge their ongoing loyalty.
And there is a strict wealth cap placed on them.
Yes, a freedman is legally forbidden from becoming richer than their former master. If they do happen to acquire more wealth through trade or luck, the master is legally entitled to just take the excess.
And perhaps most harshly, the freedman has to pack up and leave the city entirely after 20 years, unless they can get special, rare permission from both the magistrates and their former master to stay.
Why kick them out after they've built a life for 2 decades?
It's a deep-seated fear of social mobility and demographic change. Magnesia is designed to be a perfectly static society. The rulers are terrified of a rising class of former slaves who might become richer, smarter, and more powerful than the traditional landed citizens. The freedman is permanently viewed as a guest who has slightly overstayed his welcome.
Finally, we get to the noisy heart of the city. The marketplace. Retail trade. And the Athenian seems deeply, deeply conflicted here. He openly admits that trade is necessary for a city to survive, but he absolutely hates what the practice of trade does to a person's character.
He defends the theory of retail. Ideally, he says, a merchant is a public benefactor. They equalize goods. They take grain from a place where there's a surplus and they move it to a place where people are starving. They provide warm shelter to weary travelers. That is objectively noble work.
But in daily practice,
In practice, he says, pure greed turns innkeepers and merchants into extortionists. They wait like spiders for someone in desperate need, a traveler stranded in a brutal storm, a hungry man far from home. And then they gouge them on the price. They treat a captive audience like prey. In his words, they hold them to ransom.
so how does a philosopher legislate a fix for human greed in the marketplace?
He imposes strict, uncompromising regulations that would make any modern free market economist pull their hair out. First, there's a law against adulteration.
Lying about the quality of your goods is legally equated to lying directly to the gods.
So if I water down the wine before selling it, or if I sell cheap, coarse wool but claim it's expensive, fine wool.
You don't just get a fine, you get physically whipped. You receive 1 stripe of the whip for every single drachma of value that you falsified.
And the herald publicly shames you in the middle of the agora. He wants to make dishonesty physically agonizing and socially ruinous.
And then there's the 1 price rule. This concept really blew my mind when I read it.
It is fascinatingly anti-market. A merchant cannot ask 2 prices. There is absolutely no haggling allowed in Magnesia.
You set a firm price for your clay pot or your woven fabric at the very start of the day. If the customer walks up, thinks it's too high, and refuses to pay it, you cannot lower the price to make the sale. You literally have to remove the goods from your stall for the rest of the day.
So there are absolutely no sales tactics allowed.
None whatsoever. You can't say, okay, fine, you drive a hard bargain, I'll take 10% off. And you definitely cannot do what he calls praising the goods.
No swearing oaths, no saying, I swore on Zeus, this is the sweetest wine in all of Greece.
Just the silent object and the fixed price. He wants to strip all the emotion, all the charisma, and all the manipulation out of commerce. He envisions a very quiet, very honest, almost sterile marketplace.
He also has a fascinating lemon law for selling slaves, which gives us a really stark glimpse into the darker realities of this ancient economy.
Right. If you sell a slave who secretly has consumption, like tuberculosis or the stone, the buyer can legally return them within 6 months and get a full refund.
Unless the buyer happens to be a doctor or a physical trainer, then it's strict caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. You are an expert. You should have noticed the illness before you bought them.
It really is an astonishingly comprehensive vision of society. Think about the ground we've covered. We've gone from the darkest, bloodiest impulses of the murderer's heart all the way up to the perfect geometric movement of the stars and the eternal nature of God.
And then right back down to the dirt, haggling over the price of a sick slave or a clay pot in the noisy marketplace.
But it all connects. That is the true genius of this text. Whether it is a brutal murder, philosophical atheism, or just selling watered-down grain, the root cause is exactly the same. It is a soul that is disordered by desire and lacking in profound reverence for the divine order.
The law is simply trying to fix that soul at every single level of existence. It creates a picture of a totalizing society. Absolutely nothing is left to chance. The law penetrates the privacy of the bedroom, the sanctity of the temple, and the commerce of the storefront.
Indeed, it meticulously stitches the vast cosmos and the wooden countertop together into one single, unbroken moral fabric.
And we aren't quite done yet. We are standing here in the marketplace of Magnesia, having just established the rigid rules of honest trade. But there are still more civil matters to attend to regarding the intricate fabric of daily life.
True. The great legislative project is not fully complete. We still have to deal with the complex regulations of family law, the intense scrutiny of the public magistrates, and finally, the regulations surrounding the burial of the dead.
So let's not stop here. Let's just keep turning the pages right into that final section. We still have ground to cover as we move forward.
And if you accept that the agricultural laws are the foundation of the body, then we have to move immediately to the circulation system.
Right. We have to talk about commerce.
Exactly. And specifically the rather dark side of it. Because usually when you think of a marketplace, you think of a bustling, happy place where you get your food or your tools, your daily gossip. But the Athenian Stranger in the book takes a very different view.
He really does. He calls retail trade a sucker of adversity.
Sucker of adversity, which is a striking phrase.
It implies that you don't go to the market because you want to.
Yeah.
You go because you are in trouble. You go because you are lacking something fundamental.
Right. I mean, I don't go to the market for fun. I go because my pantry is empty and I need provisions to survive.
Exactly. And that creates a power dynamic that Plato finds deeply disturbing. He sets up this ideal where, in a perfect world, a retailer would be like a host or a benevolent friend.
Someone offering you shelter.
Right. If you came to them hungry or without shelter, they would offer you relief. They would provide a resting place or calm in the storm that is the philosophical purpose of trade, to alleviate suffering.
But the book argues that human nature corrupts this instantly. Instead of behaving like friends, retailers act like captors.
Captors, yes.
Yeah.
The text explicitly says they treat customers as enemies. And captives, think about the psychology of ransom. If you are held captive, you will pay anything to be free.
So because I need the bread, the baker can charge me whatever he wants. He's holding the bread hostage.
Precisely. The text condemns this as an unjust, abominable, and extortionate ransom. It is the commodification of desperation.
Which explains why retail trade has such a terrible reputation in the ancient world. It casts a shadow over the whole idea of helping people.
It does, and the Athenian Stranger argues that the legislator is stepping into a battlefield here.
Yeah.
He says the city has to fight a war on two fronts simultaneously.
Against the two enemies.
Wealth and poverty. And this is really the economic thesis for the entire constitution we've been building. The argument is that both extremes destroy the human soul, but they do it from opposite directions.
Okay, let's break that down. How does wealth destroy the soul when we usually think wealth is the goal?
Plato sees wealth as a sedative. It corrupts the soul with luxury. It makes a person soft. It makes them arrogant. And it makes them feel independent of law. If you are too rich, you start to think you don't need the community.
And poverty.
Poverty is arguably worse in this context because it drives men to shamelessness. Through pain, if you are starving, you will lie, you will cheat, you will do things that are beneath your dignity just to survive.
So the legislator has to thread this incredibly thin needle, creating a system where no one is rich enough to be arrogant and no one is poor enough to be shameless.
Which is why the regulations on who can actually be a retailer are so incredibly strict if you look at the text.
Yeah.
It basically says if you are a citizen, if you are one of the 5,040 landowners, you are completely banned from the market.
It's treated almost like a taboo. A citizen, someone who holds a sacred lot of land, cannot be a retail trader. They cannot be a merchant. They can't even perform service for private persons unless they are serving their own parents or elders.
The text uses very strong language here. If a citizen engages in retail trade, he's dishonoring his race.
Dishonoring his race. So if I, a landowner, decide to open a little shop to sell extra pottery, I'm not just breaking a zoning law. I am committing a moral crime.
You are polluting your soul. You are admitting that you value profit over your civic duty, and the punishment reflects that anyone can indict you for this. If a citizen is found to be throwing dirt upon his father's house by selling goods, he is thrown in prison for 1 year.
A year in prison just for opening a shop?
And that is just the first offense. If you do it again, it is 2 years. It doubles every time. The goal is to make the illiberality of trade physically repulsive to the citizen class.
So the actual job of shopkeeping is left entirely to the medics, the resident aliens or strangers, people who, in Plato's view, don't have the same high moral calling as the citizens.
But even then, he doesn't just let the strangers run wild.
Yeah.
He doesn't believe in the invisible hand of the market regulating prices.
Absolutely not. He believes the invisible hand is usually picking your pocket because retail is a necessary evil. The guardians of the law have to micromanage it.
They are required to meet with experts in every trade they have to sit down and calculate how much did this barley cost to grow, how much did it cost to transport, what is a moderate gain.
So they fix the profit margins?
In writing, and strictly enforce the wardens of the Agora patrol the market to ensure no one is making too much money. The goal, as the book puts it, is for retail to do the least possible injury to the souls of those who practice it.
It's like handling toxic waste. You have to do it, but you want to limit the exposure.
Exactly. Let's shift from the people selling the goods to the people making them, the craftsmen.
Yeah.
There's a fascinating pivot here from economics to theology. We aren't just talking about contracts, we are talking about the gods.
Yes. The classic craftsman is dedicated to Hephaestus, and Athena Hephaestus being the god of the forge and fire, and Athena the goddess of wisdom and strategy. These are the patrons of technique of skill.
The central premise here is that your skill is a divine gift.
So if I'm a carpenter, my ability to build a table isn't just my job, it's my connection to the divine.
Right, and that changes the nature of a contract. If a carpenter takes a deposit to build a house and then lies about the timeline or uses bad wood or just doesn't do the work, he isn't just breaching a contract, he is sinning against his ancestral gods.
He is disrespecting the deity that gave him the skill. The text describes a craftsman who misses a deadline due to arrogance. It says he thinks he is his own god.
That is the sin he thinks he is, above the obligation. The punishment is poetic justice. First, he owes the price of the work to the client, so he has to pay back the deposit. But secondly, he must still complete the work for free.
He has to do the job for zero pay.
He has to start over and execute the contract. Gratis.
Yeah.
It's a way of stripping his ego. You thought you were too important to finish a job, now you will finish it as a servant.
And regarding pricing, it seems the craftsman has no wiggle room either. There is no haggling allowed.
The law forbids them from attempting to raise the price or artificially inflate it. The assumption is that a true craftsman knows the objective value of his work. A table costs a specific amount of labor and materials.
Therefore, he must simply ask for that value, no more, no less. To ask for more is to introduce a lie into the transaction.
Exactly. In a free state, art should not be used to impose upon private individuals.
But the law cuts both ways. It protects the craftsman, too.
It does. If a client hires a craftsman, let's say you order a statue, and then you don't pay him, you are disregarding Zeus, the guardian of the city, and Athena. You are overthrowing the foundations of society for the sake of a little gain.
Overthrowing society seems like a steep accusation for a late payment.
But think about what a contract is. It is a bond of trust. If people stop paying craftsmen stop working. The city falls apart, so the penalty is severe.
If the client doesn't pay on time, they owe double the price. And if a year passes, interest begins to accrue.
Which is rare in this text. Plato usually hates interest. He views it as unnatural money, breeding money. But in this specific case, to punish the contract breaker, he allows it.
For every drachma owed, a monthly interest of 1 obol is added. It's a punitive measure to force honesty.
Now, there is a very strange classification. Here we are talking about carpenters and smiths, and then suddenly the text includes generals. It calls them craftsmen of safety.
This is one of my favorite philosophical moves in the book. We usually think of war as something destructive or perhaps heroic, but Plato reframes it as a techne, a craft just like building a house.
So the general is a builder, but instead of wood, he uses soldiers, and instead of a house, he builds safety. His product is the security of the city.
If he fails, the safety collapses just like a poorly built roof. The law advises that brave soldiers should be honored, but it creates a hierarchy.
The highest tribute goes to those who honor the written laws, but the second highest honor goes to those who save the state through military skill.
It's forcing the military to see themselves not as warlords, but as public servants. You are not fighting for glory. You are fighting because it is your trade.
You are a craftsman of safety, and if anyone receives the benefit of this safety, if you live in the city that the general saved, and you don't return the honor the law blames you, you are like the client who didn't pay the carpenter.
Now we need to move into a very dense and very emotional section of the law. We are leaving the market and entering the home, specifically the deathbed.
This section covers will, succession, and the intractable nature of the dying man.
This is where the rubber meets the road for Plato's collectivism. The text opens with a dialogue about the psychology of a man who is about to die, and the observation is that dying men are difficult.
Intractable. Right. Think about the mindset. You are on your deathbed. You are scared. You are in pain. Maybe you are angry. And you feel that finally you should have absolute control over your own property.
You want to give your estate to the people who have been nice to you this week. You want to cut out the son who annoyed you 10 years ago. You want to act like a despot.
It's the last grasp at control. It's my land. I will leave it to whom I want.
And the state steps in, the legislator steps in and says no.
This is one of the most powerful speeches in the book.
Right.
The legislator speaks to the dying man and says essentially, you are a creature of a day. You do not know yourself, and you certainly do not own yourself.
That is a chilling thing to hear on your deathbed. You do not own yourself.
It's the core of the philosophy.
Yeah.
The argument is that your body and your property do not belong to you. They belong to your whole family, your ancestors who worked the land before you, and your descendants who will work it after you.
And even more than the family, they belong to the state. The whim of a man tossed on the sea of disease cannot be allowed to overturn the stability of the 5,040 lots.
So practically speaking, the dying man has almost no choice. The primary rule is the preservation of the ancestral lot.
The father must designate one son to inherit the farm that is non-negotiable. You cannot split the farm. You cannot give it to a friend. The grid of the city must remain intact.
But what if he has more than one son? This is where it gets cold. This is pure population management. If there are excess sons, they can't stay on the farm.
They are expected to be sent out to colonies. The state essentially purges them to maintain the math.
Now, if the father has liquid assets, money, furniture goods, he can distribute that among the other sons, but only if they don't already have a house.
And what about daughters?
If a daughter is not betrothed, he can give her money as a dowry, but she doesn't get the land. The land is tied to the male line to ensure the military capability of the household.
What if a man is childless?
Then he must adopt. But again, it's not just picking a child. He adopts a son specifically to inherit the lot and carry on the name.
He can give 1/10 of his acquired property to others as gifts, maybe to his friends or extended kin, but the bulk must go to the adopted heir.
The household is an institution. The dying man is just the current caretaker.
Okay, but this gets even more complicated and honestly more invasive when we talk about the heiress. This is the situation where a father dies and leaves only a daughter and no sons.
The epikleros. This was a major issue in Greek law. The goal is to keep the land in the family line. So the daughter becomes the vehicle for the land.
The law mandates who she must marry, and the list is incredibly specific. It has nothing to do with who she loves.
Not even close first. She must marry her father's brother, her uncle. If that isn't possible, then her brother's son, her cousin, then her sister's son. It extends out to the 6th degree of kinship.
The state is forcing a marriage to ensure that the grandson will be of the same bloodline as the grandfather.
Now, there is a regulation here about how the judge decides if these kinsmen are suitable, because let's say the uncle is willing and the daughter is willing, but there might be a physical issue.
You were talking about the naked inspection.
I am. This is Plato being clinically pragmatic.
Yeah.
The judge must determine if the potential husband is actually capable of producing children.
The text explicitly states the judge shall inspect the males naked and the females naked down to the navel in a court of law.
In a legal setting, it sounds voyeuristic to us, but think about the purpose. This isn't for titillation. It is product assurance.
The marriage has one function to produce an heir for the lot.
If the uncle is impotent, or if the heiress is physically incapable of bearing children, the marriage is a fraud against the state. The judge is checking the machinery of the couple.
It's incredibly dehumanizing. It treats citizens like breeding stock.
It does, but Plato would argue it's necessary for the survival of the city. However, he does admit that this can go wrong. What if the uncle is mad? What if there is a terrible malady of soul or body?
Right. What if the heiress absolutely refuses because the kinsman is a monster?
The text allows for arbitration, if there is such a defect. Or if the parties absolutely refuse, they can appeal to the guardians of the well. They try to find a compromise.
But if the disagreement continues, it goes to the select judges, and the person who loses that case suffers censure and blame.
In a society built on honor, being publicly blamed for refusing your duty is a heavy penalty.
This theme of the state stepping in as the superparent continues with orphans. The text uses a beautiful, slightly haunting phrase here. It says that for orphans, this is a second birth.
Yes. The first birth is natural. You are born to your parents. The second birth occurs when you lose them, and the state steps in to adopt you.
The guardians of the law are tasked with becoming the new fathers. But Plato knows that bureaucrats make bad parents. They don't love the child naturally.
So how do you ensure they don't neglect the orphan or steal their inheritance? You scare them with ghosts.
The law appeals to the tales and traditions, the ancient beliefs that the souls of the dead take an active interest in human affairs.
The idea that the dead father is watching the belief is that the souls of the departed have a special power. They are friendly to those who honor their children, but hostile to those who mistreat them.
So a guardian appointed to manage an orphan's estate isn't just answering to the magistrate, he is answering to the angry ghost of the father.
He must be more diligent with the orphan's property than with his own, and the legal penalties back that up.
Fines for negligence are doubled, but if a guardian acts dishonestly, if he embezzles the orphan's money, he pays fourfold damages.
Half goes to the orphan, half to the prosecutor, and the child is given a long leash to seek justice. They can sue their guardians up to 5 years after they come of age.
It's a way of legally enforcing the fear of the dead. Don't you dare touch that money.
Family strife isn't limited to orphans, though we have provisions for the opposite problem, fathers who want to disown their sons.
This creates a fascinating courtroom drama. A father cannot simply kick a son out in a fit of rage that would be arbitrary.
He has to gather the entire extended family, cousins, maternal kin, and act as a prosecutor. He has to stand in front of the family and explain why the son deserves to be cut off.
And the son gets to defend himself, he can argue his case, then the family votes.
Unless more than half the family votes to disinherit, the son stays. It checks the father's anger with the family's collective wisdom.
But if he is disinherited, he is effectively exiled because there is no room for him. The 5,040 lots are full.
If he isn't the heir and he isn't a citizen, he has to leave the country. It is a harsh outcome.
And the reverse situation, the insanity of the father. This is the sad reality of aging.
If a father is senile and is ruining the estate, the son can indict him. The guardians of the law investigate.
If they find the father is incompetent, he is stripped of his authority. The text says he is to be treated as a child dwelling in the house for the rest of his life. The roles are entirely reversed.
And we also see regulations around divorce. Incompatibility of temper is handled by 10 impartial guardians and 10 women regulators of marriage.
Reconciliation is attempted first, but if it's impossible, new partners are found prioritizing the creation of children.
This leads us to one of the most striking metaphors in the entire book. We've talked about statutes and laws, but now Plato talks about living statues.
It is a profound comparison. The Athenian argues that we build statues of gods out of lifeless stone. We honor them, we sacrifice to them.
But he says we have living images in our own homes, an aged parent, a father, mother, or grandparent sitting at the hearth.
The argument is that honoring the living person is more powerful than honoring the inanimate stone statue.
Much more powerful. The text says that if a man honors his aged parents, the gods are pleased, but it also connects to the power of the curse.
This is deep Greek theology. The curse of a parent against a child is considered mighty. Think of Oedipus. Think of Theseus cursing his son Hippolytus.
So, if you neglect your mother and she curses you, the gods ratify that curse. It is a spiritual weapon. Conversely, the prayer of a parent for a respectful child is heard and answered.
Neglecting a parent isn't just being a bad son, it is inviting divine wrath. And the state enforces this with brutal public shame.
Anyone who sees a person neglecting their parents must inform the magistrates if the offender is young, under 30 for men or 40 for women. They are physically beaten and shackled stripes and bonds.
And if they are older, they face a tribunal of the eldest citizens. And the penalty can be anything a man can suffer or pay, total social ruin.
From the neglect of parents, we move to the active harming of others, poisoning and sorcery. And the text makes a distinction here that is really important for understanding the ancient mind.
There is medical poisoning and there is magical poisoning.
Right? Physical poisoning, injuring bodies with other substances like hemlock or arsenic, is straightforward. A doctor who poisons is punished with death because he is betraying his craft.
He knows better a layman is fined or punished by the court, but then there is sorcery, incantations, magic knots, wax and images.
Plato seems skeptical about whether this magic actually works. He is a rationalist. He admits that it is hard to know the true nature of these things.
But he recognizes the psychological terror it causes. It is about the victim, not the magic.
Exactly. When a man walks out of his house and sees a wax doll melted at a crossroads or finds a magic knot on his parents' tomb, he is terrified. He believes he is being hunted.
That terror destroys the peace of the city, so the law punishes the intent to cause fear, and the punishment depends on who you are.
If you are a prophet or a diviner, a professional expert in the divine, and you use magic to harm, you are executed. You are a craftsman of the divine who has gone rogue.
If you are just a layman, a regular person trying out a spell, the court decides the penalty, but the professional pays with his life.
Let's zoom out to the general handling of crime. There is a distinction here between stealing public property versus private property, and it rests on this idea of curability.
The medical metaphor again, Plato views crime as a disease of the soul. If a citizen steals public property, stealing from the gods or the state, he is punished with death.
Death for theft. Because consider who he is. He's a citizen. He has been raised in this perfect educational system. He has read the laws. He knows virtue.
If he still steals, he is incurable. The education failed. He is a rotten limb that must be amputated.
But a slave or a stranger gets off easier, ironically. Yes, a slave or stranger hasn't had the benefit of this perfect education, so they might be cured.
They might just be ignorant or desperate, so they receive a lighter sentence like a fine or a beating in the hopes that they can learn the citizen is held to a fatal standard of perfection.
What about the madman? We talked about the senile father, but this refers to the violent madman in the street.
The rule is simple. No madman is allowed to be at large in the city. There are no asylums. The responsibility falls entirely on the family. Keep your own.
So if your relative has a psychotic break, you have to restrain them at home. If you let them escape and they wander the agora shouting or causing trouble, you are fined heavily.
100 drachmas for the highest class. It's a private solution to a public problem. The state washes its hands of the care, but punishes the negligence.
We see a similar strictness in the regulations on abuse and ridicule. Total ban on speaking evil of another in temples, public sacrifices, games, or courts.
Comedy is severely restricted. Comic writers cannot ridicule citizens in anger or earnest. Innocent humor is allowed only with permission from the superintendent of education.
Unapproved satire leads to expulsion. Plato fears the poison of ridicule. He thinks laughter can destroy respect, and a city without respect cannot hold together.
There is also a complete ban on beggars. The language here is incredibly harsh. It calls the beggar an animal that must be cleared from the land.
They are to be driven out of the agora, then the city, then the country, all the way across the border to keep the land cleared of this sort of animal.
It's not hatred for the poor, it's hatred for the failure of the system. The state is designed so that every citizen has a lot of land. No virtuous person should need to beg.
If you are begging, the implication is that you have failed in virtue, you are a leech, and the healthy body expels a leech.
Now we move to the military code, and the principle here is total obedience.
No one should ever do anything without a commander, whether in peace or war. Life should be lived in common, a collective existence.
The soldier should not even wash or eat or sleep without acting in concert with the unit. Dances and exercises must all aim at military agility.
It is the eradication of the individual. You are a cell in a body, nothing more.
And the punishment for cowardice, throwing the shield in a hoplite phalanx. Your shield protects the man to your left. If you drop it and run, you kill your friends.
There is a distinction between misfortune losing arms due to a fall or a storm, and cowardice throwing arms away to run.
The punishment involves a specific gendered insult. Plato refers to the myth of Caeneus, a woman who is transformed into a man.
He says the ideal punishment for a coward would be the reverse, to change him into a woman.
But since that is biologically impossible, he is socially feminized, He is barred from all military service and risks living in safety, but under the eternal stigma of cowardice.
Stripping a man of his right to fight in that culture turns him into a non-person, along with heavy financial penalties based on class.
Now, with all these laws, who watches the watchers? We have arrived at the examiners, the euthenoi, the highest authority.
Magistrates must be checked, or the state dissolves into factions. We need an audit. The selection ritual occurs after the summer solstice at the precinct of Helios and Apollo.
All citizens vote for the best men over 50, and through a complex elimination process, 3 men are chosen. They're crowned with olive wreaths as the first fruits of the city.
They serve until age 75. They inspect all magistrates. The first chosen becomes the high priest of Apollo for the year.
But the most elaborate description is saved for their funeral: white robes, no weeping, allowed a procession with choruses of boys and maidens singing praises.
A burial in an underground vault of tufa, a porous stone that lasts forever, surrounded by a grove with annual contests in their honor.
But if an examiner turns bad, if corruption takes hold, they are tried by the guardians and select judges.
If convicted, they are stripped of all honors and their burial mound is destroyed, erased from history.
This concern for integrity leads us to the reform of oaths. We get the mention of Rhadamanthus, an ancient judge.
In ancient times, oaths worked because people believed they were sons of gods, but now men commit perjury lightly.
So the new rule is that judges swear oaths, but litigants do not swear oaths to support their case to prevent widespread perjury.
This skepticism extends to foreign travel. No private travel allowed. Citizens must be over 40 to travel on public missions like heralds or embassies.
But they do categorize 4 kinds of strangers who can enter the city first. The summer merchants, birds of passage received in markets outside the city.
Second, the sightseers received at temples by priests. Third, the public diplomats received with honors by generals.
And the 4th is the observer, the philosophical traveler. He must be over 50, coming to see something rich and rare, or to teach something.
He goes unbidden to the doors of the wise and rich. If he is good, he is honored. If he is corrupt, he is expelled.
Moving to the logistics of justice property searches, if you suspect stolen goods are in a neighbor's house, you must search naked or in a short tunic ungirded.
It proves you aren't planting evidence if you are naked. You can't hide a ring in your cloak. The search requires an oath by the gods, and refusal leads to double damages.
The statute of limitations is clear. If property is openly used in the city, you have 1 year to claim it. In the country, 5 years. Domestic use, 3 years.
The courts are 3-tiered arbiters chosen by the parties, then tribal or village judges, where the penalty increases by a 5th if you lose.
And finally, the select judges, the final appeal, where the penalty increases to 1.5 times if lost.
Religious offerings are also regulated. Modesty is key. Gold and silver are banned because they provoke envy. Ivory is banned as a product of a dead body.
Allowed offerings are single blocks of wood or stone or woven work, taking no more than 1 month for one woman to make white colors preferred.
Finally, we arrive at the capstone, the Nocturnal Council, the anchor of the state. It meets from dawn until sunrise.
Composed of the 10 oldest guardians, those who won the prize of virtue, the observers who traveled, and younger associates aged 30 to 40.
The philosophical mission treats the state like a living animal. The council is the head and mind. The younger guardians are the eyes.
The single aim, just as a pilot aims for safety and a doctor for health, the statesman must aim for virtue.
They must solve the problem of the one and the many, understanding how virtue is courage, temperance, justice, and wisdom, and yet one thing.
They must be able to explain this unity, and this requires mastering theology and astronomy, understanding the gods.
2 proofs of the divine, the priority of the soul over the body, and the order of the stars showing a mind. Mind ordering the cosmos, rejecting the idea that stars are just stones in earth.
Only those who master these sciences and connect them to music and law can lead the state.
The Athenian compares founding this council to throwing a high-stakes gamble. If established, the state will be a waking reality rather than just a dream.
Which brings us to the final commitment. Cleinias and Megillus agree. They must detain the Athenian Stranger to help found this city, or else abandon the project entirely. And looking at how algorithms subtly dictate our choices today, you have to wonder if Plato's Nocturnal Council wasn't just the first blueprint for invisible governance guiding the state's mind while the citizens sleep. But returning to their agreement, they realize the theoretical framework isn't enough. They need the living philosopher to bind the laws together.
Right. They lock him into the project, making the theoretical city an immediate demanding reality that requires his constant presence to survive.